Whitechapel, 1888. Murky streets lit only by a flickering gaslight, casting malevolent shadows in every corner. A looming, faceless figure leaning over a mutilated body, then disappearing like a phantom into the maze of narrow streets, letters written in blood. This is the case everyone has heard of, one of the original unsolved mysteries that not only haunted the streets of London's East End, but still haunts researchers and true crime enthusiasts today, over a century later. It's the first case where a nickname was bestowed upon the killer, a name so memorable it would never be forgotten, the very words conjuring up images of a demon dressed as a doctor, clutching a bag full of implements of death, although we'll soon see that this symbolic portrayal was far from the truth. This is the story of Jack the Ripper. It's also a story of the victims, the canonical five: Ann Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly, as well as two women who were killed shortly before the Autumn of Terror, Emma Smith and Martha Tabram. Were they also victims of the bloodthirsty apparition we know only as the Ripper? Just like all the other unanswered questions this case inspires, we may never know.
Read all about it, read all about it. Horrible murder at George Yard.
So let's imagine ourselves as time travellers, newly arrived in the late 19th century, standing on a street corner. By this time, London was the biggest capital city in the world and the centre of the British Empire, ruled by Queen Victoria. The West End was affluent and enjoyed plenty of new restaurants, hotels and concert halls, whereas the East End had only pollution, overcrowding and poverty. In 1887, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle published the first Sherlock Holmes novel, but books and entertainment were a world away for the inhabitants of Whitechapel, an area which stretched between Aldgate and Spitalfields in the west to Mile End in the east. It was the worst district in the city, avoided like the plague by everyone except those who had no choice. There would have been a melange of sounds all around you: horses' hooves, the cries of market traders, dogs and cats, hurdy-gurdy music, people talking, shouting and laughing. I've created an immersive soundscape which you'll hear a few times throughout this series. Let's listen to some of it now to get you into the spirit of the time period we'll be visiting in 7 special episodes released over a period of just 2 weeks. There are a couple of Easter eggs in there which those who are already familiar with the case might pick up on, so listen carefully each time I play a part of the soundscape.
£2 a pound of grapes, 3 a penny arm of floaters. Who'll buy a bonnet for 4p? Pick 'em up cheap here, 3 pair for half a penny bootlaces.
I've a great mind to give you in charge of the police.
You can do so if you like. Must have food. I've lost my key.
I hope you enjoyed hearing that snippet. You'll hear some more as the mini-series progresses. So what else would you notice if we went back in time to witness Victorian Whitechapel? It was a labyrinth of narrow streets, home to slums and tenement buildings, with 800 people crammed into every acre. Streets were only wide enough for a hansom cab to pass, which was a horse-drawn carriage and the main method of transport around the city for those who could afford it. For everyone else, walking was the only option. You would hear the clip-clopping of horses' hooves almost continually. as there were around 11,000 hansom cabs in London and over 50,000 horses. But it wasn't just the sound that would hit you, it was the smell. A few years later, the city would experience the Great Horse Manure Crisis, as streets became so full of the stuff that authorities could see no way to solve the problem. The answer was as dramatic as it was unanticipated. Henry Ford's motorcars had replaced horse-drawn travel almost entirely by 1912. But back in 1888, this was nothing but a distant dream. The stench of dung and horse urine wouldn't be the only scents to fill your nose as you walked the cobbled streets, although technically they were made from setts, not cobbles, which was squarer and more regular. Your nostrils would be assailed by thick black smog drifting over from the West End factories, the pungent smell of fish from the docks, and the fetid stench of cesspools and drains under the houses, in the days before more sophisticated plumbing solutions arrived. The sewer system was built by civil engineer Bazalgette in the 1860s, which reduced outbreaks of cholera and typhoid, but hygiene for people living in the East End remained poor, as they had to queue for hours to access parish water pumps to wash themselves. It was against this backdrop of overcrowding, disease and poverty that the Whitechapel murders took place. There were 15,000 homeless and many more hopeless. Women whose husbands had either left them or died often had no option but to turn to sex work, which in those days was referred to as prostitution. So I'm in no way intending any offence by using that phrase, but will do so in this series to represent it as it was historically. It's commonly believed that there were 5 Jack the Ripper victims, and these murders are known as the canonical ones, or C5. But some ripperologists question whether all of these were the work of the same killer, and some believe that other murders should be included in this list. Before we get started on the 5 canonical murders, we're going to use this first episode to examine 2 murders that took place just before what we call the Autumn of Terror, included in the more loose grouping called the Whitechapel murders. I'll discuss whether I think these were Ripper killings, and I'll give you some more historical context as we go along, because let's face it, London in the 1800s was a very strange and different place from how we see the world today. Even us Brits struggle to understand some of the old-fashioned phrases and customs from those times, so I'll do my best to paint a picture for you, and I'll explain everything clearly, especially for those from other parts of the world. So let's go back to that street corner, as you take in the melee of sights and sounds, the cries of market traders, the snorting of horses, and the mass of bustling humanity around you. Each person passing by has their own busy life, and their own worries in this unforgiving world where there were no guarantees and no safety nets, as you watch the brutal story unfolds. Emma Elizabeth Smith was born in 1843, so in 1888 she was 45 years old. She sometimes claimed to be a widow, but at other times said that she'd left her husband years ago. She was often witnessed getting into fights and frequently sported a black eye or a collection of cuts and bruises. Like many people in the area, she was a heavy drinker. She was 5'2", with a fair complexion, light brown hair, and a scar on her right temple. She lodged at 18 George Street in Spitalfields and normally left at around 6 to 7 p.m. to look for customers, as she had turned to prostitution to earn money to pay her way. Before we go any further, I'll explain what a lodging house was. Emma Smith had been lodging in the same place for many years, but many people had to take a bed anywhere they could find one, and they had to be paid for each night, usually at a cost of 4p. If you didn't have your 4p, you didn't have a roof over your head. It was as simple as that. Or if you only had 2p, you could drape yourself over a washing line, strung up across a room along with lots of other people, which was probably a little better than sleeping on the floor. And no, I'm not joking. You didn't need to worry about oversleeping either. In the morning, the landlord would untie the washing line, so everyone would be rudely awoken as they tumbled to the floor. People refer to their fourpence fee as their doss money, which just meant the money they needed to pay for a bed for the night. Emma Smith left her lodging house at around 6 p.m, as usual on Easter Monday, April the 3rd, 1888. At around 1:30 a.m, she was passing St Mary's Church when she saw 3 men approaching her, one younger than the others and probably under 20. She felt uneasy and crossed the street to avoid them, but they followed her. She began to run, but the 3 men chased her. They caught her at the junction of Wentworth Street and Old Montague Street and Osborne Street and Brick Lane near Taylor's cocoa factory. She was beaten, robbed and subjected to a horrific sexual assault just a minute's walk away from the safety of home. Mary Russell, deputy manager of the George Street lodging house, was horrified when she saw Emma staggering home sometime later, her face bloodied and her ears cut.
Emma, whatever happened to you?
I don't like to say.
We need to take you to the hospital, love. Come along with me.
Emma was reluctant, but Mary insisted and walked with Emma to the London hospital. Mary and another lodger there at the time, Annie Lee, were astonished that she'd made it home in the state she was in. At the hospital, house surgeon George Haslip treated her as best he could. Despite drifting in and out of consciousness, Emma tried her best to describe her attackers and the details of her assault. Sadly, she died of peritonitis just a few days later, although some sources state she succumbed to her injuries within hours. Detective Inspector Edmund Reed headed the investigation for the Metropolitan Police. This name might be familiar to you because he was played by Matthew McFadden in the BBC series Ripper Street, whose storylines were fictional but placed in an accurate historical context. The real Inspector Reed discovered that at 12:15 a.m. on the day of the murder, a fellow George Street lodger, Margaret Hames, had seen Emma Smith near Commercial Road and the East India Dock Road talking to a man in a dark coat and a white scarf, but it was thought unlikely that he had anything to do with the attack. It seemed clear from Emma's story before she died that the assault was perpetrated by 3 men who were likely members of a gang. Many streets were infested with gangs, and prostitutes were particularly at risk from them, as they used violent tactics to extort money, sometimes on the pretense of offering protection. But although gang violence was not uncommon in Whitechapel, the sickening attack on Emma Smith was particularly brutal and shocked the city. Unfortunately, there were no witnesses and nobody was ever brought to justice. It's been suggested that the old Nickel gang were responsible, but it turns out that there's no evidence for their existence, and this name was probably invented by ripperologist Donald McCormick in 1959. Whichever group was responsible, or even if it was just 3 men unaffiliated with an organised gang, it was almost certainly nothing to do with Jack the Ripper. But because the murder of Emma Smith occurred in the Whitechapel area just a few months before the C5, it has become viewed as the first in the series of unsolved murders of prostitutes.
Read all about it. Read all about it. Horrible murder at George Yard.
Another one? Tell me, young man, what's all this about? I need to tell my listeners the latest news.
Another murder, innit? A woman been done in. Down the George Yard buildings. Read all about it.
Who was the victim this time?
Dunno. They ain't identified her yet. Are you buying a paper or not, Gov?
Not today, thank you, but here's a coin for your trouble.
Crikey. Thank you, sir. Have a splendid day.
Sorry about the interruption. It sounds like we'd better not waste any time. Let's move on to the next crime scene. At around 4:45 a.m. on Tuesday, August 7th, 1888, dock labourer John Reeves was getting ready for work. The sun was just rising, and he yawned as he left his room at the George Yard buildings and made his way towards the stairs. What he saw there shot him into immediate wakefulness. A woman was lying on her back in a pool of blood, her hands clenched at her sides. He ran to fetch the police, and PC Thomas Barrett, badge number 226H, hurried to the scene. The report described the victim as follows.
Age 35 to 40. Profession or call-in prostitute. Height 5'3". Hair dark. Complexion dark. Dress green skirt, brown petticoat, long black jacket, black bonnet, side spring boots, all old.
Cab driver Alfred Crowe, who also lived in the George Yard buildings, had returned home at approximately 3:30 a.m. that morning and noticed a shape on the first floor landing, but as it was still dark, he couldn't see that it was a body and assumed it was a homeless person sheltering from the wet weather outside, which wasn't uncommon. The door was usually kept open so anyone could get in. Residents Joseph and Elizabeth Mahoney had seen nobody on the landing when they passed at 1:40 a.m. Police took a photo of the body and it was removed to the Whitechapel mortuary, also known as the Dead Shed, as it was really just a brick shed in Old Montague Street, which no longer exists. Dr. Timothy Killeen conducted the post-mortem and estimated the time of death at around 2:30 a.m. He found 39 stab wounds, including 5 to the left lung, 2 to the right lung, 1 to the heart, 5 to the liver, 2 to the spleen, and 6 to the stomach. But the focus of the attack had been on the breast, belly, and groin area. Killeen believed that all but one of the wounds were inflicted by a right-hander, probably with a penknife. He thought that the final wound was made with a dagger or bayonet to the heart. Although doctors and surgeons were well versed in knife wounds at this time, modern forensics now show that it was unlikely a bayonet was used because of the way the skin yields to stab wounds, and they believe that all 39 probably came from the same weapon. It could be that the same place was stabbed more than once, affecting the depth and size of the injury. Unfortunately, the post-mortem report no longer exists, so we only have newspaper accounts to go by. The problem was that nobody knew the victim's name. 3 people had given 3 different identifications of the corpse, so on Thursday, August 9th, the inquest was adjourned for 2 weeks. That same afternoon, prostitute Mary Ann Connolly, alias Pearly Poll, came forward with a name. The victim was 39-year-old Martha Tabram. Shortly afterwards, Martha's estranged husband confirmed the identification. She was born as Martha White in 1849, and her parents both died when she was just 16. On Christmas Day 1869, she married foreman furniture packer Henry Tabram in St Mary's Parish, Newington, and they had 2 sons. By 1875, the marriage had deteriorated, not helped by Martha's heavy drinking. But even after they separated, Tabram continued to support his ex-wife with 12 shillings a week. Even with his relatively generous payment, Martha harassed him in the street, pestering him for yet more money, most of which was spent on more alcohol. As a result, he reduced her allowance to 2 shillings and 6pence a week. Excessive drinking was a problem all over the country, but the media tended to focus more on the blight of alcohol on the East End, perhaps with good reason. Magistrate Montague Williams said,
"There is no mistake about what is the cause of nearly all the crime in the East End of London. The curse of all is drink, and I must say that the wives are often worse than the husbands."
You might wonder why so many people in dire straits would rather spend their last pennies on alcohol than a good meal and a safe bed for the night. But maybe living in such a desperate situation, with little hope of future security, and at risk of violence every day, people prefer to be intoxicated for a while to forget their daily troubles. It's easy for us in our comparatively comfortable modern lives to say their little money should have been spent more wisely, but we have to remember their world was very different from our own. Also, drinking water in many areas was unsanitary and carried disease, so people didn't have many other options. After Martha's breakup with Tabram, she started living with carpenter Henry Turner. She had a habit of staying out late until 11:30 p.m, because she'd been taken to the police station to sober up after having hysterical fits or seizures caused by excessive drinking. Turner didn't have a regular job in 1888 and made ends meet by selling cheap trinkets like needles and pins, and the two of them lodged at a house in Commercial Road. Their landlady, Mrs. Bolsfield, once said,
Martha was a person who'd rather have a glass of ale than a cup of tea.
Around July 1888, Martha and Henry left their lodgings without giving notice, as they were struggling to pay the rent. Shortly after this, the couple broke up. Martha went to live at Satchel's lodging house at 19 George Street in Spitalfields, but despite continuing to sell trinkets, she couldn't pay the DOS money, so she resorted to selling her body like so many other women in the area. She had no idea that finding enough rent money would soon be the least of her worries, and that she would meet a terrible end just a couple of weeks later. John Reeves, the man who found her body, said he'd seen no footprints on the stairs and no sign of any weapons. Detective Inspector Edmund Reed took on the case. Pearlie Pole, who'd made the identification, claimed she and Martha had been with two soldiers on the night of the murder, one a corporal and the other a private of the guards, between 10 and 11:45 p.m. They'd allegedly walked about Whitechapel, going from pub to pub, and then separated. Pearlie Pole going with the corporal and Martha going with the private, with obvious intentions. Funnily enough, P.C. Barrett had also seen a private of the guards at around 2 a.m. on the night of the murder, when he was on patrol in George Yard. He reported that the soldier said he was waiting for a friend who had gone off with a girl. D.I. Reed arranged for all the corporals and privates from the Grenadier Guards who'd been on leave on the night of the murder to take part in an identity parade. The military were very willing to help, and Pearlie Pole was asked to attend the next morning to see if she could recognise any of the men, but she didn't turn up. Police finally found her on Sunday 12th of August, and she agreed to go to the tower for the identification the following morning on Monday the 13th. Luckily, she did show up this time, but couldn't see the two men. P.C. Barrett also attended, but failed to identify the soldier he had spoken to. 2 days later, D.I. Reed took Pearlie Pole and P.C. Barrett to see the Coldstream Guards at the Wellington Barracks to view the soldiers there. This time, Pearlie Pole pointed out two men, a corporal and a private, but they had strong alibis. The police investigation was thorough, and they inspected the men's bayonets but found no evidence. Despite Pole's adamance that she would be able to recognise the two men, it looked as though the case was going nowhere. It was interesting that nobody else came forward to corroborate seeing the group walking around the area on the night of the murder, as Pole claimed that she and Martha had spent at least an hour and 45 minutes in the soldiers' company. Many researchers now believe that her story was a lie, fabricated to receive attention. This was supported by Edmund Reed's reports of Pearlie Pole's mental state as she threatened to drown herself, but then claimed,
I only said it for a lark.
In one of the final reports on the case, which can be found along with all the other reports and evidence from the Whitechapel murders in the Ultimate Jack the Ripper sourcebook by Stuart P. Evans and Keith Skinner, world-famous ripperologists, it said,
Inquiries were made to find some other person who saw the deceased and Pearlie Pole with the privates on the night of the 6th, but without success. Pearlie Pole and the PC, having both picked out the wrong men, couldn't be trusted again, as their evidence would be worthless.
The inquest resumed on August the 23rd. Martha's sister-in-law, Ann Morris, came forward to say she'd last seen Martha around 11 p.m. on Monday 6th of August in Whitechapel Road, as she was entering the White Swan pub. Nobody witnessed anything after that. The verdict was that the deceased had been murdered by some person or persons unknown. It seemed that one of the most brutal killings London had yet seen would go unpunished. One question that remained was, why didn't anyone hear screams? Surely Martha would have cried out or struggled while being stabbed 39 times. Although forensic experts still disagree today about which was the killing blow and in which order the wounds came, it's unlikely she would have died instantly and would surely have been conscious for at least part of the attack. It's possible that she was passed out drunk at the time of the murder after entering George Yard buildings to shelter from the elements for the night if she hadn't made her DOS money, which could explain the lack of screams. Superintendent of the George Yard buildings, Francis Fisher Hewitt, might have been able to shed some light on this, as he and his wife's bedroom was just 12 feet away from where the body was found. Mrs. Hewitt admitted to hearing a cry of murder, but was sure it came from outside in the street. She said,
"The district round here is rather rough, and cries of murder are a frequent, if not nightly, occurrence."
I think it's strange that she could hear a shout from outside the building, but not one from just outside her own bedroom door. Those who want to believe this was a Jack the Ripper killing use this in their favour, saying that only he could have murdered with such stealth, disappearing into the night like a shadow without a trace. But a simpler explanation is that Mr. and Mrs. Hewitt did hear something, but were too scared to do anything about it. They couldn't admit to this, as they wouldn't go over too well if the superintendent of the building heard a vicious attack in progress and ignored it. Instead, when questioned by the press, he came up with this suggestion.
"It's my belief that the poor creature crept up the staircase, and she was accompanied by a man, but a quarrel took place, and then he stabbed her."
But if he believed a quarrel might have taken place, wouldn't this have been audible from his bedroom just feet away? Perhaps this is more likely an accurate account of what really happened, which the Hewitts heard but refused to admit out of fear. They did have good reason to be scared, as unbelievably, newspapers in those days always printed the names and addresses of witnesses. The police must have agreed that Hewitt's statement was odd, as they didn't call him to the inquest. I don't think Martha Tabram was a Ripper victim, despite her murder occurring very shortly before the C5. But to understand why, we'll have to learn more about the mysterious, elusive figure known as Jack the Ripper, the barbaric manner in which he slaughtered women in Whitechapel, and his possible motives. What was the driving force behind such a bloodthirsty monster who sunk to the depths of depravity? Although the East End was no stranger to violence, the murder rate in London was not as high as you might think, with just 28 homicides in 1888 out of a population of 6 million. But 5 murders in particular would stand out forever, living on in history for generations of researchers and criminologists to puzzle over.
A horrible black labyrinth, reeking from end to end with the vilest exhalations. Its streets mere kennels of horrent putrefaction. Its every wall, its every object, slimy with the indigenous ooze of the place, swarming with human vermin, whose trade is robbery and whose recreation is murder. The catacombs of London, darker, more tortuous and more dangerous than those of Rome, and supersaturated with foul life.
Here we are in Bucks Row, although today it's known as Durward Street, and it runs parallel to Whitechapel Road. If you look around, you'll notice it's extremely dark. There was only one street lamp at the end of the road. The shadows make it feel even more threatening and oppressive. It was just 24 feet across at its widest end, although this was not the narrowest street in the area by far. The road was lined with warehouses, factories and terraced cottages, as well as a 5-storey high board school, which educated children between 5 and 12, and had a distinctive rooftop playground. In 2020 this building still exists, but has been turned into apartments. What we're looking at is Brown's stable yard, which sat between the board school and a row of cottages. It's about 3:40 a.m. on Friday 31st of August 1888. It was in front of the dark gateway belonging to Brown's stable yard that an unwitting man on his way to work first stumbled upon the terrible sight of a body. If we listen quietly, we'll hear what happened as the scene played out. This is dramatised, but based on witness testimony from the time. What's this? Oh my god, it's a person! Come and have a look over here. There's a woman lying on the pavement.
Let's have a look. Her hands and face are cold.
I believe she's dead.
I think she's still breathing, but very little if she is. Come on, help me lift her.
I don't think we should. Let's find a bobby. A bobby was a slang word for a policeman in those days, as it was the nickname of Sir Robert Peel, who set up the first official police force in England in 1829. Consequently, they were also sometimes known as peelers. The Metropolitan Police was split into 20 divisions covering different areas of the city. Constable Misen of H Division was on his beat in Hanbury Street, a road name you'll need to remember for later, as it would soon become the scene of another murder. A beat was the term for the territory that a police officer patrolled, and each officer had his own beat, which would normally take between 15 and 30 minutes to walk. They would continue walking this route for the duration of their shift, checking that everything was normal, acting on anything suspicious, and generally making their presence known, both for reassurance and deterrence, depending on whether you were an innocent citizen or a criminal. At some point, the officers on duty would meet up at a fixed point, called a joining beat. Another part of Constable Misen's role was as a knocker-upper. Despite the strange name, this was quite simple and just involved him knocking on people's doors to wake them up for work, a bit like a primitive alarm clock. Many people in those days had to get up as early as 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'll be talking a bit more later in this episode about the kinds of jobs people in Whitechapel had. Time to wake up! Get up for work, time to wake up!
Constable, there's a woman lying in Bucks Row on her back. She must be either dead or drunk.
Alright, show me. Constable Misen hurried to the scene, but by then, Constable Neil of J Division had already stumbled across the body on his beat. With the aid of his lamp, he saw the woman's eyes were wide open and blood was oozing from her throat. Her bonnet was lying next to her side, close to her left hand. Neil called out for his colleague P.C. Thane, who was nearby, telling him,
"Here's a woman has her throat cut. Run at once for Dr. Llewellyn."
Dr. Llewellyn, who lived just 300 yards away, came immediately and pronounced that life was extinct and gave the order for the body to be moved to the dead shed, the Whitechapel mortuary. Although it wasn't his legal right to do this, and he should have waited until a police inspector had arrived. After the body was removed from the scene, a bucket of water was thrown over the street to wash away the blood. As it was still quite dark, the full nature of the crime didn't become apparent until after the body arrived at the dead shed, which also explains why the 2 men who first found it didn't notice the extent of the woman's wounds. Also, she was lying on her side when she was found. One of the men would later testify that he thought at first that the body was a tarpaulin left in the road. On examining the corpse, Inspector Spratling noticed that the victim had been horribly mutilated, the intestines hanging out of a deep abdominal wound, and he called the Welsh doctor back to conduct a full post-mortem. Here's how one newspaper reported the murder.
The affair is enveloped in complete mystery, and the police have as yet no evidence to trace the perpetrators of the horrible deed. As Constable John Neal was walking down Bucks Row, Whitechapel, about 3:45 o'clock this morning, he discovered a woman between 35 and 40 years of age, lying at the side of the street with her throat cut right open from ear to ear. The wound was about 2 inches wide and blood was flowing profusely. She was conveyed to the Whitechapel mortuary, where it was found that, besides the wound in her throat, the lower part of her person was completely ripped open. The wound extends nearly to her breast and must have been effected with a large knife. As the corpse of the woman lies in the mortuary, it presents a ghastly sight. The hands are bruised and bear evidence of a severe struggle. Some of the front teeth have been knocked out, and the face is bruised on both cheeks and very much discoloured.
Dr. Llewellyn's post-mortem report gave a little more detail. Now, I just need to go into the coroner's office to get the paperwork for you, so I hope you don't mind waiting here for a moment. Please feel free to take in the sights and sounds around you, and I won't be long.
How pleasant to see you, Mr. Rumler.
Good morning. How are you faring, Mr. Berg? Have you spoken to Mr. Hutchinson or Mr. Evans lately?
No, I haven't. But I have been in the company of Mr. Blommer. He's a fascinating gentleman.
Get your chestnuts. Warm the cockles on a cold day. Get your hot chestnuts. Any hot chestnuts, sir?
Right, sorry about that. I've spoken to the coroner and got hold of Dr. Llewellyn's statement for you. Here it is.
The body was that of a female of 40 or 45. 5 of the teeth were missing, and there was a slight laceration of the tongue. There was a bruise on the lower part of the jaw on the right side of the face, which might have been caused by a fist or pressure from a thumb. There was a circular bruise on the left side of the face, which also might have been inflicted by the pressure of the fingers. On the left side of the neck, 1 inch below the jaw, was an incision about 4 inches in length, running from a point immediately below the ear. 1 inch below was a circular incision, terminating at a point 3 inches below the right jaw and completely severing all the tissues down to the vertebrae. The large vessels of the neck on both sides were severed. The incision was about 8 inches in length. The cuts must have been caused by a long-bladed knife used with great violence. On the left side of the lower abdomen was a very deep jagged wound. There were several incisions running across the abdomen, with 3 or 4 similar cuts running downwards, on the right side, all caused by a knife. The injuries were from left to right and might have been done by a left-handed person. All were caused by the same instrument.
Later, Dr. Llewellyn's assertion that the killer might have been left-handed would be questioned. Interestingly, Llewellyn's description didn't mention that the victim's intestines were hanging out of the abdominal wound, probably because this wasn't the full autopsy report, as those records haven't survived, and we only have newspaper reports from the inquest to refer to. It has also been put forward that the intestines weren't originally hanging out, but that rough handling of the body and the bumpy journey on the cart from the crime scene to the mortuary might have caused them to erupt from the deep wound. So who was the victim, and what were her movements in her final hours on Earth? Mary Ann Walker, often known as Polly, was born in 1845 in Shoe Lane in the City of London and had celebrated her 43rd birthday just 5 days before her death. She was 5'2" with brown eyes, brown hair turning grey, several missing teeth, high cheekbones and grey eyes. A friend from her lodging house, Emily Holland, described Polly as a very clean woman who always seemed to keep to herself. Polly married a printer's machinist called William Nichols in 1864 and led a respectable life with him, becoming some of the first tenants of social housing owned by Peabody, a housing association which still exists today. Polly worked at a printer's shop and earned 30 shillings a week, and the couple had 3 sons and 2 daughters. Her marriage fell apart when she discovered that her husband was having an affair, and by 1881 they had split for good, and Polly turned to prostitution, moving from lodging house to lodging house, and even sometimes the workhouse, occasionally resorting to sleeping rough in Trafalgar Square. Workhouses were the last resort for people living in poverty, and many would rather have died than go there. If you were unfortunate enough to end up in one, any clothing and possessions you still owned would be taken away from you. Men and women would be separated, and you would be forced to take a bath in a tub of water, which might have been used by up to 20 people before you. You would be given a uniform and shown to your bed, which was a hammock just a few inches above the ground. You would be woken at 5 a.m. for a meagre breakfast, ready to spend the whole day working, which would be scrubbing, cleaning, breaking stones, chopping wood, or many other back-breaking tasks. Women might also have been given needlework or oakum picking, which was unravelling the fibres from old ropes, which were then sold to shipbuilders for mixing with tar to seal the lining of wooden boats. This was much harder work than it sounds, and long days of doing this would make the fingers bleed and even cause tendinitis and nerve damage. But there was no choice, and they had to labour for long hours to earn a bed and food, although that was terrible too. Things like pea soup, barley soup, rice pudding, or if they were very lucky, meat and potato pie. Workhouses were an all too familiar part of life for people living in poverty. Silent film actor Charlie Chaplin spent time in a workhouse when he was just 7 years old, and American author Jack London visited England in 1902 and spent time in workhouses and dosshouses just so he could experience what life was like for those inside them. Fortunately for Polly Nichols, when she went to Lambeth Workhouse on 16th of April 1888, she didn't stay there long. It was common for workhouses to find jobs for the female inmates, and they found her a position as a domestic servant for a wealthy couple. A letter exists that she wrote to her father about her new role.
I'd just write to say you'll be glad to know that I'm settled in my new place, and going all right up till now. My people went out yesterday and have not returned, so I'm left in charge. It is a grand place inside, with trees and gardens back and front. All has been newly done up. They are teetotalers and religious, so I ought to get on. They are very nice people, and I have not much to do. I hope you're all right and the boy has work. So, goodbye for the present. From yours truly, Polly. Answer soon, please, and let me know how you are.
By the boy, she probably meant her eldest son Edward, who was living with Polly's father. The other 4 children had stayed with her ex-husband, William Nichols. The last time she'd seen her father had been 2 years before in June 1886, at her brother's funeral. He was also called Edward and had died after setting his hair alight with a paraffin lamp by accident. This letter about her new job was the last time she ever had contact with her father. Sadly, despite having a taste of a better life, Polly ran away from her role as a domestic servant in July 1888, stealing clothes and money from her employers and ending up back in a lodging house once again. On the night of Thursday, 30th of August 1888, Polly tried to get a bed at 18 Thrall Street, Spitalfields, but was turned away because she didn't have enough money. She said,
I'll soon have my DOS money. See what a jolly bonnet I have.
She was referring to how easy she anticipated it would be to earn her 4pence to pay for a bed for the night, as she felt her appearance, improved by her new hat, would attract plenty of clients. Just after midnight, on Friday 31st of August, she was seen leaving the Frying Pan public house at the corner of Brick Lane and Thrall Street. At 2:30 a.m, she bumped into Emily Holland, a friend and fellow lodger, on the corner of Osborne Street and Whitechapel Road, which happened to be where Emma Smith had been attacked several months before. Back then, this was near a grocer's shop, which today is a fish and chip shop named, with a macabre yet jaunty humour, Jack the Chipper. Other businesses have cashed in on the Whitechapel murders connection, so you'd also find a hairdresser nearby called Jack the Clipper. Perhaps somewhere you can also buy footwear from Jack the Slipper, or fresh fish from Jack the Kipper.
Hello, Emily.
Hello, Polly. Why don't you come back to the lodging house with me?
Nah, I still need to get me DOS money. I've had it 3 times over today and spent it on drink.
Oh, Polly, what are you like?
Don't worry, it won't be long before I'm back.
The two women spoke for a few more minutes before they separated. Emily to return to the lodging house, Polly clearly drunk, to find another client to earn her DOS money for the night. She staggered east down Whitechapel Road, and this was the last time she was seen alive. Just over an hour later, she was found dead in Bucks Row. The autumn of terror had just begun. At this time, there were no suspects, and the name Jack the Ripper had yet to be brought to life, so police didn't know they were dealing with a serial killer. But even if they had, they wouldn't have used that phrase, as the term wasn't used until decades later. In recent years, it has been suggested that the man who found Polly Nichols' body could have been the murderer. So who were the two men who were first on the scene? The first man gave his name as Charles Cross, although he was later identified as Charles Lechmere. His stepfather was a police constable called Thomas Cross, so it's possible that he felt giving that name would give him more credence, or maybe he just didn't want to be identified, as witnesses' names were always printed in the papers. I'll refer to him as Cross for ease. The second man, who arrived just moments later, and to whom Charles spoke and pointed out the body, was Robert Paul. Both Cross and Paul were carmen on their way to work. A carman was someone who transported goods in a horse and cart. It might seem unusual to us today that they were on their way to work so early in the morning, but back then many jobs started well before dawn. Many people in Whitechapel were dock labourers, butchers, market traders, fish porters at Billingsgate Fish Market, or sold anything they could on the street. There are many trade names unfamiliar to us today. For example, a costermonger was someone who sold fruit and vegetables from a handcart, a chandler was a candle maker, and a cooper was someone who made barrels. The overcrowding in the East End meant that the number of people far outweighed the available jobs, and for many it was a hand-to-mouth existence. Polly Nichols was certainly not alone in struggling to pay for a bed for the night, and it wasn't uncommon for people to survive day to day, earning just enough to cover their lodgings that night, but with little left over for food. It's not surprising that excessive drinking was widespread, as whenever there was a little extra money to be had, it was spent on drowning the sorrows of being trapped in an unhygienic, crowded, poverty-stricken life.
God blimey. Just wait till I tell me old mum.
Get your hot chestnuts. Warm the cockles on a cold day.
Read all about it.
Get your hot chestnuts.
About it. Nasty
Any hot chestnuts, sir?
Cross and Paul neither saw nor heard anyone leaving the scene of the murder. Cross lived in nearby Doveton Street, just half a mile away from Bucks Row, and it would have taken less than 10 minutes for him to arrive at the scene after leaving his home. He worked for a company called Pickford's, which still exists today. There's no real evidence to suggest that Cross was the killer, but in the absence of any other information, it makes sense to consider the first person on the scene. After all, Robert Paul arrived very shortly afterwards, having been about 40 yards behind Cross, and also travelling in the same westerly direction towards Bucks Row. And it could be argued that Cross was in the middle of the mutilation when he heard someone approach. Rather than running and making himself look suspicious, he could have pretended to have stumbled across the body. The fight or flight response kicked in, and he chose to stand his ground, or at least that's what some claim. In some documentaries, Cross is shown leaning over the dead woman, an image which has helped give rise to suspicion, but this wasn't actually the case, and Robert Paul testified that when he came upon the scene, Cross was standing in the middle of the road. There was a misunderstanding in the reports about the wording used when Cross and Paul approached a policeman, as Constable Misen claimed the two men said, "You're wanted in Bucks Row by a policeman," or words to that effect. However, Cross and Paul both denied this at the inquest. People who suspect Cross was the killer use this to their advantage, suggesting that by telling Misen they'd been sent by another police officer at the scene, they were giving the impression that the other Bobby would have taken their details already, thereby avoiding any suspicion falling on them from Misen. It's probable that when Misen arrived in Bucks Row and saw that Constable Neal had already found the body, the facts of the conversation simply got mixed up in his mind, and he assumed that Cross and Paul had mentioned that a policeman was already at the scene. I think it's unlikely that Charles Cross had anything to do with the murder of Polly Nichols, and surely somebody would have noticed he was covered in blood. Besides, killing someone on the way to work would be a bad idea for this very reason. A question that remained was, where did Polly go between 2:30 a.m. when she parted from Emily Holland and 3:30 a.m. when she was killed? It would only have taken 10 to 15 minutes to walk from the corner of Osborne Street and Whitechapel Road to Bucks Row. What happened to the remaining 45 minutes? The pubs were closed by 2 a.m, so it was assumed that she was walking around looking for customers. Whitechapel Road was busy even at that time of night, but although it's therefore possible that people did see her, they may not have had any particular reason to remember her. As for how the murderer struck, he could have pretended to be a client and lured her away to a quiet spot, or alternatively, it could have been a very sudden blitz attack with no prior communication at all. It was noticed that the stable gate to Brown's yard was locked, so it was possible that the perpetrator had originally planned to kill his victim in the yard, out of sight, but on finding it locked, decided to commit the murder in the street anyway, as he had gone too far to stop his brutal impulse. Or Polly could have been the one to lead him there if she had previously taken clients to the yard. Either way, all the evidence proved she was killed there, rather than dying elsewhere and being dumped in Bucks Row. By the way, the reason we haven't heard about Inspector Edmund Reed, who'd investigated Martha Tabram's murder, was that he operated in H Division, while Bucks Row fell into J Division. Unfortunately, J Division's records are not as thorough as H. In any case, for some reason, no police reports survive from Polly Nichols' murder, so most of the information we have is put together from newspaper reports of the time. The Perkis family, who lived at Essex Wharf just opposite the murder scene, a 3-story building used as offices, didn't see or hear anything that night, and neither did Emma Green and her family, who resided at New Cottage right next to Brown's stable yard. She admitted that the street was often busy and noisy, but claimed no knowledge that prostitution was rife in the area, perhaps to preserve her own reputation and social status, and give the impression that she lived in a better part of Whitechapel. This contrasts with a report by Inspector Frederick Aberline, which stated that Bucks Row was known to be frequented by prostitutes and their clients. He was heavily involved in investigations, and we'll hear more about him later in this series. It was Emma Green's son James who helped to wash the bloodstains away under the watchful eye of P.C. Thane, a scene that was played out in the 1988 Michael Caine TV movie Jack the Ripper. Some people, however, thought that every part of Whitechapel was full of iniquity. Here's an extract from a colourful article by writer Arthur G. Morrison in the Palace Journal, published in April 1889, where he satirised the view that the area was wholly dreadful and reminded readers that this was a sweeping generalisation.
A horrible black labyrinth, reeking from end to end with the vilest exhalations. Its streets mere kennels of horrent putrefaction. Its every wall, its every object, slimy with the indigenous ooze of the place, swarming with human vermin, whose trade is robbery and whose recreation is murder. The catacombs of London darker, more tortuous and more dangerous than those of Rome, and supersaturated with foul life. Others imagine Whitechapel in a pitiful aspect. Outcast London, black and nasty still, a wilderness of crazy dens into which pallid wastrels crawl to die, where several families lie in each fetid room, and fathers, mothers and children watch each other starve, where bony, blear-eyed wretches, with everything beautiful, brave and worthy crushed out of them, and nothing of the glory and nobleness and jollity of this world within the range of their crippled senses, rasp away their puny lives in the sty of the sweater. Such spots as these there certainly are in Whitechapel and in other places, but generalities are rarely true, and when applied to a district of London so large as that comprised under the name of Whitechapel, never.
But people were certainly right to describe the area as a labyrinth. There were a dozen escape routes the killer could have taken to escape from Bucks Row and melt into the darkness, or if he lived nearby, he could simply have disappeared inside his house or cottage, and nobody was any the wiser. The maze-like nature of the Whitechapel streets could certainly explain why nobody saw the murderer escaping. Even 3 horse slaughtermen, Tompkins, Britton and Mumford, who were employed in nearby Winthrop Street and were questioned after they finished their shift around 6 or 6:30 a.m. At the inquest, rigorously presided over by Coroner Wynne Baxter, Night Watchman Patrick Mulshaw, who was employed by the Whitechapel District Board of Works, said that on the night of the murder, he was at the back of the Working Lads Institute, also in Winthrop Street. He was on duty all night until just before 6 a.m, watching some sewage works, presumably as a sort of watchman to make sure nobody interfered with them. He admitted to having fallen asleep a few times during the night, but was adamant that he was awake between 3 and 4 o'clock, and said he didn't see anyone during that time, and didn't hear any screams or cries for help. The first he knew of the murder was when a passerby said,
"Watchman, old man, I believe somebody is murdered down the street."
And yes, those were the exact words that were quoted in the inquest. They had a strange turn of phrase back then. Either the killer had passed by unnoticed when Mulshaw was dozing on duty, or maybe he did hear something but didn't realise what it was and considered it to be unimportant. Another witness, Harriet Lilly, lived just 2 doors down from the spot where the body was found.
I slept in the front of the house and could hear everything that occurred in the street. On that Thursday night I was somehow very restless. Well, I heard something I mentioned to my husband in the morning. It was a painful moan, 2 or 3 faint gasps, and then it passed away. It was dark, but a luggage train went by as I heard the sounds. There was, too, a sound as of whispers underneath the window. I distinctly heard voices, but cannot say what was said. It was too faint. I then woke my husband and said to him, "I don't know what possesses me, but I cannot sleep tonight."
It was established that a goods train did pass by at about 3:30 a.m, so it's likely that Harriet was telling the truth. But her statement was only printed in a few papers, and she wasn't called to the inquest. It's impossible to say the exact time the train passed, as the railway company were notorious for running an inaccurate timetable. But if it was around 3:30, then Carman Charles Cross might have missed the murderer by only a few minutes. If he had left his home a little earlier, he might have stumbled across the killer in action and got a look at his face. The timing is confirmed by PC Neal, who passed Bucks Row on his beat at about 3:15 a.m, but saw nothing. The killer was either very clever or incredibly lucky to have committed his crime sometime after the policeman passed by at 3:15, but before he came back again at 3:30, a narrow window of opportunity. The inquest jury returned a verdict of willful murder by person or persons unknown. It's often questioned why more people didn't see or hear anything. It could have been that they did but had a mistrust of the police and chose not to come forward. Or even simpler still, they feared losing a day's pay if they were called to the inquest. In later murders, many more witnesses came forward, which could be because the hysteria was building as the crimes escalated in brutality and people were more inclined to speak up when they realised the multiple murderer was at large. The first murder of a serial killer is a crucial one, as it defines his MO and helps him or her to identify any mistakes or weaknesses in their plan, which then may evolve as time goes on. Although the murder of Polly Nichols in Bucks Row was the first of the 5 canonical Ripper murders, it doesn't receive as much attention as the others, perhaps due to their lack of official police reports and the need to rely on newspapers. The nature of the sources we do have mean that there's a lot of speculation. There are many things we don't know for sure, for example the exact routes the police beats took. Let's not forget that at this point, police had no idea they were dealing with a serial murderer, and the name Jack the Ripper still hadn't been coined. But it wouldn't be long before he became a sinister household name.
Read all about it! Read all about it! Another terrible murder!
I'm sorry, did you say there's been another one?
Yes, down Ambry Street. Horrible. Do you want a paper, mister?
I think I better had. Thank you. I think that was our cue to move on to the next gruesome murder. I'd better read the newspaper I've just bought from that young man to find out what's happened in Hanbury Street, so I can tell you about it next time in the 3rd episode of this mini-series. By now, the Autumn of Terror was well and truly underway, and Whitechapel would never be the same again.
There can no longer be any doubt that we're dealing with some form of malignant insanity. A monster is abroad. Every cut is given with the unerring precision of the slaughterhouse. The police must find for us one of the most extraordinary monsters known to the history of mental and spiritual disease.
Hello and welcome back to Prasha's Murder Map. This is episode 3 of the Jack the Ripper mini-series. You might remember at the end of episode 2 we heard a newsboy calling out the latest headlines about another horrible murder, this time in Hanbury Street. It's Saturday, 8th of September 1888, just a day after the funeral of the Ripper's first canonical victim, Polly Nichols, who was viciously killed and eviscerated. Let's jump in a hansom cab and head to the new crime scene, which is less than half a mile away from the site of Polly's murder in Bucks Row. Here we are at 29 Hanbury Street. Let's speak to John Davis, the man who found the body. What can you tell us, John?
Well, I live on the top floor and I woke up at 5:45 this morning. I know because I heard the Spitalfields church clock. I had a cup of tea and went downstairs to the backyard. And would you believe it, there was a body lying near the bottom step.
I see. What did you do next?
I went to fetch a bobby. He came about 10 minutes later. Inspector Chandler, his name was. There was crowds of people around the house by that time. They must have heard the news.
Thanks, John. One of the many people thronging to hear the latest grisly news was Mrs. Harriet Hardiman, who lived on the ground floor of number 29 and ran a cat's meat shop, which is meat for cats to eat, not meat made from cats. But some people did buy it for themselves as it was so cheap. Mrs. Hardiman had heard a commotion and sent her son to investigate. He returned a few minutes later with disturbing news.
Don't upset yourself, Mother. It's a woman been killed in the yard.
Others were far from upset, and tenants of 29 Hanbury Street, with windows overlooking the backyard, charged curious sightseers a few pennies to gawk at the spot where the murder occurred. It beggars belief to us today that people would flock to view a horrific crime scene, perhaps even see the mutilated corpse if they got there early enough, and then go home for breakfast without a second thought, but unbelievably, this ghoulish tourism was common in the Victorian era. Before we go into the specifics of the murder and mutilation, I'll describe the scene. 29 Hanbury Street was owned by a woman called Amelia Richardson, who ran a packing case business in the cellar and shared a room on the first floor with her 14-year-old son. The other rooms were rented by various different residents. There were 8 rooms with a total of 17 people living in the building, but by the standards of the time, this wasn't considered overcrowded. It was in one of the better parts of Whitechapel, and most of the residents had regular jobs, except for an elderly widow who Amelia allowed to stay out of charity even though she couldn't pay. There was only one door into the building, which opened into a narrow passageway, about 20 feet long but just 3 feet wide, leading to a staircase and continuing along to the back door. There were 3 stone steps down to a small square backyard with an outside lavatory in the top right-hand corner. Both the front and back doors were kept unlocked, as many houses were, because there was nothing worth stealing. There were other houses on either side of number 29 with adjacent backyards, and there was no way in or out except through the house, as the yard was completely enclosed by thin fences around 5.5 feet tall. The wounds on the body were more severe than those seen on Polly Nichols at Bucks Row just over a week before. This is the report by Inspector Chandler of H Division.
I went to 29 Hanbury Street, and through the passage into the yard I saw the body of a woman lying on the ground on her back, parallel with the fencing dividing the 2 yards. The deceased's legs were drawn up, and the clothing was above the knees. A portion of the intestines, still connected with the body, were lying above the right shoulder, with some pieces of skin. There were also some pieces of skin on the left shoulder. I sent for the divisional surgeon, Mr. Phillips, and saw that no one touched the body until he arrived. After the doctor examined the body and it was removed, I found in the yard a piece of coarse muslin, a small tooth comb, and a pocket hair comb in a case lying near the woman's feet. A portion of an envelope was found near her head. It contained 2 pills.
The victim was described as 5 feet tall with blue eyes, dark brown wavy hair, a pallid complexion, excellent teeth with just 2 missing, strongly built but undernourished, and suffering from a disease of the lungs and brain tissue. This could have referred to TB or perhaps syphilis, and the doctor who did the post-mortem, George Baxter Phillips, stated that had she not been murdered, she would have died imminently of her illnesses. She was wearing a long black coat that came down to her knees, a black skirt, 2 bodices, 2 petticoats, lace-up boots, red and white striped woolen stockings, a large pocket worn under the skirt and tied about the waist with strings, which was empty, and a red and white neckerchief. Marks on her fingers showed she'd been wearing 2 brass rings, but these had been stolen, presumably by the murderer, as a grim memento. At 11:30 a.m, a friend of the deceased woman identified her at the mortuary. The victim's name was Annie Chapman. This is her story. She was born Annie Eliza Smith in Paddington in September 1841, but her exact date of birth is unknown. She had 4 sisters and a brother, all younger than her. Her father was a soldier, but later entered domestic service as a valet. Tragically, when Annie was in her early 20s and the youngest of her siblings barely more than a baby, her father committed suicide by cutting his own throat. It's impossible to imagine the effect such a traumatic death would have had on the children. By that time, Annie had moved out of the family home and was following in her father's footsteps, working as a domestic servant. In May 1869, aged 27, Annie married another servant at her workplace, a coachman named John Chapman, and they lived in Windsor together. They had 2 daughters and a son, but sadly one of the girls, Emily Ruth, suffered from seizures and died of meningitis aged just 12. Their son was disabled and was sent to live in a special home. In those days, domestic servants weren't usually allowed to marry or have children, so John and Annie must have been liked and trusted by their employers to have won this privilege. In some ways, this makes Annie Chapman's story even more poignant, because she'd had a relatively comfortable, respectable life before her sudden fall from grace. She's the only victim we have a photograph of when she was still alive. It was taken in the year of her marriage and shows her sitting in a chair while her husband John stands next to her. Both are well dressed and Annie's hair is neatly braided. At one point, John even secured a job as a servant to a nobleman, a very prestigious position. After their daughter's death in 1882, they began drinking heavily, and Annie was often seen wandering the countryside, unaware and intoxicated. She was arrested several times and held in jail until she sobered up. Annie and John agreed to part ways 2 or 3 years later, and John retained custody of the children. The split wasn't on bad terms, and he continued paying her 10 shillings a week until his death in 1886 from cirrhosis of the liver and dropsy, an old-fashioned term for edema or swelling, possibly caused by heart failure. Many years later, Annie's sister Miriam wrote a letter to a minister in support of the temperance movement, describing how she had tried to prevent her sister's drinking.
Just before I was 6 years old, my father cut his throat, leaving my mother with 5 children. My eldest sister took to drink when she was quite young. 12 years ago, I heard a sermon on Christians and total abstinence. I signed the pledge with 2 of my sisters, and we tried to persuade the one given to drink to give it up. She was married and in a good position. Over and over again she signed the pledge and tried to keep it. Over and over again she was tempted and fell. She said it was no use. No one knew the fearful struggle, and that unless she could keep out of sight or smell, she could never be free. For years we wrestled with God in prayer for her. She could not keep sober, so she left her husband and 2 children. We never knew where she lived. She used to come to us at home now and then. We gave her clothes and tried in every way to win her back, for she was a mere beggar. She said she would always keep out of our way, but she must and would have drink.
It's sad to hear how Annie struggled with alcohol addiction, and I wonder if there'd been access to support groups and a better understanding of mental health as there is today, whether her life would have turned out very differently. Maybe all she needed was help in coming to terms with her daughter's death, and a healthier way of dealing with the grief. After John Chapman died, Annie had no choice but to move to the East End of London, the only place she could afford. She earned money by selling crochet work and flowers, but eventually turned to prostitution. Despite splitting from her husband, she'd been visibly upset when she heard the news of his death, and soon after this she gained the nickname Dark Annie because she always appeared depressed or downcast. Her friend Amelia Palmer noticed she was sad whenever she spoke of her children, and that since her husband's death she seemed to have given up. At this time, Annie was living with a sieve maker called John Civvy at a common lodging house in Dorset Street, one of the worst parts of Whitechapel, known for its violence and criminal element, so much so that policemen refused to go down there alone. We know it was one of the worst streets thanks to a poverty map created by social reformer Charles Booth, who undertook a research study between 1886 and 1903, mapping out the income and working conditions of each household, colouring in each dwelling according to their status, ranging from upper and upper middle classes, wealthy to lowest class, vicious, semi-criminal. Sadly, Dorset Street was one of the latter. As soon as Civvy heard about John's death, he left Annie, probably because the weekly 10 shillings stopped coming in. In August 1888, just weeks before she was murdered, Annie bumped into her younger brother Fountain Smith on Commercial Road. She told him she was struggling financially, and he gave her 2 shillings. That was the last time he ever saw her alive. That year, Annie was in a relationship with Ted Stanley, a bricklayer's mate known locally as the pensioner. This wasn't because of his advanced age, as he was only 47, but because he was drawing a military pension under false pretences, claiming he'd been in the army. By now, Annie had started practicing sex work to keep a roof over her head. By the time of her death, she was living at Crossingham's lodging house at 35 Dorset Street. Crossingham was the name of the owner, who also ran several other lodging houses, but this one had room for around 300 people and was managed by a man called Timothy Donovan. Stanley the pensioner often paid for Annie's bed there, and instructed Donovan to turn her away if she ever tried to enter with another man. He often spent the weekends with Annie at Crossingham's, but this arrangement wasn't exclusive. He also paid for a bed for another woman, Eliza Cooper. At the end of August 1888, Annie and Eliza got into a fight over a borrowed bar of soap.
Can I have the soap back now, Annie?
I will see you by and by.
The discussion continued the next time they saw each other.
Perhaps you return my soap now.
Here you are. Go and get a halfpenny with the soap with this.
But the argument wasn't over and continued in the Britannia public house, known as Ringers, on the corner of Dorset Street and Commercial Street. Annie slapped Eliza in the face.
Think yourself lucky I don't do more.
In return, Eliza punched Annie in the left eye and breast. On 4th of September, Amelia Palmer ran into Annie and gave her 2p, and she said she wasn't feeling well and hadn't eaten or drunk. Annie said she was going to the casual ward, a part of the workhouse where the homeless could stay for one night in return for hard work. On Friday, 7th of September, Amelia and Annie crossed paths again in Dorset Street.
Hello, Annie. Are you going to Stratford today to look for clients?
No, I'm feeling too ill to do anything much today.
A few minutes passed and Amelia came back again.
Are you still not moved?
It's no use my giving way. I must pull myself together and go out and get some money, or I shall have no lodgings.
She didn't have any luck because at 11:30 p.m, she returned to her lodging house and sat in the kitchen for a while. A male lodger shared a pint of beer with her, then Annie left around 1 a.m. to get some food. She returned at 1:30 with a potato. Donovan, the lodging house manager, soon came in.
Have you got your dust money for tonight?
I haven't sufficient money for my bed. Don't let it. I shan't be long before I'm in.
You can find money for your beer, and you can't find money for your bed.
Never mind, Tim. I'll soon be back.
Despite still feeling unwell, she left Dorset Street and walked up Little Paternoster Row towards Brushfield Street. By now, it was about 1:50 a.m. At 4:40 a.m. at 29 Hanbury Street, John Richardson, son of the landlady Amelia Richardson, went through the passageway and sat on the steps leading into the backyard to trim some leather off his boot with a knife. He didn't live there but regularly went to the house to check on the cellar, which had been broken into before. Although the sun hadn't fully risen, it would have been light enough for him to see a body if it had been there, but he saw and smelt nothing. At 5:15 a.m, witness Elizabeth Long saw Annie with a man just outside 29 Hanbury Street. She heard the man say, "Will you?" and Annie replied, "Yes." She described him as dark, about 40 years old, a little taller than Annie, and wearing a brown deerstalker hat. If you're not sure what a deerstalker hat looks like, just imagine Sherlock Holmes. Some sources say Long thought the man looked like a foreigner, although she only saw him from the back. Others say it was his accent she described as foreign. This was the last time anyone saw Annie Chapman alive. Sometime between 5:15 and 5:20, carpenter Albert Cutbush, who lived next door at number 27, went into his backyard to relieve himself in the lavatory. He had a urinary tract infection, so he went twice in about 5 minutes. On the first occasion he heard a woman saying no, and the second time he heard something fall against the fence. He thought little of it, as the backyard of number 29 was often used by prostitutes, although the owner, Mrs. Richardson, vehemently denied it. By now the sun was up, and had Albert looked over the fence, he would almost certainly have seen the face of Jack the Ripper. There was some controversy over the timings, as Elizabeth Long originally put her sighting of Annie and the man at 5:30, as she had just heard the church clock chime. But matching up the events in Cutbush's statement, it was most likely the 1/4 chime that she heard. We have to remember that people around Whitechapel wouldn't have been wealthy enough to own watches, so they had to rely on church clocks, and sometimes they ran a few minutes fast or slow, so it's difficult to be exact. Now, I'm going to go and see the coroner and ask if he'll mind if we listen in on the inquest while he interviews police surgeon Dr. George Baxter Phillips. Wait here for a moment and soak up the ambience.
They've said it's an old liberation. He's been bothering me for months. I don't suppose I'll live that much longer. That's another thing that pleases me.
Have you heard there's been another one? Where? Down Hanbury Street. Police say she was gutted like a fish.
Thanks for waiting. The coroner's agreed, so let's go in and hear some of the proceedings. But be warned, it's not for the faint-hearted.
The body of the deceased was lying in the yard on her back, on the left of the steps leading from the passage. The face was swollen, and the tongue protruded between the front teeth. The small intestines and other portions were lying on the right side of the body, on the ground above the shoulder, but attached. There was a large quantity of blood, with part of the stomach above the left shoulder. The throat was dissevered deeply, the jagged incision reaching right round the neck. On the back wall of the house were patches of blood, and on the wooden fence were smears corresponding to the deceased's head. I believe breathing was interfered with before death, and death arose from failure of the heart's action, due to the loss of blood caused by the severance of the throat. I believe the killer took hold of her by the chin, then commenced the incision from left to right. Was the instrument used at the throat the same as that used at the abdomen? Probably. It must have been a very sharp knife with a thin, narrow blade, at least 6 to 8 inches in length. Is it possible that any instrument used by a military man, such as a bayonet, would have done it? No, not a bayonet.
You might remember that the doctor who examined Martha Tabram's body back in early August believed that the final one of the 39 stab wounds on her body might have been made with a soldier's bayonet, hence Dr. Phillips' question.
Would it have been such an instrument as a medical man uses for post-mortems? The ordinary post-mortem case does not contain such a weapon. Would any instrument that horse slaughterers employ have caused the injuries? Yes, well ground down. Would the knife of a cobbler or of any person in the leather trades have done? I think the knife used in those trades would not be long enough in the blade. Was there any anatomical knowledge displayed? I think there was.
Philip's post-mortem report provided even more ghastly detail.
The abdomen was entirely laid open, the intestines lifted out of the body and placed on the shoulder. The uterus and its appendages, the upper portion of the vagina, and the posterior 2/3 of the bladder were entirely removed. No trace of these parts was found, and the incisions were cleanly cut. The work was that of an expert who had such knowledge of anatomical or pathological examinations as to be able to secure the pelvic organs with one sweep of the knife, which must have been at least 5 or 6 inches long. I myself could not have performed all the injuries described in under a quarter of an hour.
Coroner Wynne Baxter was thorough and incisive in his questioning and would become well known for his involvement in the inquest of the Jack the Ripper victims. Once again, the verdict was willful murder by person or persons unknown. Whether or not the killer really did have anatomical knowledge would be hotly debated throughout the years. Police were no closer to finding the killer of Polly Nichols or Annie Chapman. The investigation was led by Inspectors Aberline, Helson and Chandler. Inspector Edmund Reed, who we heard about in previous episodes, was on holiday at the time. The house and all its inhabitants at 29 Hanbury Street had been questioned, and all the witnesses gave satisfactory accounts of their whereabouts. Even Ted Stanley, the fake pensioner, after a lengthy cross-examination by the acerbic Wynne Baxter. Over the years, a myth has been built up around Annie's possessions found at the crime scene, with some people claiming they were arranged deliberately and symbolically at her feet by the killer, which wasn't true. The scrap of envelope with 2 pills inside seemed at first to be a tantalising clue, as it bore the seal of the Sussex Regiment and was stamped London, 28th of August 1888, with a partial address visible. But any hopes that this could lead to the killer were dashed when a fellow lodger at Dorset Street, William Stevens, came forward to say he'd seen Annie pick up the discarded envelope from the floor of the lodging house and used it to store her pills because she'd accidentally broken the box she usually kept them in. By the end of the inquest, a Whitechapel Vigilance Committee had been formed in the Crown Public House on Mile End Road, not far from the murder sites. Irishman George Lusk was elected as president, and the group's mission was to help the police by looking out for suspicious characters. Everyone in the area was scared, on edge, and wound as tight as a coiled spring. How could the killer have escaped into the light of the early morning, covered with blood? How could anyone be so bold as to commit murder in the backyard of a house inhabited by 17 people? And above all, what possible malevolent, black-hearted use did he have for the body parts he'd taken from the scene? The post-mortem report we heard may shed some light on how bloody the killer would really have been, as it suggests that Annie was strangled and then lowered to the ground before her throat was cut, which would have led to lowered blood pressure and therefore less blood splatter, so this might explain why he didn't stand out in his appearance. But I think it's safe to say he must have lived close by, as the risk of him being noticed would be greater the more streets he had to traverse to reach home. Lurid articles were splashed across the newspapers, reflecting the public disbelief that a human being could murder and mutilate so heinously. Here's an extract from the Daily News printed on 10th of September 1888.
Annie Chapman's head was nearly severed from her body by one stroke of a knife, and her mangled remains disposed about her in a way that suggested delight in the slaughter. All was done in half an hour. The house teemed with life. It was near the hour of rising, yet no one heard a cry. The swiftness, the perfect mystery of it all are heightening effects of terror. There can no longer be any doubt that we are dealing with some form of malignant insanity. A monster is abroad. Every cut is given with the unerring precision of the slaughterhouse. The police must find for us one of the most extraordinary monsters known to the history of mental and spiritual disease. The public are looking for a monster, and in the legend of Leather Apron, they seem to be inventing one to look for. This should be discouraged, or there may soon be murders from panic to add to murders from lust of blood. A touch would fire the whole district in the mood which it is now. Leather Apron walks without making a noise, with piercing eyes and a strange smile, and Leather Apron looks like a Jew. This has already had its effect in a cry against Whitechapel Jews. Already, as our column shows today, the list of savage assaults in the neighbourhood has increased alarmingly. Every man who can say a reasonable word ought to say it, or worse may follow.
This paper was right to advise against spreading rumours. Early police inquiries had turned up a possible suspect in the shape of a man known only as Leather Apron. Prostitutes in the area reported being harassed by him, and that he would threaten to rip them up with a knife unless they gave him money. This was made even more sensational by the news that a leather apron had been found in the yard at the murder scene, recently washed and left to dry out. In fact, this belonged to John, Amelia Richardson's son, who had used it while mending the cellar door. Unfortunately, this didn't stop an angry mob nearly killing Polish Jewish boot finisher John Pizer, who was also known as Leather Apron. He had a solid alibi and thankfully received compensation after some of the more unscrupulous newspapers cast suspicion on him. There was concern amongst authorities about the anti-Jewish sentiment in Whitechapel, and the Leather Apron incident did nothing to allay their fears. There was a big Jewish community in the area of almost 50,000, as many had fled from their homes in Eastern Europe after the pogroms in Russia. They were scapegoated for the assassination of Tsar Alexander II and often found their way to the East End of London thanks to its proximity to the docks. Many were successful business owners, butchers, bootmakers or various other professions, but the influx meant worsening overcrowding in Whitechapel and Spitalfields, which increased conflict and provoked anti-Semitism. At this time, the East End was near boiling point, and senior police officials feared imminent civil unrest if a relation between Jews and non-Jews broke down further. And painting a shadowy, monstrous picture of the murderer as a Jew wasn't going to help. The idea that the Whitechapel murderer was Jewish would pervade popular thought for the next century. But this may not be the truth at all, and we'll explore this in more detail in episode 7 of this mini-series, when we tackle the colourful cast of suspects. Annie Chapman was buried on 14th of September 1888 at Manor Park Cemetery in Forest Gate in a private ceremony attended only by her family. Today, the site of her grave is completely lost because a plot has since been used to bury new bodies twice over. Her 2 surviving children were cared for by relatives, having tragically lost both their parents at a young age. Hanbury Street has now been completely transformed into a covered car park and weekend marketplace, but can be seen as it once was in a YouTube clip filmed in the 1960s during the making of TV programme The London Nobody Knows. My wife and I were fortunate enough to go on a walking tour of the murder sites back in 2011, led by author and ripperologist Philip Hutchinson. I'm honoured to announce that Philip will be making an appearance in episode 6 to voice 2 characters, so be sure to listen out for that. I'll also be putting links to his books, repertoire and theatre company in the show notes. All the murder sites look vastly different now from how they did back in 1888, but if you visit in the dark and use your imagination, you can still just about envision those narrow, dimly lit passageways and the flicker of gaslights. If you listen, you might even hear the ghostly echo of footsteps. The footsteps of the blood-soaked demon who still stalks the streets in our imaginations. But let's not forget that the killer was still being referred to at this time as the Whitechapel murderer or the Whitechapel fiend. He didn't yet have a name, but he was just about to get one.
Extra, extra, letter sent by the killer. Read all about it. Killer's own words. He's given himself a name.
That was good timing. As I was saying, on 27th September 1888, the London Central News Agency, received a chilling letter.
Dear boss, I keep on hearing the police have caught me, but they won't fix me just yet. I have laughed when they look so clever and talk about being on the right track. That joke about Leather Apron gave me real fits. I am down on whores, and I shan't quit ripping them till I do get buckled. Grand work the last job was. I gave the lady no time to squeal. How can they catch me now? I love my work, and I want to start again. You will soon hear of me with my funny little games. I saved some of the proper red stuff in a ginger beer bottle over the last job to write with, but it went thick like glue, and I can't use it. Red ink is fit enough, I hope. The next job I do, I shall clip the lady's ears off and send them to the police officers just for jolly. Wouldn't you? Keep this letter back till I do a bit more work, then give it out straight. My knife's so nice and sharp. I want to get to work right now if I get a chance. Good luck. Yours truly, Jack the Ripper. Don't mind me giving the trade name. Wasn't good enough to post this before I got all the red ink off me hands. Curse it. No luck yet. They say I'm a doctor now. Ha ha!
A week has now passed since the last of the Whitechapel murders took place. During that period there has been something more than the customary show of police activity. The coroner has done as much as it lies in the power of a coroner to do to probe the mystery, yet not the smallest approach appears to have been made towards the apprehension of the criminal. No trustworthy clue has been obtained. We assume that the police have done their best, and we are far from charging them with incapacity, because their best amounts only to failure. They have not arrested any man against whom a reasonable case could be made, but they have arrested more than one whom there never was the faintest warrant for suspecting. We express our surprise that the police have pounced on persons who were plainly innocent. That they have not succeeded in arresting the culprit is a pity, but they have been energetic in the wrong direction is distinctly a reproach. There is a worse thing than doing nothing, that is, doing something that ought not to be done. Pall Mall Gazette, 15th September 1888.
This is episode 4 of my 7-part Jack the Ripper series. I'm just on my way to the 10 Bells, one of the most famous pubs in Whitechapel history. It's been around since 1752, and they even changed its name for a while in the 1970s and 80s to the Jack the Ripper. In 1988 it went back to being known as the 10 Bells. At least 2 of the Ripper's victims were thought to have drunk here shortly before their deaths, and on the wall opposite the bar is a sign listing the names of the victims. Let's go inside.
Evening. What can I do for you?
I'll have a lemonade, please. So there's 6 names on the sign at the back. Martha Tabram, Mary Ann Nichols, known as Polly, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly. We've already talked about Martha Tabram and the controversy over whether she really was a Ripper victim, but there's another name on this list which also sparks debate.
Which one's that then?
Liz Stride, do you know the story?
No, I haven't been working in this area long. Tell you what, it's a slow night. Why don't you tell me about it?
Why not? My listeners are going to come in to hear Liz's story too, if that's alright.
Of course. Come on in, everyone. You're not going to start this story on a typical dark and foggy night, are you?
Actually, the foggy night thing is a myth. The image of Jack the Ripper as a dark figure stalking the Whitechapel streets, clutching a Gladstone bag, with the gaslights barely piercing through the thick fog, might be compelling, but it's not true. None of the murders took place on a foggy night, and on the day of this one, it was wet and windy. Before we get started, I'd like to say a big thank you to Peter Blexley, author and former Scotland Yard detective, who is voicing the character of Detective Inspector Edmund Reed. Peter is very well known, has consulted on numerous documentaries and TV programmes, and was one of the founder members of Scotland Yard's undercover unit in the 80s. So be sure to listen out for his appearance, and I'll put some links in the show notes to his books and social media. He'll also be back in episode 7. You might remember at the end of the last episode, we'd just heard about the Dear Boss letter received by the Central News Agency. Hitherto known only as the Whitechapel murderer or the Whitechapel fiend, the killer had now given himself an electrifying name, Jack the Ripper. Or had he? The letter was written neatly and by someone with a good education, so suspicions would later fall upon a journalist. After all, why would it even cross the mind of a murderer in those days to write a letter to the press? The idea isn't alien to us nowadays, with other notable examples like the Zodiac and his ciphers planted firmly in the history books, and shows like CSI and Criminal Minds to tantalise the imagination. But back in Victorian times, there was no concept of a serial killer, and such an egregious, bloodthirsty name seems more likely to have sprung from the pen of someone keen to benefit from a sensational scoop. At first, police were sceptical and believed the letter to be a hoax. But when the terrible events of Sunday 30th of September 1888 came to light, they began to wonder if it really could have been written by the killer. Just 3 weeks had passed since the brutal murder and mutilation of Annie Chapman at 29 Hanbury Street, and tensions were running higher than ever. At 12:45 a.m, a Hungarian Jew named Israel Swartz was walking down Berners Street on his way home, just half a mile from the scene of the last murder. Berners Street was mostly a residential road, and between number 40, which was the International Working Men's Educational Club, and number 42, was a narrow yard called Dutfield's Yard. Nowadays, Berners Street has been named Henrique Street, after a local benefactor, and the houses have been replaced by a school. Swartz noticed 2 people standing at the entrance to Dutfield's Yard. A man was trying to pull a woman into the street, then threw her to the ground. She screamed 3 times, although not loudly. The assailant was around 5'5", 30 years old, broad-shouldered, fair-complexioned, with dark hair and a small brown moustache. He was wearing a black overcoat and a black felt hat with a wide brim. Not wanting any trouble, Swartz crossed to the opposite side of the road. He may have perceived the incident as a domestic argument. In those days, if a man and woman were having a physical altercation in public, and the man announced she was his wife, that would be all it took for passers-by to ignore it. Apparently it wasn't acceptable for a man to assault a stranger, but it was perfectly fine if it was his wife. Swartz heard the broad-shouldered man shout, "Lipsky!" This was a racial slur towards Jews, following the murder the previous year of a woman called Miriam Angel just a block away, by Jewish umbrella salesman Israel Lipsky, who was hanged for the crime. Due to the derogatory nature of this term, it's highly likely that whoever said it was not Jewish themselves. On the side of the pavement that Swartz had moved to, a man of around 6 foot, 35 years old with light brown hair, wearing a dark overcoat and a hard felt wide-brimmed hat and holding a clay pipe, emerged from a doorway on the sidewalk near Nelson's public house. Some of you might know I'm a bit of a movie buff, so this reminds me of The Third Man starring Joseph Cotton and Orson Welles, when Harry Lime steps out of a doorway. Swartz walked quickly away, followed by the tall man with the clay pipe, although he wasn't sure if he was pursuing him or just walking in the same direction. Swartz didn't know who the shout of Lipsky was directed at, and it could even have been someone shouting the name Lizzie, and he had misheard. He also wasn't sure if the two men knew each other or not. Just a few minutes later, Louis Deemschutz, steward of the International Working Men's Educational Club and jewellery salesman, on his way home from a day at the market, arrived at Dutfield's Yard in his pony and trap. The gates to the Working Men's Club were open. and he would have seen a chink of light coming from the windows and the welcoming sounds of singing and laughter from inside. There'd been about 100 people there earlier that evening, attending a lecture on why Jews should be socialists. It was a 2-storey wooden building that looked a bit like a barn, and inside was a stage where amateurs performed plays, often by Russian revolutionaries. It was frequented by Russians, Jews, British, French, Italian, Czech and Polish radicals. By this time, many of the club members had left, except for about 28 men who were still singing and talking. Deemschutz's pony shied, as if startled by something. Horses have better night vision than humans and a keener sense of smell, so the animal was the first to detect that something was wrong. It was oppressively dark, so Deemschutz used his whip to poke around the area, then lit a match to shed a tiny flicker of illumination over the scene. He flinched when he saw a body on the ground, but at first he thought it was his wife lying drunk on the floor, presumably not an unusual occurrence. But when he looked closer, he was confronted with a hair-raising shock. It wasn't a drunk woman at all. It was a dead one. He went into the working men's club and asked for help. 2 men, Morris Eagle, who had been leading that night's political debate, and Isaac Kozabrodsky, went outside and saw the woman lying in a river of blood, a stream of it trickling down the yard. Eagle ran down Commercial Street, while Deemschutz ran down Fairclough Street, both shouting for a policeman. Constables Lamb and Collins arrived at the scene, pushing back a rapidly gathering crowd of people, desperate for a glimpse. PC William Smith also arrived, passing through Berners Street on his beat, and immediately went to fetch an ambulance cart. PC Lamb shut the gates to Dutfield's yard to ensure nobody escaped, and examined the rooms of the working men's club, checking the hands and clothes of all the club members still inside. He then inspected the 2 lavatories in the yard, the cottages across the road, and the workshop of sack manufacturer Walter Hindley opposite the yard. Dr. Blackwell, who lived nearby, arrived at 1:15 a.m. and pronounced the woman dead. Her throat had been deeply slashed, cut through, right down to the blood vessels, and a windpipe had been severed. Here's his report.
The deceased was lying on her left side. Her legs were drawn up, her feet 3 yards from the gateway. Her dress was unfastened at the neck. The neck and chest were warm, as were the legs and face. The hands were cold. The right hand was open and on the chest, and was smeared with blood. The left hand, lying on the ground, was partially closed, holding a small packet of cashews wrapped in tissue paper. There were no rings nor marks of rings on her hands. The appearance of the face was quite placid. The mouth was slightly open. The deceased had round her neck a check silk scarf, the bow of which was turned to the left and pulled very tight.
By cashew, he didn't mean nuts, but a type of lozenge used to sweeten the breath.
In the neck there was a long incision exactly corresponding to the lower border of the scarf, commencing on the left side, nearly severing the vessels, and cutting the windpipe completely in 2. The blood was running down the gutter into the drain in the opposite direction of the feet. There was about 1 pound of clotted blood close by the body, and a stream all the way to the back door of the club.
He surmised that her attacker had grabbed hold of her scarf and pulled her backwards with it before cutting her throat. At around 1:45 a.m, Inspector Edmund Reed and Superintendent Arnold arrived on the scene. At 4:30 a.m, the body was removed to the mortuary. By 5 to 6 a.m, PC Lamb was washing the blood away, and Inspector Aberline arrived and ordered a house-to-house search in Berners Street, which turned up nothing. Inspector Reed went to the mortuary and took a description of the victim.
She was around 42 to 44 years old, between 5'2" and 5'5". She was lean and slightly built. She had curly dark brown hair, attractive features, a straight nose, an oval face with light grey or blue eyes, and a pale complexion. Her upper front teeth were missing. She wore a black crepe bonnet and a long black jacket trimmed with black coney fur. The left side was plastered with mud. A single red rose amidst maidenhair fern was pinned to it. She wore an old long black skirt, a dark brown velvet bodice, 2 light serge petticoats, a white chemise, white stockings, side spring boots, and a checked silk neckerchief. Inside a pocket in her underskirt was a padlock key, 2 pocket handkerchiefs, a piece of lead pencil, a comb, a broken piece of comb, and a metal spoon. There were 6 large buttons, and also a small one, a dress hook, a piece of muslin, some wool on card, 1 or 2 small pieces of paper, and a thimble.
This list evokes a certain sadness, the image of a woman with so little in life that all her worldly goods were carried in her pocket, and that even a broken piece of comb and scraps of wool were kept and treasured. Israel Swartz identified her as the woman he had witnessed being pushed to the ground by the broad-shouldered man at 12:45 a.m. Her name was Elizabeth Stride, and just like all the other victims, she was an individual with a unique story who deserves to be remembered. She was born Elizabeth Gustaf's daughter on a farm near Gothenburg, Sweden, on November the 27th, 1843, so she was 44 at the time of her death. She was the second of 4 children, and at 16 she moved out of the family home to work as a domestic servant. We know from Gothenburg police records that she turned to prostitution a couple of years later. In April 1865, aged 22, she gave birth to a stillborn daughter. She came to England in 1866, maybe to start a new life for herself after inheriting some money from her mother when she died. That year she registered in London with the Swedish church at St George in the East, near the Ratcliffe Highway, the scene of several barbaric murders in 1811, which I covered in a previous episode. She spoke both English and Yiddish quite well. In 1869, she married carpenter John Stride, and they ran a coffee house together for 5 years. Everything seemed to be going smoothly until their marriage fell apart in the 1880s. Around this time she went by the nickname Long Liz, possibly a play on words with the phrase Long Stride, due to her surname. In 1878 there was a terrible accident in the Thames when 2 steamships collided, the Princess Alice and the Bywell, with more than 600 lives lost. Liz later claimed that her husband and 2 children were killed in this disaster, and that she had an injury to the roof of her mouth from being kicked in the face or climbing the mast to escape. But there's no evidence she had any other children after her stillborn daughter, and records show her husband died in 1884 of heart failure. After Liz was killed in 1888, the post-mortem found no damage to her palate, so it seems this story might have been told to gain sympathy when seeking financial aid from the church. Liz drifted around Whitechapel, spending time in the workhouse, at the infirmary, being treated for bronchitis, and at various lodging houses. In 1885, she began a relationship with dock labourer and army reservist Michael Kidney. They struggled financially, and the clerk at the Swedish church said he had known Liz for 17 years and that she often applied to them for help. She made money through sewing, casual prostitution and charring, an old-fashioned word for cleaning or domestic work. Michael Kidney gave her money when he could afford it. Their relationship was not a stable one, and in 1887 Liz accused Kidney of assaulting her, but for some reason she didn't appear in court, so the charges were dropped. Between 1887 and 1888, they were both arrested multiple times for drunkenness. Kidney last saw Liz on Tuesday, September the 25th, just 5 days before her death. He had expected her home but wasn't surprised when she didn't come, as she often left and then returned. He said,
"She always returned without me going after her. I think she liked me better than any other man."
On this occasion, she'd taken a room in a lodging house at 32 Flower and Dean Street, one of the worst, most dangerous streets in Whitechapel. She told fellow lodger Catherine Lane that she'd exchanged words with the man she was living with, and that was why she'd moved out, although Kidney later denied there'd been an argument. The next day, Dr. Thomas Barnardo visited the lodging house and met Liz Stride. Now, you might recognise the name Barnardo, as it's now a children's charity, but Thomas Barnardo was the man behind it. He was radical and ahead of his time, shocked and moved by the poverty he saw in the East End. He set up homes to care for children without families, and by the time he died in 1905, the charity had 96 homes, caring for more than 8,500 vulnerable children, including those with physical and learning disabilities. The year that Jack the Ripper left his bloody mark on London, Dr. Barnardo was there visiting. Implausibly, he would later become a suspect himself, put forward with other ludicrous suggestions like Lewis Carroll, the author of the Alice in Wonderland books. But he was too old to be the killer and was a philanthropist, not a deadly assassin. Barnardo noticed when he entered the kitchen at 32 Flower and Dean Street that the women there were scared as they discussed the recent murders. One cried out,
"We're all up to no good. No one cares what becomes of us. Perhaps some of us will be killed next."
Her words would transpire to be disconcertingly prescient. On Saturday, September the 29th, the day before her death, Liz Stride cleaned some of the rooms at Flower and Dean Street lodging house for sixpence, paid by the deputy, Mrs. Tanner. The two women went to the Queen's Head pub together at around 6:30 p.m. for a drink. At 11 p.m, two labourers named Gardner and Best were about to enter the Bricklayers Arms pub, not far from Berners Street, when they saw a woman with a short man who had a dark moustache and sandy-coloured eyebrows, wearing a billycock hat as another name for a bowler hat. They then later identified this woman as Liz Stride. Liz and the man were exiting the pub, but seemed reluctant to leave the warmth and venture outside into the rain, and they appeared to be canoodling. They went off in the direction of Commercial Road and Berners Street. But Gardner and Best may not be reliable witnesses, as they weren't interviewed by the police or called to the inquest. Even if their story was true, it was 2 hours before the murder, making it less likely that the man she was with was her killer. At 11:45 p.m, William Marshall, who lived at 64 Berners Street, was standing outside his house and noticed Liz with a man in the doorway of number 68, just a few doors down. The pair then walked down the middle of the road. The lighting was dim, so Marshall couldn't see the man's face. He heard the man say, "He would say anything but your prayers." Matthew Packer, who sold fresh produce and sweets from the window of his house at 44 Berners Street, claimed that a man and a woman bought grapes from him sometime between 11 p.m. and midnight, but he's since been proven to be lying, as his story was embellished over time, and the post-mortem report confirmed that Liz hadn't eaten grapes before her death, and any stories about her clutching fruit stalks when she was found have been fabricated. At around midnight, as Saturday the 29th of September gave way to Sunday the 30th, William Marshall went back into his house. Between midnight and 1 a.m, various people were coming and going from the Working Men's Club in Dutfield Yard. P.C. William Smith, whose beat took him down Berners Street every half an hour, noticed Liz Stride and a man at around 12:30. He described him as 5'7", about 28 years old, wearing a dark coat, a deerstalker hat, and carrying a parcel wrapped in newspaper, about 18 inches long and 6 inches wide. Very specific. The pair were speaking quietly and appeared sober, but he didn't see the man's face. Fanny Mortimer, also a resident of Berners Street, was standing outside between midnight and 1 a.m. She reported seeing a man walking down the road carrying a black shiny bag, which is probably the first story that sowed the seed of the Gladstone bag myth. Many films and pictures portray Jack the Ripper as carrying one of these. A bit like the bags doctors used to transport the tools of their trade. But there was never any evidence for this, and the man Mrs. Mortimer saw turned out to be a harmless tobacco salesman. At around 12:35, she heard the measured, heavy stamp of a policeman passing the house on his beat. Although this hasn't been confirmed, this was probably P.C. William Smith walking past, as his own estimation of the timing roughly matched. 12:35 a.m, Maurice Eagle, who had led the socialist debate that night at the Working Men's Club, returned to Dutfield's yard after walking his girlfriend home. He heard singing in Russian from the first floor of the club, but saw nobody. Around this time, dock labourer James Brown passed the junction of Burner Street and Fairclough Street on his way to get some supper, and saw a woman leaning against a wall, talking with a man who was 5'7", wearing a long black coat down to his heels. He heard the woman say,
"Not tonight. Some other night."
It was too dark to see much, and it's possible it wasn't Stride at all. But if it was, could this have been the same man that Israel Swartz saw at about that time, pulling Liz to the ground? Although his description didn't seem to match. If all the witness testimonies are to be believed, Liz had been seen with several men that night, all of them of varying appearance. It's possible the witnesses were all seeing different people, although it was apparently unusual to see couples walking down Burner Street. So perhaps it's more easily explained by the theory that they weren't remembering the details accurately. Memories can be affected by many factors, including the power of suggestion by the press. American cognitive psychologist Elizabeth Loftus has extensively researched human memories and proven how easy it is to make people believe they saw something that they didn't. I talk about this in more detail in a bonus episode on Patreon, about an unbelievable case of mistaken identity, which led to changes to the British justice system. Another thing to point out is that Israel Swartz had a good reason to recall his encounter that night, as he was the only witness who saw a man pushing Stride to the ground. The others didn't see anything so shocking, which is probably one of the reasons why Swartz is considered the only reliable witness of that night. In a quirk of chance, a woman at the inquest named Mrs. Malcolm was convinced the deceased was in fact her sister, Elizabeth Watts. Funnily enough, she shared her first name with Stride. Both were nicknamed Long Liz, had at one time kept coffee houses, were prone to drink, and had lived in common lodging houses in the East End, and both had lost their front teeth. Despite these bizarre similarities, it was proven beyond doubt that the body was Elizabeth Stride, and not Mrs. Malcolm's sister. Liz was buried a week later, on Saturday 6th of October, in the East London cemetery, and a simple funeral was paid for by the parish. So was she really killed by Jack the Ripper? Well, there are several key differences between her murder and those of the other canonical victims. She wasn't strangled. She was the only victim found south of Commercial Road. She was the only victim not found on her back. Other murders were at quieter locations, whereas this one was right in front of the International Working Men's Club, with many more witnesses. The kind of knife she was killed with was different and less sharp than the ones used on the other victims. Surgeon George Baxter Phillips observed that the way Stride's throat was cut was very different from how Annie Chapman's was cut, with the latter being severed all round down to the vertebral column, with an obvious attempt to separate the bones. Most tellingly of all, there was no mutilation of Stride's body like the other victims. Some people believe he simply ran out of time and had to abandon the murder after cutting her throat, not having the opportunity to slash her body like the others, as he heard someone coming, Deemshoots, in his pony and trap. But the Ripper was used to working quickly and in the dark, and it seems an odd place to choose to kill someone if your main goal is to enjoy mutilating the body after death and remove organs. It just wasn't private enough. Many ripperologists now believe that Stride's death was more likely the result of a domestic dispute, perhaps with partner Michael Kidney. She hadn't been home for 5 days, so is it possible he went out looking for her, and an argument escalated into violence? Could he have been the man who Israel Swartz saw standing in the gateway to Dutfield's yard, throwing Liz Stride to the ground? It seems hard to believe that if the man he saw wasn't the killer, that she was then attacked just minutes later by another man. Modern policing methods teach us that nearly half of all murdered women are killed by their partner, and in about a third of those cases there'd been an argument just before the homicide took place. We know that Stride and Kidney had a difficult relationship, and she'd moved into a lodging house just a few days before. In an appalling echo of the murder, a woman named Sarah Brown had her throat cut by husband John Brown in the West End of London that same night. Kidney felt he could have done a better job than the police, admitting at the inquest to a run-in at the police station.
When I went to the station, I was intoxicated. I told the inspector at the station that if the murder occurred on my beat, I'd shoot myself. I've been in the army. I believe I could catch the man if I had the proper force at my command. If I was to place the men myself, I could capture the murderer. He would be caught in the act.
The police and the press firmly believe that Liz Stride was a Ripper victim, but in the midst of the Autumn of Terror, it would have been impossible for them to step back and think anything else, caught up in the hysteria of the string of unsolved brutal murders. I wonder if she'd been killed earlier in the year, perhaps before Martha Tabram, where the police would have retrospectively counted her among Jack the Ripper's victims, linking her to the other murders. Some still believe Stride really was a Ripper victim, but most serious students of the case are adamant that she wasn't. The reason many believed her murder was a hastily aborted Ripper killing became clear that very same night, when another body was found at 1:45 a.m. in a corner of dark and eerie Mitre Square.
You're not going to stop there, are you? Keeping us all on tenterhooks?
I'm afraid so. This is all we have time for today, as I wanted to dedicate a full episode to each of the victims out of respect, rather than trying to fit both Liz Stride and Catherine Eddowes into one, just because they were murdered on the same night. But I'll be back again to continue the story very soon.
Well, you've made my shift pass quickly. I'll say that. Have another lemonade on the house. I don't think I'll sleep well tonight, though.
Thank you everyone for listening to part 4 of this Jack the Ripper series.
2 more terrible murders are now added to the long list of East End tragedies, which have filled London with horror and alarm. The audacity and cunning of the criminal is certainly unparalleled. Before the victim has time to utter a cry, one swift, deep stroke descends, and all is over, except the horrible work of mutilating the lifeless body. Once round a corner into a main thoroughfare, the miscreant is safe from arrest, for he can keep a sufficient distance from the lamps to hinder any recognition of blood marks on his clothing. The Echo, 1st of October, 1888.
Hello and welcome back to 1888. This is Prasha's Murder Map. Thank you for joining me for episode 5 of this Jack the Ripper mini-series. Right at the peak of the Autumn of Terror, when 2 women were killed on the same night, less than an hour apart. Last time we headed to the 10 Bells pub in the heart of Whitechapel to tell the story of Liz Stride, whose blood ran in red rivulets into the street when her throat was cut from ear to ear at Dutfield's yard on Sunday 30th of September 1888. Less than an hour later, and under a mile from the scene of the Stride killing, Catherine Eddowes was found dead in Mitre Square, subjected to the most horrific mutilation yet. Rather than going straight to the scene, I'm going to change things up for this episode and talk about Eddowes and her life first, before explaining how she met her tragic demise. In a case like this, it's easy to become immersed in the sensational, gory details. So let's take a step back and a change of pace as we remember that every one of these women was an individual who deserves to be remembered in her own right, and not just as victims of arguably the most infamous serial killer in history. Catherine Eddowes was born on April the 14th, 1842 in Wolverhampton, in the Midlands of England, to Mother Catherine and Father George, who was a tin plate worker. She was the sixth of 12 children, but in those days such large families were not uncommon, and a high infant mortality rate, especially among the poor, meant that parents didn't expect every baby to survive. In fact, 3 of the Eddowes children died young. In 1843, the family decided to move to London, so they walked all the way, more than 120 miles. When Catherine was just 13, her mother died, and 2 years later her father followed. Orphaned and with no source of income, in an unfriendly city, she made her way back to Wolverhampton to stay with her aunt. In 1862 she was caught stealing from an employer and ran away to live with an uncle in the nearby city of Birmingham, where she started working as a tray polisher before going back to Wolverhampton to live with her grandfather. Eventually she met partner Thomas Conway, a street hawker who sold cheap books and gallows ballads, and they ended up back in London. Gallows ballads were exactly what they sound like, songs or poems hastily written and printed overnight about criminals who were due to hang the next day, then sold to the public literally at the foot of the gallows. This happened elsewhere in the country too. Here's one verse from a ballad written about a Portsmouth murder in 1829.
A barbarous, foul, and horrid deed I shortly shall recite, which did occur in Portsmouth town upon a Sunday night. An aged man of 80 years, his housekeeper likewise, were there most basely murdered by a monster in disguise, all in the night. So dark and drear his entrance he obtained, and with a deadly hammer he beat out the old man's brains. His throat he cut from ear to ear, most horrible to view, and streams of crimson blood did flow the bedroom through and through.
This sort of thing would probably disparagingly be called doggerel these days, but back then it was what passed as entertainment, and the public lapped it up. Eddowes and Conway even wrote one based on the execution of Catherine's cousin, who was hanged in 1866. The pair lived a nomadic lifestyle, and Catherine sometimes claimed to be married to Thomas Conway, but there's no evidence a ceremony ever took place. Nonetheless, the 5-foot-tall, hazel-eyed and auburn-haired Kate, as she was often known, had his initials tattooed in blue ink on her forearm. Conway didn't earn much, but he drew a regular pension from his soldiering days. They had 3 children, Anne, Thomas and Alfred, and they lived at 71 Lower Gower Street in Chelsea, one of the better parts of London. Sadly, by 1881 the couple had split, probably due to Catherine's heavy drinking, which was at odds with Conway, as he was a teetotaler. She took her daughter Anne, while Thomas took their 2 sons, Alfred and Thomas Jr. Catherine found her way to the East End, and began living with a man named John Kelly in Spitalfields, mostly staying at Cooney's lodging house in Flower and Dean Street, which you might remember was one of the worst, most criminal streets in the area, a stark contrast to her earlier life in Chelsea. Anne got married and moved away to avoid Catherine scrounging money from her, telling her mother she wanted nothing to do with her. Although the deputy at Cooney's lodging house said that Eddowes was not often in drink and was a very jolly woman, often singing, she did appear at the Thames Police Court for being drunk and disorderly. The deputy also said she wasn't in the habit of walking the streets, and he'd never known her to be intimate with anyone other than John Kelly. Kelly himself admitted that although Catherine sometimes drank to excess, he had no knowledge of her ever going on the streets to earn money. This is interesting because most people believe that all Jack the Ripper's victims were prostitutes, but there doesn't appear to be much evidence that Eddowes was. A book about the victims by Hallie Rubenhold, The Five, The Untold Lives of the Women Killed by Jack the Ripper, has tried to take a closer look at what the victims were really like. But her research has been heavily criticised by serious ripperologists. She claims that at least 3 of the women were unlikely to have been sex workers. In Eddowes' case I agree, but I think Rubenhold's assertions should be treated with caution. I believe that by trying so hard to prove that the victims weren't prostitutes and were more educated and accomplished than they really were, she's doing the opposite of what she probably intended. She's giving the impression that in her eyes, these women were not good enough as they were unless history was revised. If her goal was to shine a light on their individual personalities and prove their worth as people, not just written off by history as poverty-stricken drunks, then maybe she should have focused on the social and economic inequalities of the time that led them to that point, rather than trying to suggest their lives weren't really like that. In any case, I applaud the efforts of those who tell the story of the victims, but we have to remember there are many books out there, and the reliability of the research should be questioned before choosing one to rely on. Every year, Kelly and Eddowes went hop-picking in Kent, something many poor families from London look forward to. Even as late as the 1950s, people would travel to hop farms in the neighbouring county for a working holiday, helping farmers to pick hops, which are flowers used for making beer. Those who could afford a train ticket could cover the 35 miles or so in style, but others had to make do with walking. Not only would they enjoy fresh, healthy air in the countryside, but on a good year, they could earn enough money to keep them going over the harsh winter months. The year of Eddowes' death, she and Kelly had not had a good hopping season, and the wages were low, so they decided to leave early and walk home. They arrived in London on Thursday, September the 27th, just 3 days before Catherine would be viciously murdered. Without enough money for their Flower and Dean Street lodgings, they spent the night in the casual ward in the Shoe Lane workhouse. The next day, Kelly earned 6pence, but it wasn't enough to pay for a double room at Cooney's, so Catherine took 2pence and said she would try the casual ward again, and told Kelly to take 4pence to get a single bed at the lodging house. The superintendent of the casual ward knew Kate well and allegedly had a foreboding conversation with her that night.
Haven't seen you for a while, Kate. Where you been?
I've been hopping in the country, but we didn't earn very much, so we hoofed it home. Anyway, I'm going to earn the reward offered for the apprehension of the Whitechapel murderer. I think I know him.
Well, you ought to be careful he don't murder you at all.
No fear of that.
This makes for a striking tale, but there's no corroborating evidence for this story, so it should be taken with a grain of salt. At 8 a.m. on Saturday 29th of September, Kate Eddowes met up with John Kelly at Cooney's lodging house. They were still desperate for money, so they pawned a pair of boots they'd bought in Kent for 2 shillings and 6pence, which bought them breakfast, tea and sugar. They spent the rest of the morning together, then parted in Houndsditch around 2 p.m. Eddowes told Kelly she was going to look for her daughter to ask for money. Kelly warned her to be careful.
Don't forget there's a murderer about, Kate.
Don't you fear for me. I shall take care of myself and I shan't fall into his hands.
It turned out that John Kelly's fears were well founded, and he never did get to find out whether Catherine spoke to her daughter or not. In fact, most of the day remained unaccounted for, until she was spotted at 8:30 p.m. on the Aldgate High Street, sleeping rough. She smelt of alcohol and had attracted a crowd of onlookers. PC Lewis Robinson of the City Police asked if anyone knew who she was or where she lived, but nobody did. She tried to stand but staggered, so Robinson called for help from PC Simmons, and they took her to Bishopsgate Police Station, putting her in a cell to sleep it off. They checked on her regularly, and by 9 p.m. she was asleep. As Eddowes was led into the station, she would immediately have noticed the almost palpable smell of carbolic soap, used to clean the tiled walls and floors, designed for easy mopping if people were brought in bleeding or vomiting. The ceilings were tall, the building was lit with mounted gas lamps, illuminating the long wooden reception desk. In each room was a small fireplace to keep the place warm for officers completing paperwork, and there would be a lamp room for keeping stock of bullseye lanterns and maintaining them, a parade room where bobbies would muster before going out on the beat, and in some of the more newly built stations, a telegraph room. If you're interested in the history of the British police in this time period, I'll be releasing a bonus episode on Patreon with more details about their training, the requirements for joining the force, and the equipment they carried. Just after midnight, Kate was heard singing softly. At 12:30 a.m, she called out to the police officers.
Hey, when will I be released?
When you are capable of taking care of yourself.
I can do that now.
We'll see when the sergeant comes round.
At 12:55 a.m, the sergeant came by to see if any prisoners were fit to be released, and by now Kate was found to be sober. She'd refused to give her name when she was brought to the station earlier, and when asked again before her release, she called herself Mary Ann Kelly, which bizarrely was very similar to the name Mary Jane Kelly, who would become the Ripper's final canonical victim. This has given rise to some fantastic theories that the killer was choosing specific victims, but it's likely that she gave the surname Kelly because her partner was John Kelly, and she didn't want to give her real name. She left the station at around 1 a.m, speaking to PC George Hutt as she left.
Ugh, what time is it?
Too late for you to get anything to drink.
Oh, I shall get a damn fine hiding when I get home.
And serve you right. You had no right to get drunk. This way, missus.
All right. Good night, old cock.
She didn't turn right out of the station towards Cooney's lodging house, instead turning left towards Houndsditch and Aldgate. Some have suggested she was heading to St Botolph Church, also known as the Prostitutes' Church. According to local legend, police had an arrangement with the sex workers in the area, granting them amnesty so long as they confined themselves to the area just outside the church. Apparently, you would see a long line of prostitutes walking around and around outside it each night. There's no evidence that this story is true, but many did ply their trade in that area, as there was a lot of footfall. Wherever she was planning to go, neither Catherine Eddowes nor the police officer who released her had any idea that just 400 yards away in Mitre Square, she would become the next victim of the Whitechapel murderer. Mitre Square was a small, cobbled area with a passage to its north leading into St James's Place, and to the east a passage leading to St Botolph Church, known as Church Passage. Even now, this alleyway is only 4 metres wide, but back in 1888 it measured just 1 metre across. There were 3 dim gas lamps, one in Mitre Square, one in the northeast corner, and one near Church Passage, each giving off a light no stronger than a modern fridge. The square was surrounded by tall warehouse buildings, including those belonging to Williams & Co., Horner & Son, and the famous Keely & Tong tea merchant. There were only a few other buildings in Mitre Square. PC Richard Pearce of the City Police lived in one of the houses with his family, another house was empty, and the third was a picture framing shop. It's changed a lot since 1888, and the square cobbles known as sets have mostly been replaced, but the approximate shape of the square remains. Even now, with better lighting, it's an eerie place at night, which my wife and I noticed when we went on a Ripper tour several years ago, led by eminent Ripperologist and author Philip Hutchinson. By the way, don't forget, Philip will be kindly lending his voice acting talents to 2 characters in the next episode. At 1:40 a.m, PC James Harvey walked down Church Passage and peered into Mitre Square. He didn't see or hear anything unusual, so he didn't go any further in. Just 4 minutes later, PC Edward Watkins went into the square as part of his regular beat, which would involve checking that warehouses were secure and liaising with the night watchman there if necessary, who was a bit like a modern-day security guard.
Oh my God! Where's the night watchman? Hey, for God's sake, mate, come to my assistance! Stop until I get my lamp. What's the matter? Oh God! There's another woman been ripped to pieces!
It was 46-year-old Catherine Eddowes. George Morris, night watchman for tea merchants Keeley and Tong, was sweeping the floor when he heard the shout. He brought his lantern and followed P.C. Watkins to the corner of the square, illuminating the grotesque scene with a ghastly glow. When he saw the heart-stopping spectacle in front of him, he turned and ran up Mitre Square and into Aldgate, blowing his whistle to attract attention. He bumped into P.C. Harvey, who had passed by just a few minutes before but hadn't entered the square. Morris explained what had happened, although no doubt he struggled to find the words to describe the sickening reality of what he had seen. P.C. Harvey ran to Mitre Square, enlisting another constable, Holland, on his way, telling him to fetch a doctor. Dr. Sequeira lived just 2 minutes away and arrived on the scene shortly before 2 a.m. He was sure that the victim had only been dead for a few minutes, and certainly no more than a quarter of an hour. City Police Surgeon Dr. Gordon Brown arrived shortly after. The wounds and mutilations inflicted on Eddowes' body were the worst anyone had seen yet. This is an extract from his post-mortem report.
The throat was cut across. The intestines were drawn out and placed over the right shoulder. A piece of about 2 feet was detached from the body and placed between the body and the left arm. The right ear was cut obliquely through. When we removed the body to the mortuary, a piece of the deceased's ear dropped from the clothing. The face was very much mutilated. There were cuts to both eyelids. There was a deep cut over the bridge of the nose, extending from the left border of the nasal bone down near the angle of the jaw on the right side of the cheek, going into the bone. The tip of the nose was detached. Another cut divided the upper lip and extended through the gum. There was on each side of the cheeks a cut which peeled up the skin, forming a triangular flap about 1.5 inches. The throat was cut across to the extent of 6 or 7 inches. The big muscle across the throat was divided through on the left side. The large vessels on the left side of the neck were severed. The larynx was severed below the vocal cords. The carotid artery had a fine hole opening. The internal jugular vein was opened. All these injuries were performed by a sharp-pointed knife of at least 6 inches long. The cause of death was hemorrhage from the left carotid artery. The death was immediate, and the mutilations were inflicted after death. The front walls of the abdomen were laid open. The liver was stabbed by a sharp instrument. There was a stab of about 1 inch on the left groin. The left kidney and the uterus were carefully taken out and removed.
Dr. Brown felt that the perpetrator must have had expert anatomical knowledge, although Dr. Sequeira and Medical Officer William Saunders disagreed, and at the inquest Dr. Brown was forced to admit that somebody used to cutting up animals could have done it. He did point out that the kidney was not easy to stumble upon unless you knew where it was. Making all the mutilations must have taken some time, at least 5 minutes, although this contradicts the view of George Baxter Phillips, as he thought that it would have taken at least 15 minutes to inflict the injuries on Annie Chapman, who was not mutilated as badly as Eddowes. But it could be argued that he was judging this based on his experience as a surgeon, who would be taking care to do the job correctly and not injure a living victim, whereas the killer had no need for caution, and would have been filled with the frenzy of bloodlust and the need to escape. As Eddowes died instantly when her throat was cut, she would have been unable to make a noise, and as the mutilations were inflicted after death, there wouldn't necessarily have been much blood on the killer. What was so bizarre about all of this was the fact that nobody had heard anything, and Constables Watkins and Harvey hadn't seen anyone when they passed by. Watkins, who had 17 years' experience as a police officer, walked through Mitre Square every 15 minutes on his beat, so the killer had somehow committed his atrocities in a very narrow window and escaped detection by moments. This is one of the murders that has added to the mystique of Jack the Ripper, the image of a spectre who is swallowed up by the night, leaving no trace behind. Night watchman George Morris was certain he would have heard a cry or shout if there had been one. Unbelievably, he had been smoking his pipe just outside the door of the warehouse at the time of the murder.
Before being called, I had no occasion to go into the square. I did not go there between 1 and 2 o'clock, of that I'm certain. There was nothing unusual in my door being open and my being at work at so late an hour. I had not seen P.C. Watkins before during the night. I did not think my door had been ajar for more than 2 or 3 minutes when he knocked. It was awful. It looked as though she'd been cut up like a pig or any other animal you see in the market.
George Clapp, a caretaker at number 5 Mitre Street, didn't hear anything all night, even though the back of his house looked directly into Mitre Square. The first he heard of the murder was at around 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. Constable Richard Pearce of the City Police lived at number 3 Mitre Square, one of the only 2 private houses in the square. He went to bed at 12:20 on the night of the murder and heard no disturbance whatsoever until he was called at 2:20 after Eddowes' body was discovered. From his window, he could see the spot where she was found. How was it possible that so many people could have been in or around the square and yet heard nothing? It reminds me of the frustration of Hanbury Street when Albert Kadosh heard a thump against a fence. If he had looked over, he might have seen the face of Jack the Ripper, and yet again at Mitre Square, the killer had been almost supernaturally fortunate. P.C. Pearce, caretaker Clapp or night watchman Morris could have looked outside at any moment and witnessed the slaughter in progress. Just before 3 a.m, P.C. Alfred Long made a shocking discovery in Goulston Street, just 5 minutes away from the murder scene by foot. As he walked past a doorway leading to a staircase up to some homes called the Wentworth Model Dwellings, he noticed a piece of apron lying on the floor just inside the doorway. It was smeared with blood and fecal matter and looked like it had been used to wipe the blade of a knife. Yet when he'd passed by just 40 minutes before, he was sure it hadn't been there. The apron was confirmed to belong to Catherine Eddowes. Had the killer dropped it while fleeing the scene, on his way back to wherever he lived, the headquarters of hell? But the plot was about to thicken even more. As P.C. Long picked up the abandoned piece of bloody apron, he spotted something even more baffling. A message was scrawled in chalk on the door jamb above the apron saying, "The Jews are the men that will not be blamed for nothing." This has become known among ripperologists as the Goulston Street graffito. Apparently it's only called graffiti if it's plural, just one piece is graffito. There has been much debate about this over the years, and nobody is entirely sure whether this is exactly what the message said or not, as it doesn't make much sense. There was a class of jurisdictions, as the City Police, in whose territory of just 1 square mile Catherine Eddowes was killed, wanted the writing to be photographed, but the Metropolitan Police, in whose territory Goulston Street fell, argued that that could mean waiting until it was light to get a decent picture. And by then, people would be awake and the message would be seen, something they wanted to avoid at all costs. Tensions between Jews and non-Jews were already at boiling point, so leaving a piece of anti-Semitic graffito on the wall was out of the question, and Goulston Street, was a predominantly Jewish road. Metropolitan Police Commissioner Sir Charles Warren arrived on the scene, and as the doorway was officially on Met Police territory, his orders stood. The graffito was to be washed away immediately. Whether the police officers copied it down into their notebooks correctly before the chalk was washed off is still agonised over today. The word Jews had been given a curious spelling: Juwes. This has fueled conspiracy theories about Freemasonry, which we won't go into here, but many still believe that Jack the Ripper deliberately wrote this cryptic statement as a mocking red herring to turn the police's attention to the Jewish community rather than on himself. Many others, including me, think it's more likely that the dropping of the apron under the graffito was just a coincidence. The writing on the brickwork was much smaller than is often imagined or shown in films, and it seems an unrealistically Machiavellian move for a killer of the time to think of writing something on the wall as a diversionary tactic. It would have been almost impossible to see what he was doing in the dark, and his priority would have been to ditch the apron as soon as possible and get off the street. Some people have suggested that as graffiti was quite common at the time, it's possible that a disgruntled customer of one of the Jewish shops in nearby Middlesex Street had written it in anger after a bad purchasing experience. After all, Saturday would have been market day. As for why the killer took Eddowes' apron with him at all, some suggest it was to wipe the blood off his hands and knife, and the reason he didn't do this at the scene was because he heard someone coming and didn't have time, so he grabbed it, cleaned himself up as best he could as he ran, then disposed of it in a quiet place. Alternatively, he could have used it to carry the kidney and uterus he'd removed from the body. But then, what did he do with the organs after he threw away the apron? Did he just carry it in his bare hands or put it in his pocket? There are many unanswered questions with this murder. As for what happened to the kidney afterwards, George Lusk, chairman of the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee, would find out a couple of weeks later when he received a nauseating package in the mail along with the now famous From Hell letter. I'm going to see if he'll come and speak to us and tell us what the letter said, so please wait here a moment and I'll see what I can do.
I've lost my key.
Hello, love, you look lost. Maybe I can help.
No, thank you. I'm just waiting for my aunt.
You sure? It's a bit rough round here. Perhaps you'd be better off coming with me.
Please, leave me alone. I don't wish to speak to you.
Well, aren't you the posh one?
I'll be on my way now. Good day to you.
Ah, to hell with you.
Hell would be too good for you, villainous rat bag.
Oi, come back here, you bloody...
Stop! Thief! Help! Police! He's got my purse.
Don't worry, madam, I'll catch him for you. Right, good news. I've got him with me now. So tell me, George, what was in the parcel? What did it look like?
Oh my God, it was awful. It was a 3-inch square cardboard box, and inside was a half-human kidney preserved in wine.
That must have been a terrible shock. And the letter?
I'll read it to you. Hold on. Here's what it said. From hell, Mr. Lusk. Sir, I send you half the kidney I took from one woman and preserved it for you. T'other piece I fried and ate. It was very nice. I may send you the bloody knife that took it out if you only wait a while longer. Signed, Catch me when you can, Mr. Lusk. What do you think of that?
I can't imagine how you must have felt reading that, George. Thank you for your time.
Not at all, mate. Top of the morning to you.
A doctor examined the kidney sent to Lusk and found it was remarkably like the one taken from the victim, and whoever it had belonged to had suffered from Bright's disease, just like Eddowes. This was an inflammation of the kidney, which would be called nephritis today. Although it was common, with many well-known people suffering from it, like the first wife of Theodore Roosevelt, the Birdman of Alcatraz, and Booker T. Washington, the chances of a hoaxer stumbling on an organ totally consistent with the victim in some kind of grave or mortuary robbing escapade seemed slim. The handwriting and phrasing were vastly different from the Dear Boss letter, with the words barely legible and poorly spelt. This is another of the reasons why the From Hell letter is considered more likely to be from the real killer, whereas most researchers agree that Dear Boss came from a journalist seeking a scoop. The Lusk letter wasn't the only one received after the night of Stride and Eddowes' deaths. This became known as the Saucy Jackie postcard.
I was not codding, dear old boss, when I gave you the tip. You'll hear about Saucy Jackie's work tomorrow. Double event this time. Number one squealed a bit. Couldn't finish straight off. Ha! Not the time to get ears for police. Thanks for keeping last letter back, till I got to work again. Jack the Ripper.
The writing was similar to the Dear Boss letter, so it's commonly believed that this also came from a journalist, especially in light of the more modern theory that Liz Stride was not a Ripper victim, and so it may not have been a double event at all. No clues were found at the crime scene, and police were still dumbfounded. The whole neighbourhood was searched, including lodging houses, with several men stopped in the streets, and a house-to-house inquiry in and around Mitre Square, but it turned up very little, although they did find some witnesses with interesting stories to tell. James Blenkinsop, a night watchman overlooking the roadworks in St James's Place behind Mitre Square, said a respectably dressed man had approached him on the night of the murder and asked if he'd seen a man and a woman pass through, to which he answered he had seen people but hadn't paid any attention to them. At 1:35 a.m, 3 men left the Imperial Club in Duke Street and were walking towards Aldgate High Street in the rain. They were commercial cigarette trader Joseph Lavender, butcher Joseph Chaim Levy, and furniture dealer Harry Harris. They saw Catherine Eddowes talking to a man near Church Passage, one of the narrow alleyways leading into Mitre Square. Lavender described the man as of rough and shabby appearance, about 30, 5'7", of medium build, with a fair complexion and a moustache. He was wearing a salt and pepper coloured loose-fitting jacket, a grey peat cloth cap, and a reddish handkerchief knotted around his neck. He had the appearance of being a sailor, but Lavender told police he wouldn't be able to identify him again. He obviously thought the person he saw was less than respectable, as he commented to his friend Harris as they walked past.
Look here, I don't like going home by myself when I see those characters about.
He said the woman had her hand on the man's chest, but not as if to push him away, and he was taller than her. They were talking quietly and didn't seem to be arguing, but Lavender didn't hear what they said. After he and his friends passed, he didn't look back to see where they went. The murder was mystifying. P.C. Watkins, who first discovered the body, had gone into Mitre Square on his beat at 1:30 a.m. and had seen nothing unusual. He'd gone to the southwest corner to check that nobody had removed the covers of the coal holes belonging to the buildings in the square, and then shone his bullseye lantern around to the other corners before continuing on his way. So somehow between 1:30 a.m. and 1:44 a.m, when Watkins returned and found the desecrated figure of Catherine Eddowes, the killer had appeared, lured his victim into the square, slit her throat, then carried out his obscene outrages against her corpse, including removing her uterus and left kidney, before disappearing into the night, all in under 15 minutes. In light of our doubt over whether Kate really was a prostitute, it's possible that the killer was someone she knew. Cigarette trader Lavender saw her talking to a man with her hand on his chest. Maybe she was looking for a client, as she and John Kelly were short of money, even if any sex work she engaged in was only casual. Or could she have been approached by a man she knew for some reason? By this time, following the blood-curdling events in Whitechapel over the last few months, women were far more cautious about who they stopped and spoke to in the street so late at night, especially in secluded areas, and police had advised them to travel in pairs where possible. Would Eddowes really have taken the risk of falling foul of the Ripper and stopped to speak to a total stranger at 1 o'clock in the morning? Perhaps she would, if the anti-Semitic propaganda of the time had worked well enough that most people believed the killer was a Jew, leading her to believe that no non-Jew could possibly be dangerous. We'll talk about my theories on this and the profile of the suspect in the final episode. Tension and fear were at an all-time high, and almost 1,000 people descended on Victoria Park to join a demonstration calling for the resignation of the Home Secretary and Police Commissioner Charles Warren. The public had lost faith in their abilities to find the murderer, who was spreading terror unchecked through the East End. There were a series of bizarre but intriguing suggestions of how police could catch the killer, including dressing trained boxers in women's clothes and making them walk the streets to tempt the killer into an attack. Failing this, it was proposed that the police themselves could dress up as ladies. Of course, most police officers at the time had facial hair and had to be over 5'9", so that might have been a giveaway. Sir Charles Warren decided that instead of dressing up, it would be easier to enlist the help of animals. He organised a trial of 2 bloodhounds named Barnaby and Burgo and put them through their paces in rigorous tests, even giving them his own scent and allowing them to chase him through a public park, something that afforded the press and public much amusement. Unfortunately, as we'll discover next time, Barnaby and Burgo never did get the chance to prove their mettle. The idea of bloodhounds wasn't new. The first recorded case of tracker dogs being used in a homicide investigation was in 1876, when 2 canines successfully found the missing body parts of dismembered 7-year-old girl Emily Holland in Blackburn, stuffed up the chimney of a barber shop owned by the killer. Ironically, this murderer became the subject of a gallows ballad when he was hung for the crime. Tragically, it wasn't until 16th of October that Catherine Eddowes' ex-partner Thomas Conway and their 3 children found out about her death, as they didn't read the papers. Kate was buried in the City of London cemetery in an unmarked grave, which was finally officially commemorated with a plaque in 1996, 108 years after her death. Less than a month later, the Ripper would steal the life of final canonical victim Mary Jane Kelly, in a slaying yet more bloody, yet more inconceivably brutal than anything that had been seen so far. Join me again for the penultimate episode of the miniseries as we uncover the heinous, abhorrent details of the climax of the Whitechapel Fiend's trail of terror, the coup de grace of the months of hell on earth he had unleashed on the East End. Thank you for listening to part 5 of this Jack the Ripper miniseries. If you enjoyed it, please consider taking the time to leave me a review and feel free to get in touch with any comments or suggestions. Until next time, take care everyone.
Scenes of my childhood arise before my gaze, bringing recollections of bygone happy days. When down in the meadow in childhood I would roam, no one's left to cheer me now within that good old home. Father and mother, they have passed away. Sister and brother now lay beneath the clay. But while life does remain to cheer me, I'll retain this small violet I'd plucked from mother's grave.
Now we'll uncover the abhorrent, frenzied attack that marked the height of the Ripper's bloodlust in the final canonical victim, although many would argue that he didn't stop, continuing to kill in different ways. This murder is perhaps the most memorable, not because any of the victims are more or less important than any of the others, but because the death of Mary Jane Kelly was different in two ways. Firstly, because it happened indoors, and secondly, because it was the most grotesque and inhuman act of mutilation in the sequence. Don't forget to listen out for some very special guests appearing in this episode. Philip Hutchinson, well-known ripperologist, author and tour guide, will be playing surgeon Thomas Bond and witness George Hutchinson. Links to his repertoire, his theatre company, Lucky Dog Theatre Productions and books are in the show notes. I'm also joined by some fantastic podcasters. Charlie and Eileen, hosts of Crime Naps podcast, are playing Mrs. Pommier and Lizzie Albrook respectively. Jenny, host of It's a Murder Up North podcast, is playing witness Sarah Lewis. Emily G. Thompson, author and host of Morbidology podcast, is playing Mary Jane Kelly. Eric Rivenus, author, historian and host of Most Notorious and Where Blood Runs Cold podcasts, has the distinction of being the only American involved in this production. He'll be playing a journalist reporting on the crime from across the pond. Don't forget, you'll also be hearing from Peter Blexley, author, broadcaster and former Scotland Yard detective, ripperologist Carl Kopak, and Adam, host of UK True Crime, in the final episode. Thank you so much to everyone taking part. Please listen out for them. So now it's time to jump in a hansom cab with me and we'll travel to Miller's Court, the scene of the slaughter that we're about to examine. Miller's Court was entered through a narrow brick archway, no more than 3 feet wide, off the north side of Dorset Street. This path extended about 20 feet into a courtyard, which housed a poky, closed-in collection of poorly maintained cottages on both the left and right sides, with a wall and toilets at the end. This was a place where some of London's poorest lived, a place plagued not only by poverty, but also by crime. Even the police avoided going down there, unless they were in pairs. Around 1,500 men slept in lodging houses in Dorset Street each night, and a city missionary, distressed by the deprivation he saw, was astounded on one occasion to find 11 women sheltering overnight in the staircase of one house. There were several pubs nearby, including the Britannia, known as Ringers, the Horn of Plenty, and the Blue Coat Boy. Across the road on Commercial Street was Christchurch Spitalfields and its graveyard, christened Itchy Park by the locals because homeless people frequently slept there on the grass or against the gravestones during the day when the gates were opened, if they hadn't been able to find a bed overnight. Huddling in doorways wasn't an option, as the police would move them on. The word itchy referred to the lice that many of these people carried, as if their grinding poverty and life without a roof over their heads wasn't enough to contend with. Number 13 Miller's Court was a 10 by 12 foot room containing nothing more than a bed, 2 small tables, a fireplace and a washstand. The bed was behind the door, running the length of the partition wall, where it joined onto the back of 26 Dorset Street, which was used by the landlord to store goods. Upstairs were more tenants. The fireplace was on the opposite wall to the door, and there were 2 mismatched windows, one higher than the other, both set into the wall that looked out onto the court. One of these had 2 broken panes of glass, which had been stuffed with newspaper and rags to keep out the wind and rain. Just past number 13 was a small area with a water pump and refuse facilities. John McCarthy, landlord of number 13 and several other properties, ran a chandler's shop in Dorset Street, just to the left of Miller's Court archway, selling candles, oils and groceries. At 10:45 a.m. on 9th of November 1888, McCarthy sent his employee, Thomas Boyer, to collect the 6 weeks' worth of rent money owed to him by Mary Kelly at number 13 Miller's Court, totalling 29 shillings. Boyer did as he was asked.
Anyone home?
He knew the window pane was broken, so he pulled out the paper and rags that were covering the hole, drew aside the sheet that was draped across the window, and peered into the room. It took a moment for his eyes to adjust to the darkness. What he saw would stay with him for the rest of his life. The first thing he spotted was a mound of flesh on the small table near the bed. The next thing he noticed was the blood streaked all over the walls. Then he saw a body lying on the bed. He ran back up to Dorset Street, trembling with horror, barely managing to gasp any words out to McCarthy. Both men returned to the window, and McCarthy looked in and saw for himself what had shaken Boyer so badly. The body on the bed was a mass of blood and flesh, chopped and slashed so much that it was unrecognisable. They ran to the Commercial Street Police Station, and Inspector Beck and Detective Constable Dew immediately went to Miller's Court. Now, just a quick side note, police constables were known as PCs and wore uniform, whereas detective constables were known as DCs and wore plain clothes as they were part of the CID, the Criminal Investigations Department. Inspector Beck squinted through the window into the dimly lit room.
For God's sake, DC Drew, don't look!
Dew needed no further warning. Later, McCarthy described what he had seen.
It looked like the work of the devil more than a man. I'd heard a great deal about the Whitechapel murders, but I declare to God I'd never expected to see such a sight as this. The whole scene is more than I can describe. I hope I may never see such a sight as this again.
Police closed off the court to everyone, including the array of journalists hovering like a plague of locusts, and waited for instructions from their seniors. There was a rumour that the bloodhounds Barnaby and Burgo, who Met Police Commissioner Sir Charles Warren had recently trialled, might be on their way, so the crime scene remained untouched. What they didn't realise is that Sir Charles Warren had resigned his post the previous day, and the bloodhounds weren't coming. Eventually, at around 1:30 p.m, nearly 3 hours after the body was discovered, they decided they could wait no longer. On the orders of Superintendent Arnold, landlord John McCarthy prized open the door with a pickaxe. In pitiful contrast with the blood-soaked tableau before them, Mary Jane Kelly's clothes lay neatly folded on a chair, her boots arranged in front of the fireplace, as if she would be coming back to put them on at any moment. A roaring fire had been burning in the grate, so hot that it had melted the spout of the kettle. Several items of clothing had been burnt, later found to belong to one of Mary Kelly's friends, Maria Harvey, who sometimes stayed with her. She'd left behind a curious array of garments: an overcoat, 2 dirty cotton shirts, a boy's shirt, a girl's white petticoat, and a black crepe bonnet. Police deduced that the killer had burned some of these items to keep the fire going, to light up the room while he carried out his depraved defilement. After the body was transported to the Shoreditch mortuary, it took 6 hours to piece the remains together and inspect the injuries in detail. Mary's boyfriend, Joseph Barnett, identified her from her ears and her eyes, as all the other facial features were completely destroyed. Police surgeon Dr. Thomas Bond's report was a lengthy one. Here's some extracts.
The body was lying in the middle of the bed. The legs were wide apart. The whole of the surface of the abdomen and thighs was removed, and the abdominal cavity emptied of its viscera. The breasts were cut off, the arms mutilated by several jagged wounds, and the face hacked beyond recognition. The tissues of the neck were severed all round down to the bone. The viscera were found in various parts: the uterus, kidneys, and one breast under the head, the other breast by the right foot, the liver between the feet, the intestines by the right side and the spleen by the left side. The flaps removed from the abdomen and thighs were on a table. The bedclothing was saturated with blood, and on the floor beneath was a pool of blood covering about 2 feet square. The wall by the right side of the bed and in a line with the neck was marked by blood which had struck it in a number of separate splashes. The face was gashed in all directions, the nose, cheeks, eyebrows and ears partly removed. The lips were cut by several incisions running obliquely down to the chin. There were numerous cuts extending irregularly across all the features. The neck was cut through the skin and other tissues right down to the vertebra. Both breasts were removed by circular incisions. The intercostals between the 4th, 5th and 6th ribs were cut through and the contents of the thorax visible through the openings. The skin and tissues of the abdomen were removed in 3 large flaps. The left calf showed a long gash through skin and tissues to the deep muscles, reaching from the knee to 5 inches above the ankle. Both arms had extensive jagged wounds. On opening the thorax, it was found that the lower part of the right lung was broken and torn away. The heart was absent.
It was clear they were dealing with a killer, the likes of which they'd never encountered before. The mutilations to the first victims had been harrowing enough, but now, in the shelter of a private room, with no need to rush or the fear of being stumbled upon in the street by a passer-by, the Ripper had fulfilled his urge to completely and utterly butcher a body. Some people argue that this shows a clear escalation from the murder of Polly Nichols onwards, as a disfigurement of each corpse worsened each time, with the exception of Liz Stride, who, as we discussed in episode 4, may not even have been a Ripper victim. But others believe this was what he'd craved all along, and would have done so if he'd had the opportunity. This was simply the first time he'd been able to attack his victim indoors, with less chance of being caught. There's a myth that Mary Kelly's entrails were hung from picture hooks in the room, but there's no evidence of this, although it's easy to see why some people think it, as they misinterpret the shadows and marks in the poor quality photos, possibly cast by a shaft of light. By the way, please don't go looking for the photo of Kelly's body unless you have a very strong stomach. It might be blurry and in black and white, but it's not something you'll forget easily. I can only imagine the effect it must have had on McCarthy, Boyer, Inspector Beck, and everyone who saw the crime scene in reality. Now let's look at Mary Jane Kelly's life and what happened in the days before her death. Although they may not have realised it, this was the final chance for detectives to find any clues to catch the faceless killer who'd been stalking the East End for months. Was there anything that could have shed light on the mystery? Mary Jane Kelly, although we don't know for sure if that was her real name, was probably born in 1863, so she was 25 at the time of her death. We know little about her life except for what she told her friends, and sadly, we don't even know exactly what she looked like due to the extent of the mutilations. She said she was born in Limerick, Southern Ireland, with 6 or 7 brothers and 1 sister. One brother, Jonto, was serving in the 2nd Battalion Scots Guards. The family moved to Wales when she was a young child, and her father, John Kelly, worked as a foreman at the ironworks. We don't know whether she would have had an Irish accent or a Welsh one, or maybe a hybrid of both. She married a collier, another name for a miner, when she was just 16, but he tragically died in a pit explosion 2 or 3 years later. She told people that she then moved to Cardiff and stayed in an infirmary for 9 months, although it's not clear what illness she was suffering from. In 1884, she moved to London and began working as a prostitute at a West End brothel. She visited France at least once with a wealthy gentleman, but didn't enjoy it and returned to London, at which point she found herself in the East End. The stories of the various places she lived in haven't all been verified, but we do know that at one point she lived with a plasterer named Joseph Fleming near Bethnal Green Road, probably around 1886. After breaking up with Fleming, she stayed in Cooney's lodging house, not the one in Flower and Dean Street, where you might remember Catherine Eddowes often lodged, but the one in Thrall Street. While lodging there, she met Joseph Barnett in April 1887, a porter at Billingsgate Fish Market. They had a painfully low income and were regularly behind on their rent, moving from place to place when they couldn't pay their bills. In the spring of 1888, they moved to 13 Miller's Court. Mary Kelly was 5'7", taller than many women of the time. She had blonde hair, blue eyes and pale skin. Although she was known for her stormy temper when drunk, she was quiet and friendly when sober. She apparently spoke fluent Welsh, and a friend described her as much superior to that of most persons in her position in life. Another acquaintance said she was not a notorious character and was well liked by everyone she met. One of Mary's previous landladies described her as coming from a well-to-do family and said she was an excellent scholar and an artist. She once told someone she had a relative who acted on the stage. When she first arrived in London, it's thought that she might have stayed with nuns at a refuge on Crispin Street, scrubbing floors and cleaning for them, and then went into domestic service in a shop. It's not clear how she ended up turning to prostitution on the Whitechapel streets, when she'd previously had a more comfortable place at the high-end brothel, but without any family or a support network in the area. She must have found herself in a difficult situation. Jo Barnett would later state that her brother had visited once, and a father had tried to find her, but Mary had hidden from him. A city missionary said she had shown him letters from her mum in Limerick, so perhaps she was still on good terms with her, but as far as anyone knows, she had little contact with any of her family. Friend Lizzie Albrook told the inquest about the last conversation she'd had with Kelly.
About the last thing she said to me was, "Whatever you do, don't you do wrong and turn out as I did." She'd often spoken to me in this way, and warned me against going on the street as she had done. She told me, too, that she was heartily sick of the life she was leading, and wished she had money enough to go back to Ireland where people lived. I do not believe she would have gone out as she did, if she had not been obliged to do so, to keep herself from starvation.
Giving advice to Lizzie wasn't the only occasion that Mary Kelly showed her kindness. Her boyfriend Joseph Barnett stated that he'd left her on October the 30th, 1888, less than 2 weeks before she was killed, because he wasn't happy about her allowing prostitutes to stay in their room. "She would never have gone wrong again. I shouldn't have left her if it hadn't been for the prostitutes stopping at the house. She only let them stay because she was good-hearted and did not like to refuse them shelter on cold, bitter nights. We lived comfortably until Mary allowed a prostitute named Julia to sleep in the same room, then another named Maria Harvey, and I objected and took lodgings elsewhere." It was during an alcohol-fueled argument about this that either Mary or Jo had thrown something and broken the window of 13 Miller's Court. Barnett and Kelly were remembered as a friendly and pleasant couple who didn't cause any trouble unless they were drunk. But this was one of the occasions when their tempers got the better of them.
"Read to me from the paper, Joe. Is there anything about the Ripper in there?"
"Oh, nothing new. They haven't caught him. It looks like that stuff about Leather Apron was a load of old bobbins."
"I don't like to think about it. It's horrible. It could be any one of us next."
"Well, you'd be alright if you didn't keep the sort of company you do. That Mrs. Harvey not coming back here tonight, is she?"
"I told her she could, Joe. She hasn't got anywhere to sleep otherwise. Come on, don't spoil it. Read the paper to me."
"I won't stand for it, Mary. I've put up with it long enough. It's either them or me. You can let your prostitute friends sleep on the floor if you like, but I won't stay here if they do. They're women of evil life."
If that's how you feel about it, go on and leave.
The broken window came in useful, however, when the key to the room was lost, and Kelly and Barnett developed a system of reaching through the hole from the outside to access the door handle. This raises some questions if this were true, such as why did McCarthy need to use a pickaxe to prise the door open, rather than just reaching through the window himself. Despite moving out, Jo Barnett continued to visit Mary on an almost daily basis, giving her money when he could afford to, although he'd lost his fish porter's licence a few months before, so he no longer had a regular job at the market. Fish porters needed a licence to work, and they were the only ones allowed to transport fish. They wore numbered badges on their aprons to identify them and spent their days carrying heavy boxes of fresh fish around, a physically demanding and no doubt smelly job. There were fish porters at Billingsgate right up until 2012, and those who worked there were proud of their camaraderie and the shared heritage of their profession, right up until the City Corporation of London stripped away their licences to hire a cheaper workforce. Mary Jane Kelly seemed to be on good terms with her ex-partner Joseph Fleming too, who also visited Miller's Court from time to time. When she was last seen, she was wearing a dress made of a plain, cheap fabric called linsey, with a red shawl pulled across her shoulders and no hat. She was known to always wear a spotlessly clean white apron and often went around with 2 or 3 friends. On Thursday, 8th of November, Joe Barnett visited Mary at Miller's Court at around 7 p.m. When he arrived, her friend Lizzie Albrook was there, and Maria Harvey had also been there earlier, but had left shortly before 7. Lizzie left around 8 p.m, and Joe went back to his lodging house. He told Mary he was sorry, but he didn't have any money to give her that day, and they parted on good terms. At 11:45 p.m, Mary Ann Cox, a widow living in Miller's Court, had been out looking for clients, but as it was cold and wet, she decided to go home to warm up for a while. She noticed Mary Kelly and a man of large build walking ahead of her. She described the man as in his mid-30s, 5'5", shabbily dressed in dark clothes, a long dark overcoat, with a billycock hat, another name for a bowler hat, a blotchy face, small side whiskers, and a carroty moustache. He was carrying a pot of beer, and both he and Mary appeared to be drunk. Cox followed them down the passage into the court and past Kelly as she was about to go inside number 13, although intriguingly, she made no mention of seeing her putting her hand into the window to reach the handle and open the door. So perhaps she had left it unlocked or on the latch. After all, she had nothing of value to steal.
Hello, Mary Ann. I'm going to sing for this man I've brought home.
A few minutes later, Cox heard her singing the song, "Only a Violet I Plucked from Mother's Grave." Cox went out again around midnight and heard Mary Kelly still singing the same song. Around this time, she must also have had a meal of fish and potatoes, which the coroner found partially digested in her stomach during the post-mortem. This could have been bought at McCarthy's store round the corner, as Chandler's shops often sold takeaway food like fish and chips. Although if Kelly owed him 29 shillings, she probably wouldn't have shown her face in there, unless someone went in and bought it for her. It's also worth noting that lack of sleep can slow down the digestive process, which could confuse the calculation for time of death. It wasn't long before singing began to annoy the neighbours. The rooms were crammed in so close together that they would all have been able to hear everything going on in the neighbouring cottages, which makes what happened later, with apparently no noise whatsoever, all the more unsettling. Flower seller Catherine Pickett was going to knock on Kelly's door to complain, but her husband told her not to, saying, "You leave the poor woman alone." Despite disliking her singing, Pickett would later tell the inquest that Mary was a good, quiet, pleasant girl and well liked by all of us. At 1 a.m, Mary Ann Cox returned once again to Miller's Court to warm up for a while. Mary Kelly was still singing, and a light was coming from behind her window. After a few minutes in her room, Cox left again, still in need of a client to earn some money. Directly above Mary Kelly's room lived Elizabeth Prater, who also earned money through sex work after her husband left her 5 years before. There were only floorboards keeping her room and Mary's apart, so every sound from downstairs could be heard by Elizabeth. Between 1 and 1:30 a.m, Prater was standing at the entrance to Miller's Court waiting for a client before returning to her room. She heard nothing from Mary's room below. At 1:30 a.m, Prater placed 2 chairs against the door to keep out intruders and went to bed. Here's where the story becomes rather colourful, in an intriguing turn of events which has led to much debate over the years. At 2 a.m, a witness named George Hutchinson, who might have been a groom or stable hand, was making his way down Commercial Street after walking back from Romford, about 11 miles east. He lodged at the Victoria Working Men's Home, but its doors were already closed for the night. You see, if you had the money, some lodging houses allowed you to buy a weekly pass, which would grant entry to your room at any time of day or night. But if you made do with paying for your bed each evening, the doors would shut at a certain time, and no amount of knocking would get you inside. Hutchinson said that as he passed Flower and Dean Street, he saw Mary Jane Kelly, who he knew.
George, will you lend me a sixpence?
Sorry, Mary, I spent all my money down Romford today.
Good morning, then. I must go find some money.
She then continued walking in the direction from which Hutchinson had just come, and a man appeared and approached her. He put his hand on her shoulder, and she laughed, and Hutchinson heard parts of a muttered conversation.
All right.
You will be all right for what I have told you? Hutchinson then watched as the pair walked back towards Dorset Street. By this time, Hutchinson was standing under a lamppost near the Queen's Head pub, and he watched the man intently, more intently than would have been normal, if his vividly detailed description was anything to go by.
He was aged about 34, 35 and was 5 foot 6 inches tall. His complexion was pale with dark eyes and eyelashes, a slight moustache curled up at each end and dark hair. He was very surly looking and returned my gaze with a stern glare. He was wearing a long dark coat and the collar and cuffs were trimmed with astrakhan and a dark jacket underneath. A light waistcoat, dark trousers, a dark felt hat turned down in the middle, button boots and gaiters with white buttons. He wore a very thick gold chain. He had a white linen collar and a black tie with a horseshoe pin. He was a respectable appearance, but shabby genteel, I should say. He walked very sharp and was of Jewish appearance. I could identify him again if I saw him.
Unfortunately, Hutchinson only came forward with this description after the inquest was over, and his story was subsequently embellished with extra details, including bushy eyebrows, a large seal on the gold chain with a red stone hanging from it, and that he was carrying kid gloves in his right hand and a small package in his left. His assertion that he could identify the man if he saw him again turned out to be a little too hopeful, as detectives escorted him around the area for 2 days in the hope he could point him out and paid him handsomely for his time, but the shabby genteel man had apparently vanished into thin air. Hutchinson alleged that he saw Mary Kelly and this character, who is known in ripperologist circles as Astrakhan Man, turning towards Miller's Court. At the entrance to the court, Kelly said,
All right, my dear, come along. You will be comfortable.
She then kissed him before saying she had lost her handkerchief. The man gave her a red one, and they made their way towards her room at number 13. Hutchinson, according to the story he told police, remained under the lamppost opposite the archway, near Crossingham's lodging house, for about an hour. When the bells of Christ Church marked 3 a.m, he decided to leave and find somewhere to sleep. What he was doing there is the subject of much contention, but many believe that as he knew Mary, he was hoping she would let him stay for the night once her client had left, but eventually got bored waiting. Hutchinson's story about Astrakhan Man seems unlikely for a few reasons. First of all, the lighting in the area was poor, and even though he was standing under a street lamp, it would have been difficult for him to pick out so many details of the man's clothing, especially when he didn't see him for that long. Also, why would he have bothered to remember the man's appearance? At the time, he had no idea he could have been looking at Jack the Ripper, and would have seen him as just another of Kelly's clients. Even if he had an excellent memory and powers of observation, a man of such distinctive appearance would have been noticed by others. Someone dressed so well with gaiters, kid gloves, a gold chain, and Astrakhan trimmings would stick out like a sore thumb in the worst part of the East End, at the very least finding himself the object of unwanted attention and probably having his pockets emptied by thieves, or worse. There is a witness who saw a man standing where Hutchinson claimed to be. Sarah Lewis spoke at the inquest.
Between 2 and 3 o'clock this morning, I came to stop with the Keelers at number 2 Miller's Court, as I'd had a few words with my husband. When I came to the court, there was a man standing over against the lodging house on the opposite side in Dorset Street. He was not tall, but stout, and was wearing a black wide-awake hat. Shortly before 4 o'clock, I heard a scream, like that of a young woman, and seemed not to be far away. She screamed out, "Murder!" I only heard it once. I did not look out the window. I did not know the deceased.
A wide-awake hat is a broad-brimmed, Quaker-style hat. It's likely that the man she saw was Hutchinson, although some have suggested that Hutchinson himself could have been the Ripper, and he only came forward after the inquest because he read about it in the paper and realised he'd been seen. It wasn't unheard of for specific details to be strategically held back, so he could have been worried that someone had seen him very closely or recognised him, so he decided to come forward with his tale about the Astrakhan man to turn attention away from himself. Or he could have been partially telling the truth and was simply waiting to see if Kelly would give him shelter for the night, but didn't want to admit it, in case this made him sound even more suspicious. He claimed to have known her for 3 years, and that he'd given her a few shillings whenever he could, which seems a lot of money for a casual acquaintance to give, when he didn't have much himself. His biography is as patchy as Mary Kelly's, and nobody really knows what became of him later. Anyway, the description of Astrakhan man just doesn't sound plausible, and seems to have been plucked straight from the newspapers and cartoons printed in recent weeks, pointing the finger at a Jew. Neither the blotchy-faced man with the carroty moustache nor the Astrakhan man matched any of the other descriptions of men seen with the victims just before the murders. It's possible Hutchinson created this description by combining bits from the previous witness reports. For example, the red handkerchief he mentioned sounds similar to the red neckerchief seen by Joseph Lavender in the Eddowes murder, and the parcel he said Astrakhan man was carrying is reminiscent of the policeman who saw someone carrying a package near the scene of the Stride murder. Not long after Hutchinson departed, Mary Ann Cox returned to her room again and this time stayed there for the rest of the night. By now, there was no sound or light coming from number 13. She couldn't sleep and heard men going in and out of the court several times and someone leaving one of the rooms at 5:45 a.m, but didn't hear a door shut afterwards and wasn't sure exactly where the noise came from. At 4 a.m, Elizabeth Prater, asleep in the room above Mary Kelly's, was startled awake by her kitten Diddles, and shortly afterwards heard a faint cry of "Oh murder!" probably the same cry that Sarah Lewis heard. This could therefore be the time of Kelly's death. This kind of shout was a common occurrence, so it's not necessarily connected. Also, given how thin the partitions were between the walls, you would have thought Elizabeth would have been able to tell if it came from directly below. At 7:30 a.m, flower seller Catherine Pickett, who had been kept awake by the singing, wanted to borrow a shawl from Kelly. She knocked on her door several times, but got no answer. More confusion has been added to an already muddy set of circumstances by 2 people who thought they saw Mary alive later that morning. Caroline Maxwell, wife of a lodging house keeper, claimed she saw her at 8:30 a.m, on the 9th of November, and then again at 9 a.m, outside the Britannia, and that Mary was suffering the effects of too much alcohol and vomited. But Caroline didn't know the victim that well, and her testimony wasn't taken seriously. Taylor Morris Lewis was gambling with friends in Miller's Court at around 10 a.m, playing a game called Pitch and Toss. A lookout boy shouted a warning, so they left and went into the Britannia pub. He thought he'd seen Mary inside, but less than an hour later he heard the news that she'd been found dead in her room. It wouldn't have made sense for her to be out at 9:30 in the morning, then go home, get undressed, and fold up her clothes neatly as if to go to bed. Also, nobody else at the pub came forward to say Mary had been there that morning, and if the murder had been committed at 10 a.m. or so, somebody would surely have seen the killer leaving Kelly's room. As for Maxwell's story about her vomiting, that wouldn't add up with the fact that fish and potatoes were found in her stomach, unless she'd eaten them afterwards, but that wouldn't have allowed much time for the killer to do his work and escape before Thomas Boyer came to collect the rent. These inexplicable sightings and the fact that the body was desecrated so badly that the face was unrecognisable have led to conspiracy theories that the victim wasn't Mary Kelly after all and was someone else, perhaps friend Maria Harvey, an idea given credence by the fact that remnants of Maria's clothes were found on the fire. Most people think it's more likely Maxwell and Lewis just got their days muddled up and had really seen Kelly the day before. Her remains were identified not just by Barnett but also by George Hutchinson and landlord John McCarthy. Mrs. Pommier, a nearby roasted chestnut seller, also had a curious set of events to relate.
I was approached at about midday on the 9th of November by a well-dressed man. He said, "I suppose you've heard about the murder in Dorset Street?" I said that no, I hadn't. He grinned at me and said, "I know more about it than you." He stared me in the face, then walked down Sandy's Row, looking back over his shoulder at me as he went. He was about 5'6", with a black moustache, wearing a black silk hat, a black coat and speckled trousers. He also carried a black shiny bag, about a foot in depth and about a foot and a half in length. He's been going around accosting young women these last few nights, and when they asked him what he had in the bag, he replied, "Something the ladies don't like."
This was corroborated by Sarah Lewis, the witness who'd probably seen George Hutchinson standing opposite Miller's Court on the night of the murder. She said that a week before in Bethnal Green, she and a female friend had been approached by a suspicious man carrying a black bag. Joe Barnett was questioned but had an alibi. He was at his lodging house, Buller's, in New Street, playing whist until 12:30 and then went to bed. When he heard about the murder, he voluntarily went to the police and they were satisfied with his statements. He became unwelcome at Buller's when the attention from journalists grew overwhelming, so they asked him to leave and he went to stay with his sister. The witness testimonies got police nowhere. They knew no more about the killer with any more certainty than they had when the first canonical killing took place at the end of August in Bucks Row. The one thing they did know was that they were dealing with a dangerous, vicious spectre who appeared like a ghost seemingly from nowhere to commit his evil and barbarous acts before disappearing once again. He had breathtaking audacity and an astonishing streak of luck. How was it possible that he could slaughter Mary Jane Kelly in her room, surrounded by other cottagers with paper-thin walls, yet nobody heard a thing? There was only one way in and out of the court, so he must have had nerves of steel as he walked away and made his escape after the bloodbath, knowing he risked passing other residents as he left. As he did so, he would have been holding his victim's still warm heart, as this was missing from the scene. Hearts don't burn easily, and there was no trace of it in the fireplace, so the murderer must have taken it as a macabre trophy. News of the murder even reached the other side of the Atlantic. Here's an article printed in the New York Herald on November the 11th.
36 hours have passed since the ghastly discovery in Miller's Court, Dorset Street, and nothing more has become known about the murder or murderer than what was sent to the Herald last night. Neighbors have been fancifully garrulous. Absurdly ineffectual arrests have been made, and sensational journals have printed a number of absurd, groundless rumors. It is still said the police are reticent. Quite so, and for the best of all reasons. They know nothing. Sir Charles Warren has issued a proclamation offering a pardon to any accomplice, as if so secretive a murderer possessed accomplices. A story is afloat that the victim was seen outside in the morning, shortly before the shocking discovery, but medical evidence shows that this was impossible, as from post-mortem signs she had been dead some hours. New York Herald, November 11th, 1888.
Mary Jane Kelly was buried at St Patrick's Roman Catholic Cemetery in Leytonstone on 19th of November. Henry Wilton, sexton of a local church, paid for the funeral himself and set up a fund for people to contribute, but never received enough to reimburse him for the costs in an area so ravaged by poverty. The news of the murder was published internationally, so her family may have found out about her tragic death, but they didn't attend the funeral. It's possible that Mary Jane Kelly wasn't her real name, and if so, they might not have realised it was her. Mary was a common name at the time, as was Kelly, as an Irish surname. Crowds of people lined the streets to watch Mary Jane take her final journey in the hearse. For many years, nobody was sure where her grave was, and someone even erected a memorial at the wrong plot in 1986. A few years later, a new memorial was put up at the correct spot. Dorset Street was renamed Duval Street in 1904 and became the site of more murders. In 1901, Mary Ann Austin was stabbed to death at number 35, where Annie Chapman had once lodged, and 5 years later, Katie Roman had her throat cut at number 12 Miller's Court. In the 1960s, a man was shot in the building opposite, almost exactly where George Hutchinson had stood. Even today, people still leave plastic flowers, rosaries, ornaments, and even bottles of gin at Mary Kelly's grave, a symbol of the lasting effect that the brutal manner of her death has had on anyone who learns her story. Will we ever know the truth and be able to bring justice to the victims of the ruthless string of inhuman murders in the East End? Join me again next time for the final instalment of this series, where I'll tackle the major suspects, debunk some myths, and talk about incarnations of Jack the Ripper in film throughout the decades. Until next time, take care everyone. Here we are in an old records office to blow the dust off the files on the Jack the Ripper suspects. This is the final episode of this series, where we'll try to answer the 135-year-old question that still plays on the minds of researchers and true crime enthusiasts all over the world. Who was the Whitechapel murderer? Hello and welcome back to Prash's Murder Map. This is the final Jack the Ripper episode. I really appreciate you waiting for it. I wanted to release it much sooner, but a number of things got in the way in my personal and work life, as well as other projects I was working on. Every time I looked at the case again, I kept finding more things that made me question my thoughts on each suspect, and I was never satisfied. I still don't have all the answers, but I'm confident that the information included here is now as accurate as it can be. So thank you so much for joining me on this terrifying journey through the East End of London in 1888. We have looked at the horrific murders of 7 women, including the 5 most well-known canonical victims, and en route we've imagined what Whitechapel and Spitalfields looked like back then, how the area might have smelt, and even the sounds you might have heard there. We've talked about the kinds of jobs people did, a bit about Victorian policing, poverty, workhouses, and lodging houses. We've discussed the rising tension between Jews and non-Jews and the bubbling, fomenting anger and fear that authorities worried would spill over into civil unrest if Jack the Ripper remained at large. The killer almost seemed to be protected by supernatural forces, and despite the increased police presence on the streets and the vigilance of ordinary citizens, he came and went without detection, committing his heinous outbursts of violence under cover of shadow before disappearing, never to be seen again. When we consider who the Ripper might have been, we need to ask the question, why did he stop? We know that in most cases, serial killers only stop if they are incarcerated, die, or find a healthier outlet for their aberrant desires. Some people argue that the Whitechapel fiend continued to kill, citing examples like the Pinchin Street torso discovered in September 1889, and Francis Coles, who was found under a railway arch with her throat cut in February 1891. If you're interested in finding more about them, please do check out those cases, but as most experts believe the Ripper stopped after the Mary Jane Kelly murder, I won't cover the later murders that took place in the area. Some think that Jack the Ripper ended up in an asylum. Others believe he travelled overseas and continued to kill in other countries, while another suggestion is that after the debauched slaughter at Miller's Court, he'd simply reached the climax of his crazed thirst for blood and had nothing more left he wanted to achieve. Over the years, the pile of suspects put forward has grown into a mountain and includes by some counts more than 200 individuals, and some say there have been almost 500 people named over the last century. Most of these were based on minimal evidence, and many have been discounted, with some unusual suggestions ranging from George Chapman, who had a completely different MO of poisoning, to author Lewis Carroll and even the royal family, not to mention the Jill the Ripper theory of a female killer, a mad midwife or abortionist. There's no way we can cover them all, so I'll look at some of those who are generally considered the most serious possibilities. Can this mystery, now 135 years old, ever be solved? I'll let you decide. Don't forget, listen out in this episode for the voice talents of Peter Blexley, author, broadcaster and former Scotland Yard detective, ripperologist Carl Kopak, and Adam, host of the UK True Crime podcast. Peter is playing Detective Inspector Edmund Reed, Carl is playing Melvin McNaughton, and Adam is playing a psychiatrist. Here's a quick recap of the canonical murders. Mary Ann Nichols, née Walker, aka Polly Nichols. 26th of August 1845 to 31st of August 1888. Estimated time of death 3:40 a.m. Place of death Bucks Row, in front of Brown's stable yard. Details of death: asphyxiated before throat was cut, severing the jugular vein and carotid artery. Multiple incisions to the abdomen, with intestines later discovered to be erupting from the abdominal wound. 2 small stabs to the private parts. A high-risk crime due to regular police beats, and a night watchman was on duty in nearby Winthrop Street. Annie Chapman, née Smith, aka Dark Annie. Born 25th of September 1840 or 1841, according to some sources. Died 8th of September 1888. Estimated time of death 5:15 a.m. to 5:30 a.m. Place of death backyard of 29 Hanbury Street, which housed 17 people. Details of death: asphyxiated before throat was cut, intestines lying above right shoulder. Uterus, vagina and 2/3 of the bladder were removed by the killer. 2 brass rings were presumably stolen by the killer. High-risk crime, as escape would have been difficult, as there was only one way in or out of the backyard, which was through the house. People were getting up for work at this time, and tenants' windows overlooked the yard. Elizabeth Stride, née Gustav's daughter, aka Long Liz, 27th of November 1843 to 30th of September 1888. Estimated time of death 12:45 a.m. to 1 a.m. Place of death Dutfield's Yard off Burner Street. Details of death: no evidence of suffocation. Victim's scarf was used to pull her backwards before her throat was cut. Unlike previous murders, there were no bruises about the face. High-risk crime: 28 people were at the International Working Men's Club, and there were regular police beats in the area. Dr. George Bagster Phillips confirmed that the weapon and method were different from the other victims. Catherine Eddowes, aka Kate Kelly, 14th of April 1842 to 30th of September 1888. Estimated time of death 1:35 a.m. to 1:45 a.m. Place of death dark corner of Mitre Square. Details of death: no evidence of suffocation. Cause of death was severance of the left carotid common artery, with the jugular vein opened by about 1.5 inches. The intestines were removed and placed over the right shoulder. The left kidney and uterus were removed from the body. Facial mutilations were carried out. High-risk crime due to frequent police beats, night watchmen working at Keeley and Tong, and houses overlooking the square. Mary Jane Kelly, aka Marie Jeanette Kelly, born circa 1863, died 9th of November 1888. Estimated time of death 3:30 a.m. to 4 a.m. Place of death 13 Miller's Court, a single room in a quiet court off Dorset Street, one of the most dangerous roads in Whitechapel. Details of death: no evidence of suffocation. Cause of death was severance of the carotid artery. Facial mutilations were carried out. The heart was removed from body and never found. Intestines were placed on the right side of the body, and various other parts, such as breasts and liver, were positioned around her. Medium risk crime, as police did not customarily walk down this road, and the killer had more time in privacy to carry out his debauchery. The first time any suspects were officially named was in the Macnaghten Memorandum, written by Assistant Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, Sir Melvin Macnaghten. This was written in the 1890s, but wasn't made public at the time, only emerging several decades later. He wasn't involved in the investigations at the time and had no prior experience of law enforcement, but had spent time managing his father's tea plantation in India. His memorandum was created in response to a sensational article in the Sun newspaper about an unlikely suspect called Thomas Cutbush, who we'll talk about later. Macnaghten apparently wanted to set the record straight.
No one ever saw the Whitechapel murderer. Many homicidal maniacs were suspected, but no shadow of proof could be thrown on any one. I may mention the cases of 3 men, any one of whom would have been more likely than Cutbush to have committed this series of murders. A Mr. M.J. Druitt, said to be a doctor and of good family, who disappeared at the time of the Miller's Court murder, and whose body, which was said to have been upwards of a month in the water, was found in the Thames on the 31st of December, or about 7 weeks after that murder. He was sexually insane, and from private information I have little doubt that his own family believed him to be the murderer. Kosminski, a Polish Jew and a resident in Whitechapel. This man became insane owing to many years' indulgence in solitary vices. He had a great hatred of women, especially of the prostitute class, and had strong homicidal tendencies. He was removed to a lunatic asylum about March 1889 There were many circumstances connected with this man which made him a strong suspect. Michael Ostrog, a Russian doctor and a convict, who had subsequently detained in a lunatic asylum as a homicidal maniac. This man's antecedents were of the worst possible type, and his whereabouts at the time of the murders could never be ascertained.
Let's take them one by one. Montague Druitt. Montague John Druitt, known as Monty, was not actually a doctor, as Macnaghten alleged, but the son of a surgeon. He was born on 15th of August 1857, the third child of 7, to a wealthy family who lived at Westfield House, a Victorian manor on a 6-acre estate in Dorset, southwest England. Monty's father and grandfather were both surgeons, while his older brother and uncle were solicitors. His mother Anne suffered from mental illness and moved from asylum to asylum in the last few years of her life before dying in December 1890 of melancholia and brain disease. Monty received a scholarship to Winchester College at the age of 12. He was an avid sportsman, taking part in track and field, rugby, cricket and handball. Cricket was his favourite, and he was a medium-paced bowler, although not always accurate, with a tendency to bowl a number of wides. When he wasn't playing sports, he found time to serve as treasurer and secretary of the Debating Society. Winchester College boasts several notable alumni, including Douglas Jardine, the cricket captain who led England to the Ashes and notoriety in 1933 with his questionable bodyline tactics. In July 1876, Montague Druitt secured a place at New College, Oxford, where he graduated 4 years later with a third-class honours degree in classics. We can speculate that his family were less than impressed with these results, comparing him to the successful surgeons and barristers among the Druitts. Monty decided that he would like to study for a law degree, perhaps having realised that he would struggle to make a lucrative career out of classics. There was an agreement that Monty could have the £500 needed to pay for his legal studies, but his father insisted that it would be deducted from his future inheritance. It must have left a bitter taste in Monty's mouth that the money for his studies was given so reluctantly, leaving him nothing on his father's death in 1885 except for pictures, clocks, jewellery, ornaments and books, while his eldest brother received a farm and his 3 sisters each received £6,000, more than £750,000 in modern money. Druitt passed his law exams and was called to the bar in April 1885, just a few months before his father's death. In the 1887 law list, he was described as a special pleader, a title which no longer exists. This involved working on behalf of a plaintiff to demonstrate how he or she had suffered due to a defendant's actions. Some people say he was a failed barrister, but this is untrue. His practice was successful enough that he could afford to pay for chambers at 9 King's Bench Walk, which cost £60 a year, £7,000 today, and he continued his work as a special pleader until his death. He supplemented his income by taking up an additional job as an assistant schoolmaster at a boarding school at 9 Elliot Place, Blackheath in southeast London. This is popularly referred to as Valentine School, as it was run by a Mr. George Valentine. It catered for just 30 to 40 pupils between the ages of 9 and 17, with no more than 10 supporting staff and 2 or 3 other schoolmasters. Monty covered nighttime duties, for which he was paid £200 a year, less board and lodging, which was an above-average wage for a schoolmaster at the time, but we don't know what his duties entailed. He lived at Elliot Place but spent his days at his King's Bench Walk chambers, returning to the school each evening. On Friday, 30th of November 1888, Druitt was dismissed from the school. His brother William said that it was for a serious offence, but no one knows any further details, although some have suggested that he was gay or had been caught molesting pupils. There's no evidence for this at all, but it must have been something that concerned Valentine enough to remove Druitt from his job after 8 years of service. If there had been any suggestion of Druitt being gay, this alone would have been enough to warrant his dismissal in an era of intolerance and prejudice. He would have been ostracised from society, and if the news got out, he would have risked losing his chambers, his clients, and his cricketing connections. Nobody knows what Druitt's movements were after his dismissal, until his body was found floating in the Thames near the Thornycroft shipyard on 31st of December 1888, having been in the river for 3 or 4 weeks. He left a very brief suicide note in his room at Elliot Place, which read,
"Since Friday, I felt I was going to be like Mother, and the best thing for me was to die."
This reference to Friday almost certainly refers to the day he lost his job at the school, and alluded to his mother's mental illness, which had begun just a few months earlier. The following items were found on Monty's body: 4 large stones in each pocket, £2, 17 shillings, 2 pence cash, a cheque for £50 and another for £16, probably for any due wages or a severance payment from the school, silver watch on a gold chain, pair of kid gloves, white handkerchief, first class half-season rail ticket from Blackheath to London, a second half return ticket from Hammersmith to Charing Cross, dated 1st December 1888. We don't know what Monty did in Hammersmith, nor what he had intended to do in Charing Cross, but we do know that he didn't use the Hammersmith to Charing Cross part of his ticket. Some question why he bought a return ticket if he was planning to end his life, but he could have been operating on autopilot, mindlessly going through the motions as he made his final journey. His mother's mental breakdown shortly before the first of the Jack the Ripper murders is cited as a potential trigger for Druitt to commence a string of killings, and that his deteriorating mental state and strange behaviour led to the loss of his job and his subsequent demise shortly after the murder of Mary Jane Kelly. Melvin Macnaghten apparently suspected him for these reasons, but also claimed that Druitt's own family believed him to be guilty. This may have stemmed from a newspaper article printed in February 1891, which is the earliest known documentation to mention Druitt as a suspect. The Bristol Times and Mirror published a story from West Dorset MP Henry Farquharson. Farquharson was the same age as Monty and lived just a few miles from the Druitt family home, so they could have known each other. The article read, "I give a curious story for what it is worth. There is a West of England member who in private declares that he has solved the mystery of Jack the Ripper. His theory, and he repeats it with so much emphasis that it might almost be called his doctrine, is that Jack the Ripper committed suicide on the night of his last murder. I can't give details for fear of a libel action, but the story is so circumstantial that a good many people believe it. He states that a man with blood-stained clothes committed suicide on the night of the last murder, and he asserts that the man was the son of a surgeon who suffered from homicidal mania." Although the suspect is not named, it is believed that this article referred to Monty due to the mention of suicide and his being the son of a surgeon. The timing of his death is inaccurate though, as Mary Jane Kelly was killed on 9th of November and Druitt didn't die until the beginning of December. It has been attested by some sources that there exists a more detailed account of Druitt as a suspect, held by Macnaghten's daughter Christabel, the Dowager Lady Aberconway. This version is reportedly a draft of the 1894 memo which listed Macnaghten's three favoured suspects, Druitt, Kosminski and Ostrog. The story goes that Lady Aberconway showed this draft to author and broadcaster Dan Farson in 1959, who was making a Ripper documentary. In the official police memo, Macnaghten expressed no opinion on which of the three suspects was more likely than the others, but in the Aberconway version, he allegedly wrote,
"I enumerate the cases of three men against whom police held very reasonable suspicion: Druitt, Kosminski and Ostrog. Personally, after much careful and deliberate consideration, I am inclined to exonerate the last two, but I have always held strong opinions regarding the number one, and the more I think the matter over, the stronger do those opinions become. The truth, however, will never be known, and did indeed at one time lie at the bottom of the Thames, if my conjectures be correct."
This matches a statement from Macnaghten's 1914 memoirs, Days of My Years, declaring that Jack the Ripper had died on or about 10th of November 1888 after his brain gave way altogether and he committed suicide. We cannot track down and confirm Macnaghten's sources, as he reported in a Daily Mail interview in 1913 that he had destroyed all his documents and there was no longer any record of the information that had come into his possession. Others deemed Druitt a good candidate for the Whitechapel fiend because he was well educated and able to speak articulately, so he conformed to the picture of an organised killer. Although not a doctor himself, the presence of surgeons in the family may have allowed him access to knives or anatomical knowledge gleaned from medical books. Is it possible that he was exposed to age-inappropriate experiences, hearing his father and uncle share gruesome surgical anecdotes around the dinner table as a young boy? Did he stumble across images in books that distressed and disturbed him? Either of these things, combined with a genetic predisposition to mental illness, could have set the stage for a descent into violence and could explain the killer's fixation with removing organs and disemboweling his victims. Although the circumstances of Monty's death appear damning on the surface, and there are good reasons to investigate him, there is little evidence for his involvement. Macnaghten made several errors in his report, such as stating Druitt's age as 41 when he was 31, and claiming he was a doctor when he was a teacher and a barrister. The allegation that Druitt's own family suspected him is based on hearsay and has never been backed up by anything solid. Monty did not fit the witness descriptions and had a busy timetable holding down his teaching role and law career, not to mention playing cricket, so he would have struggled to find time for late night trips to the East End. Nevertheless, this doesn't rule him out completely, and the match records don't offer him watertight alibis. For example, he was playing cricket in Bournemouth on 1st of September 1888, but Polly Nichols was killed at around 3:40 am in the early hours of 31st of August. Annie Chapman died at around 5:30 am on 8th of September, and although Monty was playing cricket the same day, he only had to travel to Blackheath for the match, so he could have had time to get there before play started. However, according to Ripper historian Philip Sugden, there was no night train service between Blackheath and London, so Druitt would have had to lurk around the area before the train started again in the morning, which would have been risky and increased his chances of being seen. I suspect the only victims Monty took on 8th of September were the 3 for 38 runs. He did have his King's Bench walk chambers, which were only a 15-minute walk from the canonical crime scenes, so he could have used this building as a base. But the problem is that it was a mile west of Mitre Square, while the murderer travelled east towards Goulston Street after the Eddowes murder. Detective Inspector Aberline did not think Monty was Jack the Ripper. He said,
"It is simple nonsense to talk of the police having proof that the man is dead. I know all about that story. But what does it amount to? Simply this. Soon after the last murder in Whitechapel, the body of a young doctor was found in the Thames, but there is absolutely nothing beyond the fact that he was found at that time to incriminate him."
We can see from this statement that Aberline made the same error as Macnaghten, describing Druitt as a doctor. This suggests he was only ever a minor character of interest, and nobody investigated him closely enough to correctly establish his profession. Macnaghten had written that Druitt was sexually insane, which is a point worth exploring. In the Victorian era, being gay was considered ample justification for describing someone in this way. If he was homosexual, this would almost completely exonerate him, as it would be extremely unusual for a gay man to kill women. Heterosexual male serial killers target women, virtually without exception, while homosexual killers like Jeffrey Dahmer prey on men. Or, and this is purely conjecture on my part, is it conceivable that Druitt suffered from gender dysphoria, like serial killer Paul Denyer? It transpired that Denyer, who was born male, had never felt at ease with his biological sex, and he admitted that he killed women because he wanted to destroy the part of himself that he did not understand or accept. He transitioned while in prison, and now lives as a woman. Could this be what was meant by Druitt being sexually insane? Is this why the mutilations of the Ripper victims focused on removing female organs? According to a 2012 Forensic Science International study of 483 serial killers, 6% were documented to have committed suicide, while other datasets quote lower numbers. When killers do take their own lives, statistics show that they generally do so in prison, and are more likely to be mass murderers and to have grown up in dysfunctional homes. Being found to be gay or to not fit into the Victorian stereotype of masculinity could have been enough to drive Monty to suicide, as attitudes to both at the time would have made his personal and professional life unbearable. It is more likely that this, along with his mother's recent incarceration in an asylum and then his dismissal from the school, were what pushed him into taking his own life. Monty's aunt had also attempted suicide, and one of his sisters had jumped to her death from an attic window. So we know that the Druitt family suffered from mental health issues. At the inquest, the jury returned a verdict of drowning whilst of unsound mind. Monty was buried at Wimborne Cemetery with only his immediate family and 2 close family friends in attendance. He left a considerable estate valued at £2,600, around $345,000 today. Some have propounded that he did not kill himself and was murdered by his family, either to gain wealth by making their mother's inheritance go further when she died, or because they genuinely believed he was the Ripper and didn't want shame to be brought on the family. The note Monty left in his room at Elliot Place was extremely brief and was found by his brother, prompting theories that his brother wrote it and planted it there himself. Sadly, we will never know the truth. While Montague John Druitt is a good suspect in many ways, it seems that he was just a tortured soul who was plagued with sadness and fear after his mother's mental breakdown, which ultimately led to his own. Michael Ostrog. Michael Ostrog was born in 1833, making him 55 at the time of the murders, which is older than any of the witness descriptions suggested. He was jailed for theft more than once, on one occasion pulling out a gun and threatening to shoot the police officers who had arrested him. He served his longest stretch between 1874 and 1883, but a few years later was arrested once again for stealing and was sentenced to 6 months hard labour. At this time, he was described as suffering from mania. He was released in March 1888 and declared to be cured, although he was described by police as a dangerous man. He was committed to the Surrey County Lunatic Asylum in 1891, but once released, continued to steal various small items, including books and a microscope from the London hospital. This doesn't really add up with Macnaghten's account of him. He said,
Michael Ostrog, a mad Russian doctor and a convict, and unquestionably a homicidal maniac. This man was said to have been habitually cruel to women, and for a long time was known to have carried about with him surgical knives and other instruments. His whereabouts at the time of the Whitechapel murders could never be satisfactorily accounted for.
There doesn't seem to be any evidence that he was a doctor at all, Russian, Polish or otherwise, as nobody was sure where he came from, and he was described as being around 6 foot, far taller than any of the men seen by witnesses near the scenes of the crimes. Aaron Kosminski. Aaron Mordecai Kosminski was born on 11th of September 1865 and was 23 at the time of the killings. He was a Polish-born immigrant who arrived in London around 1880 or 1881. As an interesting aside, although the area in the western part of Russia, near the German border where he was born, would become known as Poland after the First World War, it did not yet exist as a country. His father, Abram Joseph Kosminski, was a tailor, but we know very little about Aaron's early life. He had 2 older brothers, Isaac and Wolf, and 4 sisters. It is believed that the family came to England to escape the vilification and scapegoating of Jews in Russia, known as the pogroms. We don't know for sure which year Aaron arrived in London, but the evidence points to him being a teenager when he came, by which point his father had died. His brothers had come to London a few years earlier. Isaac became a tailor like his father and is believed to have gone by the more anglicised surname, Abrahams. The family moved around the East End frequently and had numerous addresses over the years. At the time of the murders, Aaron lived with his brother Isaac. His medical records noted that he was a hairdresser by occupation but had not worked for many years. In 1889, he was summoned to court and fined for having an unmuzzled dog on a public thoroughfare. He denied ownership of the dog and refused to pay the fine on the Sabbath, but subsequently paid on the following Monday. By mid-1890, he was showing signs of mental illness and was admitted to Mile End Old Town Workhouse on 12th of July 1890. The reason given was 2 years insane. He only stayed there for 3 days and was discharged to his brother's care, but was readmitted on 4th of February 1891. Shortly afterwards, he was sent to the Middlesex County Lunatic Asylum at Colney Hatch. Understanding of mental health in those days was extremely limited. Asylums were primitive versions of modern psychiatric hospitals, and before they were established, people suffering from mental illnesses were forced to rely on family to care for them. Many ended up begging for food and shelter or relied on local parishes who sometimes offered places at charity-funded asylums. Others who were not so fortunate ended up in workhouses or prisons. In the late 1700s and early 1800s, conditions in asylums were punitive, unsanitary and inhumane, with patients spending much of their time in uncomfortable restraints and being subjected to attempts to cure them. Thanks to campaigners and reformers like Harriet Martineau and Samuel Tuke, attitudes were slowly changing, although asylums still left a lot to be desired and would horrify us today. They were better than they once had been, and patients could expect a little more freedom, in some cases being given therapeutic jobs like helping with garden work or cooking. The Colney Hatch admission book made it clear that Aaron Kosminski was not a danger to others. This is how they described him.
He declares that he is guided and his movements altogether controlled by an instinct that informs his mind. He says he knows the movements of all mankind. He refuses food from others because he is told to do so, and he eats out of the gutter for the same reason.
Jacob Cohen, a business partner of Aaron's brother, Wolf Kosminski, reported that
he goes about the streets and picks up bits of bread out of the gutter and eats them. He drinks water from the tap, and he refuses food at the hands of others. He took up a knife and threatened the life of his sister. He is very dirty and will not be washed. He has not attempted any kind of work for years.
While at Colney Hatch, Aaron was described as deluded, apathetic and morose, and was transferred to another asylum 3 years later, where he stayed until his death on 24th of March 1919. Modern experts have deduced that Kosminski suffered from a combination of schizophrenia, delusions and paranoia. He was sometimes described as excitable but never violent. He was the only person in the asylum records with the surname Kosminski. Much of this information is known due to the thorough research of Martin Fido, a well-known ripperologist who is sadly no longer with us. It seems implausible that someone with such serious mental illness could have planned and executed 5 murders without being caught, particularly if we propose that the Ripper was an organised killer. If Kosminski's illness was so overt and he looked as though he wouldn't have any money, sex workers would have been reluctant to accompany him to a dark corner, especially after the news of the first murders hit. He would have been considered even more of a threat in view of the general consensus among Whitechapel's inhabitants that a Jew was responsible. Although many students of the case no longer feel Kosminski is a viable suspect, he remains near the top of the list for others, partly due to some writing in the margins of Assistant Commissioner Dr. Robert Anderson's book, The Lighter Side of My Official Life, published in 1910. This writing, added by Chief Inspector Donald Swanson, was discovered by Swanson's grandson in 1981 and has become known as the Marginalia. Swanson had been given overall responsibility for the Whitechapel murders investigation in September 1888, covering for Anderson, who was on sick leave. Anderson didn't name his favoured suspect in the book, but mentioned that this suspect was a Polish Jew, and the only witness to have had a good look at him had positively identified him at a police convalescent home known as the Seaside Home, but this witness had refused to testify. Swanson scribbled in the margins of his old colleague's book,
As to why the suspect wouldn't give evidence, because the suspect was also a Jew, and witness would be the means of murderer being hanged, which he did not wish to be left on his mind. The suspect, with his hands tied behind his back, was sent to Stepney Workhouse and then to Colney Hatch. Kosminski was the suspect.
The Swanson marginalia may not be reliable, as the phrase Kosminski was the suspect was written in a different pencil and may have been added to the annotation at a later date, by which point his memory may or may not have been accurate. The reason for his having written this note has been deliberated by historians without resolution. Furthermore, the marginalia stated that the suspect died shortly after being admitted to Colney Hatch. Aaron Kosminski, however, was eventually transferred to Leavesden Asylum and didn't die until 1919. We can't excuse this as faulty memory because Swanson had said the Ripper was dead in a Pall Mall Gazette article in May 1895, so he was convinced of it even then. Macnaghten also made an error in his memorandum, as he wrote that Kosminski was transferred to a lunatic asylum in March 1889, although he went to Colney Hatch in February 1891. Dates and inaccuracies aside, Swanson may have believed Kosminski was the suspect due to a lack of understanding around mental health. His Jewishness, his delusions, his habit of eating food out of the gutter, and the threat he made upon his sister with a knife might have been enough to convince Swanson of his guilt. In September 1946, the Reynolds News published an extract from City of London detective Robert Sagar's memoirs. Sagar wrote,
"We had good reason to suspect a man who worked in Butcher's Row, Aldgate. We watched him carefully. There was no doubt that this man was insane, and after a time, his friends thought it advisable to have him removed to a private asylum. After he was removed, there were no more Ripper atrocities."
Kosminski was a hairdresser, not a butcher, and Colney Hatch was not a private asylum. Sagar's account does correspond with documentation from City of London Detective Inspector Harry Cox, who wrote in 1906 that he had been involved in the surveillance of a Jewish suspect for 3 months after the Mary Jane Kelly murder, and that this suspect owned a business in the East End. Cox alleged that this suspect's motive was revenge, as he had been wronged by a woman of the lower classes. He also stated that this suspect had spent time in a Surrey asylum and was known to take walks at night, and there were no further murders because he knew he was being watched. The accounts of Sagar and Cox agree on some points, so we can be sure that a suspect in Aldgate was under surveillance, but the description of the man they were pursuing does not match Kosminski. The Jewish residents of the area became aware of the police presence and challenged the detectives, who responded by pretending to be factory inspectors checking for illegal child labour. The discrepancies in the Swanson marginalia led Martin Fido to put forward a compelling idea that Swanson was mistaken when he wrote the name Kosminski, and that he was referring to another Polish Jew called Nathan Kaminsky, also known as David Cohen. Kaminsky was at Colney Hatch Asylum, and the dates of his incarceration match Macnaghten's report much more closely than Kosminski's, and he died in 1889. Macnaghten erroneously said that Kosminski died shortly after going to Colney Hatch, which was certainly true of Nathan Kaminsky. We know very little about Kaminsky, apart from his year of birth, which was 1865, like Aaron Kosminski, and he lived at 15 Black Lion Yard. He was admitted to the Whitechapel Workhouse Infirmary on 24th of March 1888, suffering from syphilis, and was discharged as cured 6 weeks later. The Seaside Home Witness and the Jewish Debate. The discussion about a Jewish man being identified by a witness at the seaside home, who then refused to testify, as expressed in the marginalia, goes round in circles. If Swanson believed the witness refused to appear in court because he didn't wish to be the cause of a fellow Jew being hanged, this must mean the witness was a Jew himself. There are a limited number of possibilities that we are aware of. Israel Swartz saw a man throwing Liz Stride to the ground in Berners Street, and 3 people saw Catherine Eddowes with a man outside Mitre Square. One of the 3, Harry Harris, saw so little that he was not even called to the inquest. Joseph Hyam Levy only saw enough to state that the man was 3 inches taller than the woman. Joseph Lavender provided a little more detail, but was adamant that he wouldn't recognise the man again, so it wouldn't make sense for any of the 3 to be the witness. This leaves Swartz as the most likely seaside home witness. Incidentally, it's unclear why the witness was taken to a police convalescent home to make the identification, and to date, nobody has been able to track down this home or confirm its existence. The problem with Swartz as the witness is that there's a weight of evidence that Lestrade wasn't killed by the Ripper. Her murderer could well have been a Jew. After all, she was killed just outside the Working Men's Club, which was frequented mostly by Jews. But although it's equally important to name her killer and mourn the tragic loss of life as with any other victims, the information from Swartz may be immaterial in the hunt for Jack. The puzzle that remains is why the man who murdered her would shout the racial slur Lipsky in Swartz's direction if he were a Jew himself. As mentioned in a previous episode, this could be explained by the idea that he didn't shout Lipsky at all, but was calling out the name Lizzie, which Swartz misheard. If the killer knew Liz's name, it would add credence to the theory that she was killed by Michael Kidney in a domestic incident. In his marginalia, Chief Inspector Swanson names Kosminski as the suspect, who had been identified at the seaside home, but we know that after this, Kosminski was discharged from the Mile End Old Town workhouse to the home of his brother Isaac. If he was genuinely believed to be guilty, it seems nonsensical that he would be released. In those days, rules about holding suspects were far less strict than they are now, and it seems unlikely that the police would give up and let the killer go so easily, simply because the witness refused to testify. And they would not have been averse to heavy-handed tactics to encourage the witness to do so. Another point of interest is that if the identification at the seaside home took place, as Swanson claims, apparently in July 1890, this was more than 18 months since the last of the canonical murders. After so much time had passed, how reliable would the witness identification have been? Although the concept of Whitechapel Jack as a Jew refuses to die, I am very sceptical. Anti-Jewish sentiment at the time was high, and although the Fourth Estate was not unanimously guilty of stirring up hatred in the press, there were certainly newspapers which did. The East Enders found it too hard to swallow that one of their own could have perpetrated such outrages, so they needed an outsider as a scapegoat. The only evidence for the killer being a Jew was tenuous at best. Witness Elizabeth Long described the man she saw with Annie Chapman outside 29 Hanbury Street as foreign looking, but she only saw him from the back, while George Hutchinson's description of Astrakhan Man bordered on being a caricature of a Jew, and many people are mistrustful of his tall tale. Due to the racial tension throughout London, prostitutes would have been reluctant to accept Jews as clients and go with them to dark, secluded places, more so than ever after the newspaper coverage of the first murders. The rumours on the street, combined with the hysteria sweeping the Whitechapel community, would have made women more wary of being approached by someone of Jewish appearance, no matter how desperate they were to earn their DOS money. Detective Inspector Edmund Reed was also unconvinced. He spoke to the Lloyd's Weekly News in 1912 about his theory.
These murders were committed after the public houses were closed. The victims were all of the same class and lived within a quarter of a mile of each other. They were all murdered within a half-mile radius. They were killed in the same manner. That is all we know for certain. My opinion is that the perpetrator was a man who was in the habit of using a certain public house and of remaining there until closing time. Leaving with the rest of the customers, he would depart with one of the women, attacking her with a knife in some dark corner and cutting her up. Having satisfied his maniacal bloodlust, he would go away home and the next day behave completely normally. During the whole time that I had charge in Whitechapel, I never saw a drunken Jew. I always found them industrious and good fellows to live among.
His theory holds water, as Jews wouldn't have socialised and drunk in the same venues as non-Jews if they drank at all, and the killer must have been able to gain his victims' trust, possibly someone they regularly met in the pub. Reed went on to say that Anderson's ideas about Kosminski were wrong.
I challenge anyone to produce a tittle of evidence of any kind against any suspect. The earth has been raked over, and the sea has been swept to find this criminal Jack the Ripper, always without success. It still amuses me to read the writings of such men as Dr. Anderson and many others, all holding different theories, but all of them wrong. I have answered many of them in print, and would only add here that I was on the scene, and I ought to know.
So Edmund Reed, one of the lead detectives working the crime scenes at the time, believes that not only was the Ripper not a Jew, but that nobody could know who he was with any certainty. So why did Anderson and Swanson seem so sure about Kosminski? This is a question that remains unanswered. Jewish or not, if none of the suspects mentioned in the Macnaghten Memorandum are viable, then who were the other suspects who might fit the bill? Dr. Francis Tumblety. Dr. Francis Tumblety was an Irish-American quack doctor who had done well out of selling Indian herbal medicines. He spent some time in Montreal, where he got into trouble, once for selling abortion-inducing pills to a prostitute, and again when a patient died after taking medicine he prescribed. He ran away to Boston, where he became known for his grandiose flamboyant style, wearing a military outfit and parading around on a white horse. He made his way through many other cities, and his hatred of women soon became apparent. He was arrested in Liverpool, England on November 7, 1888 for homosexual activity, which was illegal until 1967. Allegedly, he collected female organs and was therefore assumed to have anatomical knowledge, and there were rumours that he was violent. But nothing was ever found to implicate him in the Ripper murders. The story of the collection of uteri might not even be true. He didn't look anything like the witness descriptions, and there isn't any concrete evidence he was in Whitechapel at the time of the killings. Detective Chief Inspector Littlechild believed he could have been the Ripper because of his criminal record and hatred of women, but New York Police Inspector Burns investigated him and found no cause for concern. As with Druitt, it's also important to recognise that it's virtually unheard of for gay men to kill women. Typically, female victims are targeted by heterosexual male killers, while gay killers select male victims. Someone like Tumblety would have been difficult to miss, and at the very least, his height of nearly 6 foot would have been noticed and remarked on. He was also nearly 60 at the time of the murders. The killer had to have known the ins and outs of all the alleys and back streets in the area to have escaped so quickly, so it's unlikely that a visitor like Tumblety could have been the Ripper. He died in New York in 1903 of heart disease. Thomas Cutbush. Thomas Haynes Cutbush, born on 29th of June 1866, was put forward as a suspect by author A.P. Wolfe in the book Jack the Myth. He was investigated by the police, but they found no evidence to detain him. Cutbush was unemployed at the time of the murders, but had previously worked as a clerk and was known to study medical journals and wander the streets at night, often returning home with clothes covered in mud, Some reports even said they were bloodstained. He was sent to Lambeth Infirmary in March 1891, suffering from syphilis and paranoid delusions. He escaped for 4 days, during which time he stabbed a woman in the buttocks with a knife and tried to do the same to another. Some newspaper articles confused Cutbush with another man named Collicott, who a couple of months before had stabbed 6 young women with a sharp object. Cutbush ended up in Broadmoor, where he remained until his death in 1903. At the time of the murders, he lived in Kennington, 3 miles from Whitechapel, and would probably have looked out of place if he had been prowling the East End streets at night. He was an office worker from a reasonably well-off family, not one of the poverty-stricken manual labourers you would normally expect to see. For this reason, he wasn't the sort of person who could have blended in easily and disappeared after the killings. Intriguingly, some theorists argue that the reason Macnaghten wrote his memorandum in rebuttal to the Sun newspaper's remarks about Cutbush was because Cutbush's uncle was a police superintendent who wanted to protect his nephew. If he were a killer, he would almost certainly have been a disorganised one due to his mental illness, and would have been unable to plan and execute the crime so seamlessly, disappearing into the shadows without arousing suspicion. It would also be out of character for a serial killer to de-escalate from such brutal violence and plundering organs to being satisfied with stabbing women in the bottom with a harmless toy dagger. Leaving aside his occasional violent tendencies, Thomas Cutbush was probably not the Whitechapel fiend. Joseph Barnett. Joseph Joe Barnett, Mary Jane Kelly's boyfriend, has fallen under the finger of suspicion in recent years, first put forward by writers Mark Andrews in 1977, then Bruce Paley in 1995. Joe was born in Whitechapel in May 1858 to Irish immigrant parents. His father died when he was just 3 years old, and nothing is known about his mother. He was 30 at the time of the murders and was 5'7", with a medium build, fair complexion, a moustache and blue eyes, so he closely resembled Joseph Lavender's eyewitness account of the man talking to Catherine Eddowes near Mitre Square shortly before her death. Just a month before Polly Nichols was killed in Bucks Row, Barnett lost his fish porter's licence for reasons unknown, which some people contend was a trigger for the violence. Bruce Paley researched this for his book on the subject and found that some of the infractions that could lead to a fish porter losing his licence included swearing or stealing. We only have Barnett's word for the fact that the key to 13 Miller's Court had recently gone missing. Could he have secretly kept it and used it to access the room, locking the door from the outside when he left after the bloody frenzy? On the other hand, if he was the murderer, he wouldn't even have needed the key, as he would have known that all he had to do was reach in through the hole in the window to latch or unlatch the door. Anybody could have observed Mary Jane Kelly opening the door this way, including the clients she brought home. Barnett and Kelly had an explosive argument shortly before her death because he was unhappy about her turning to sex work and allowing her fellow prostitutes to share her room. Could this have been a motive for murder? He visited her just a few hours before her death, although according to him, the visit ended on friendly terms. Due to his relationship with Kelly, it is possible that he knew some of the other Ripper victims, as he had previously lived in some of the same roads as they did. Catherine Eddowes is alleged to have known who the killer was, and that shortly before her death, she said she intended to collect the reward money. Could Barnett have been this man? Credible as this may be, it cannot be proven. The fact that he had been in a relationship with Kelly stands in his defence, as he would have been known in Miller's Court, having lived there for a time and continuing to be a regular visitor. Had he been the killer, he would have been at significant risk of being spotted and recognised as he entered or exited the court. Catherine Eddowes and Mary Jane Kelly were the only victims to have suffered facial mutilations after death, which tends to happen when a killer has an emotional connection to the victim, according to forensic psychologists. Even so, there were no doubt countless others in Whitechapel who knew both women. The Ripper might also have escalated his butchery to the point where facial mutilations were the next logical step, so it doesn't necessarily mean that they were known to him. If it was a crime of passion by Barnett, it is hard to credit that he would have been capable of butchering his girlfriend's body to such an extent. Even if we imagine that he cut her throat in a fit of rage and then decided to make it look like a Ripper killing to detract police attention away from himself, it would be a horrific, nauseating experience to slice a human body beyond recognition and remove organs, particularly for someone who has never previously shown any violent urges. Those who favour Barnett as a suspect argue that his job as a fish porter would have meant he was well practiced in using a knife and gave him an outlet for any suppressed rage, which led to a breakdown and a burning need to express this aggression after his licence was revoked. In fact, it isn't known whether his job would have involved gutting fish at all, as the role of a fish porter was primarily to unload and carry crates of fish from one place to another. Lots of men in the East End were fishmongers, butchers and horse slaughterers, and it is a stretch to suppose that even if he did cut up fish, that he would by extension know how to carve a human body. In any case, police surgeon Dr. Thomas Bond and some other experts concluded that the killer did not have any knowledge of anatomy or experience with a knife, although this is not universally agreed. The letters received by the press also contain clues which could point towards Joe Barnett. For example, the Dear Boss letter contained the line,
"I saved some of the proper red stuff in a ginger beer bottle over the last job to write with, but it went thick like glue, and I can't use it."
Interestingly, ginger beer bottles were found at 13 Miller's Court. Linguists have observed that the From Hell letter, which accompanied the kidney sent to George Lusk, read as though it had been penned by someone Irish, and Barnett had Irish ancestry. None of the letters have been proven to be genuine, but out of all of them, the From Hell letter is the best candidate. Major Henry Smith wrote in his memoirs that he believed the killer had washed his bloody hands in a sink upper close in Dorset Street, referring to Miller's Court on the night of the double event. If his memories were correct and he really did find a trough full of bloodied water there, this points towards Barnett. Perhaps he hurriedly cleaned himself up after committing the heinous acts of mutilation on Catherine Eddowes before retreating inside number 13 as if nothing had happened. Finally, Barnett's pipe was found in Mary Jane Kelly's room. Proponents of Barnett as the best suspect consider it strange that he didn't take it with him when he moved out, maintaining that he left it there by mistake when he killed Kelly. This can easily be counter-argued, as he visited her regularly and he freely admitted to having been there on the eve of her murder. It can't be denied that the FBI profile, created in 1988, 100 years after the murders, describes Barnett well. The profile was of a white male, aged between 28 and 36, who lived or worked locally, but was employed below his intellectual ability, and a stressor of some kind triggered the murders. They believed he had an absent father and a disability of some kind, whether a physical one or something like a speech impediment. According to experts, speech impediments are common among serial killers such as Ted Bundy and David Carpenter. Records indicate that Barnett had echolalia, which caused him to repeat the last word spoken to him. Barnett lived an uneventful life after the murders and was awarded his fish porter's licence again in 1906. His echolalia could have been the result of temporary stress caused by the brutal death of Mary Jane Kelly, or even a sign of autism. While profiling sometimes hits the mark, there are those within the criminal justice system who consider it a pseudoscience. Either way, profiling should only ever be used as a guide and in conjunction with solid evidence. Joseph Barnett later married but had no children, and he died of bronchitis at the age of 68. Although he is a fascinating suspect who has more in common with the FBI profile than most of the other known characters of interest, the argument for his being the Ripper are based on speculation. He also had an alibi for the night of the murder, and Inspector Aberline interrogated him for 4 hours, even examining his clothing for bloodstains, but nothing was found to cause law enforcement any concern. He is a strong candidate, but the jury is out. George Hutchinson. I mentioned in the last episode that in recent years, George Hutchinson, one of the key witnesses in the Mary Jane Kelly murder, has also made the suspect list. Firstly, his description of the man he saw that night raised red flags. How could he have noticed so many unlikely details in the dark? Remember this?
He was aged about 34, 35 and was 5 foot 6 inches tall. His complexion was pale with dark eyes and eyelashes, a slight moustache curled up at each end and dark hair. He was very surly looking and returned my gaze with a stern glare. He was wearing a long dark coat and the collar and cuffs were trimmed with astrakhan and a dark jacket underneath. A light waistcoat, dark trousers, a dark felt hat turned down in the middle, button boots and gaiters with white buttons. He wore a very thick gold chain. He had a white linen collar and a black tie with a horseshoe pin. He was a respectable appearance, but shabby genteel, I should say. He walked very sharp and was of Jewish appearance. I could identify him again if I saw him.
Hutchinson was at the scene, very close to the time of Kelly's death, and his extraordinarily detailed description of the flamboyant Astrakhan man raised red flags. Nobody knows for sure who Hutchinson was, or if that was even his real name, and his birth, life and death are even more cloudy than Mary Kelly's origins and the circumstances of her murder. He was described by different sources as being between 22 and 33 years old, and he said he was a groom by trade, but that he had been working recently as a labourer. A groom's status in Victorian England was higher than that of a typical labourer or dock worker, and someone seeking work as a groom might have been asked for a letter of recommendation from a gentleman. According to job advertisements from newspapers of the time, the ideal groom was respectable, good-tempered, and able to ride horses. They were usually hired by people rich enough to ride for pleasure and wanted to present their animals well, so it was not a role that would have been in demand in Whitechapel. There were 50,000 horses in London, but those in the East End would have been owned by folk like Louis Deemschutz, the man who discovered Liz Stride's body at Dutfield's Yard. He would have had neither the money nor the inclination to hire a full-time groom to look after his horse, and would either have brushed it himself, not brushed it at all, or hired a young boy to do it sometimes for a coin or two. Sadly, horses were treated as disposable, hence the need for so many horse slaughterers who killed them and used them for cat's meat when they outlived their usefulness. The fact that Hutchinson was described by Sarah Lewis as wearing a wide-awake hat backs up his story of being a groom, as this sort of headwear was typically worn by people in the countryside and would not have been as common in the East End. A search of old newspaper archives confirms there were barely any vacancies for grooms in the East End, whereas papers in the more rural neighbouring county of Essex had multiple advertisements, which explains why Hutchinson had walked 11 miles to Romford to look for work on the day of Mary Jane Kelly's murder. His profession may be one of the few things about which he told the truth. Given the lack of country houses and stables in Whitechapel, it's strange that he was there at all. If he really had worked as a groom in the past, it would indicate that he was of smart appearance and was articulate enough to convince a wealthy family of his trustworthiness to look after their horses. Some vacancies even came with the perk of being allowed to live in the family home. Hutchinson easily convinced the police that he was just a witness on the night of Kelly's death, and they didn't appear to have any misgivings about him whatsoever, despite him lurking outside Miller's Court for so long, with a rather thin explanation for it. The fact Hutchinson took so long to come forward as a witness raises doubts. He first appeared 3 days after the murder, on the evening of Monday, 12th of November 1888, conveniently just after the inquest had been completed. He told the newspapers that he informed a policeman on the Sunday morning of what he had seen, but he didn't go to the station, and there's no evidence that he spoke to a policeman at all. Hutchinson avouched that the next day he discussed the matter with a fellow lodger at the Victorian Home for Working Men in Commercial Street, who urged him to report what he had seen. This doesn't ring true, as he had apparently already told a police officer, so there was no need for him to seek further advice. It's also peculiar that the policeman hadn't asked Hutchinson to accompany him to the station to give an official statement. As the Victoria home was so close to the Commercial Street police station, it would have made more sense for Hutchinson to go there immediately, rather than approaching a bobby in the street. Was he using smoke and mirrors to distort the truth? It could be that he was prompted into coming forward by Sarah Lewis's testimony at the inquest. She had seen a man looking up at the court, which could well have been Hutchinson. She stated,
"Between 2 and 3 o'clock this morning, I came to stop with the Keelers at number 2 Miller's Court, as I'd had a few words with my husband. When I came to the court, there was a man standing over against the lodging house on the opposite side in Dorset Street. He was not tall, but stout, and was wearing a black wide-awake hat. Shortly before 4 o'clock, I heard a scream, like that of a young woman, and seemed not to be far away. She screamed out, 'Murder!' I only heard it once. I did not look out the window. I did not know the deceased."
We could argue that Hutchinson chose to make himself known to the police after discovering that Sarah Lewis had spotted him that night, as he feared being identified and suspected of being Jack the Ripper, whether he was or not. This could also explain the extraordinary appearance of the Astrakhan man he swore to have seen. Could he have created a vivid, overtly Jewish character to detract attention away from himself and in a direction that he thought would be readily believed? Hutchinson spoke to the Pall Mall Gazette on 13th of November 1888, just a day after giving Inspector Aberline his original description of the man he saw. In the space of a day, he somehow generated additional memories, as the slight moustache he initially reported had now become a dark one. The pale complexion had changed to dark, and the small parcel the man carried was given a more detailed description. 8 inches long, with a strap around it, clasped tightly in his left hand and covered with dark American cloth. The mysterious Astrakhan man also gained a gold chain with a big seal and a red stone hanging from it, and a pair of brown kid gloves carried in his right hand. These details conveniently reinforce the idea of a foreign-looking man, like the one spotted by Elizabeth Long at Hanbury Street. Let's not forget the red handkerchief that appeared in Hutchinson's original description, an intriguing inclusion, as Joseph Lavender had described the man he saw with Catherine Eddowes near Church Passage as having worn a red handkerchief around his neck. It sounds as though Hutchinson was cobbling together pieces of different witness descriptions and mixing them with his own imagination to create an elaborate picture. On the matter of the red handkerchief, it is noteworthy that this detail was concealed at Catherine Eddowes' inquest, and it never appeared in the newspapers, although a note was printed in the article stating that certain information had deliberately been withheld. Could Hutchinson have been the man wearing the red neckerchief on the night of 30th of September 1888? Was he concerned that this detail had been spotted and was being held back by the police, so he made a point of mentioning Astrakhan Man's red handkerchief and weaving it into his account? Wearing something like this around the neck would have been common attire for someone working in a stable, although it could apply to many other trades too. Some believe that George Hutchinson really did see Astrakhan Man, but he said that he didn't think the man was a murderer, so it seems strange that he paid such close attention to him. It was dark, so it would have been difficult to make out such intricate details when he only glimpsed the man for a moment. When you add this to the fact that witness descriptions are notoriously unreliable and that Hutchinson didn't come forward for 3 days after the sighting, it begins to sound fishy. It's also dubious that a man dressed in such finery would dare to go down Dorset Street and into Miller's Court, known as one of the worst parts of Whitechapel. He would have been lucky to emerge with his life, let alone his valuables, and chances are that other witnesses would have noticed him and been able to corroborate Hutchinson's story. It's very telling that Sarah Lewis spotted George Hutchinson, as well as a young man and a woman, walking past, but she saw nothing that would support Hutchinson's account of Astrakhan Man. The mention of a horseshoe pin, spats and gaiters are intriguing additions that may give us a look into his mind. A horseshoe pin is something that might spring easily to the thoughts of someone who has worked as a groom, and the idea of spats and gaiters could have come from the memory of a landowner, rector, or middle-class gentleman for whom he had worked in the past in Essex. It's coincidental that such details were present in the unidentified man's dress, details which could reasonably have sprung to Hutchinson's mind had he been asked to invent a person based on his past encounters. His own choice of hat is also a potential clue. The wide-awake hat, typical of the countryside, would have stood out in Whitechapel. Hutchinson announced in an interview with the Pall Mall Gazette that he saw Astrakhan Man again on Sunday 11th of November in Petticoat Lane, the day before he offered his statement to the police. Yet this apparent sighting was not recorded in the police report of Monday 12th of November. He also remarked that the man he saw lived in the neighbourhood, but this is paradoxical, as he maintained that he didn't know the man and that he stood out because his clothing was too rich for the area. He can't have it both ways. If the man did live in the area, it's odd that he had never been seen before or since by anyone else. Another aspect of Hutchinson's story that cannot be verified is his relationship with Mary Jane Kelly. He disclosed that he had known her for about 3 years and that he sometimes gave her a shilling, which was a lot of money to give a casual acquaintance. If he genuinely did give her such sums of money, it would hint at a closer relationship, but as far as we know, none of Kelly's other friends or neighbours ever mentioned him. This has led some people to surmise that Hutchinson was in fact Joseph Fleming, Kelly's ex-boyfriend, but although this would be a neat explanation, there is zero evidence for it. George Hutchinson mentioned he saw no policeman in Dorset Street on the night of the murder, which confirms what we've already heard about the force's reluctance to enter such a dangerous place. The very fact he noticed the absence of the law is thought-provoking. Jack the Ripper must have known it too, hence his choice of Miller's Court for his final bloodbath. After all, life was becoming very difficult for him with the increased police presence on the streets. Could George Hutchinson and Jack the Ripper have been one and the same? If so, it was a risky strategy to wait outside the court for so long, taking the chance of being seen, but perhaps his desire to kill inside a private room outweighed his caution. The main problem with Hutchinson as the Ripper is that it would have been unlikely, but not impossible, for his comings and goings to have gone unnoticed at the Victoria home. How could he have washed blood from his clothes without attracting attention? And what did he do with the organs he plundered? As far as we know, the police never checked up on his story, as they believed he was just a witness, so we only have Hutchinson's word for it that he was living in a lodging house. We should also remember at this point that Major Henry Smith, City Police Commissioner, claimed to have found a bloody trough of water in Miller's Court after the murder of Catherine Eddowes, so it's conceivable that the killer found ways and means of cleaning himself up enough to escape notice. Hutchinson's reasons for loitering outside Miller's Court in the rain have been debated by theorists over the years, and the arguments go round in circles. Some say that his original story was plausible and that he was unable to access the Victoria working men's home because he had returned late from Essex after the doors closed for the night. He could genuinely have known Kelly, even casually, and was waiting in the hope she would let him sleep on her floor after her clients had left. He told Inspector Aberline that he was keeping watch because the man he saw looked too well dressed for the area, but what exactly he was keeping watch for wasn't explained, and this contradicts his later statement that he saw the man in Petticoat Lane and that he lived locally. It's been speculated that he was waiting for Astrakhan Man to emerge from Mary Kelly's room with the intent to rob him, but this theory is predicated on Astrakhan Man existing in the first place. It's worth noting Hutchinson's intrepid nature. He was happy enough to skulk around Dorset Street in the early hours of the morning, but Charles Booth's poverty map graded the area as vicious semi-criminal, and we have heard many times that even law enforcement were too scared to intervene. From his own statement, we know he was dawdling there for at least 45 minutes, and he boldly stooped down to stare into the face of Astrakhan Man. His actions don't sound like those of a cautious or nervous person when compared to Robert Paul, who admitted that when he had seen Charles Lechmere in Bucks Row, he immediately feared being robbed. Bucks Row, although dangerous enough, was not considered as bad as Dorset Street. This provides us with a striking insight into Hutchinson's character, if we combine it with the fact that more than one newspaper described him as having a military bearing. Whether or not he had been in the military, this indicates that he was probably standing up straight and proud rather than shrinking away into a corner. Having been in the army is a common trait of modern organised serial killers, and studies have shown that as many as 2/3 of organised killers had military training. Clearly this doesn't apply to every murderer, but there are many notable examples, including Charles Whitman, Dean Corll and Gary Ridgway. Could Hutchinson have worked as a groom in the army, looking after cavalrymen's horses? This is of course conjecture. Whether or not George Hutchinson had military experience, what we know of his behaviour paints a picture of a man who felt at home in the most threatening parts of the East End, who was clearly unafraid of gangs, pickpockets and drunks. Could this be because he was the one everyone should have feared, and he was the apex predator at the top of the food chain, Jack the Ripper himself? One could argue that Cox and Lewis were also running a risk in going out, but they lived in Miller's Court and had no choice. They also didn't stay outside for as long as Hutchinson did. By Thursday, 15th of November, the Star newspaper had discredited Hutchinson's statement about Astrakhan Man, explaining that the blotchy-faced man seen by Mrs. Cox was more critical to the investigation. The next day, the Evening News reported that a clerk named Mr. Galloway had seen someone resembling the blotchy-faced, carroty-moustached man and had followed him up Whitechapel Road and Commercial Street. The man seemed to be aware that he was being tracked, and when they entered Thrall Street, the blotchy-faced man was startled by the appearance of a policeman. Galloway pointed the man out to the constable, who declined to arrest him, saying that he was looking for somebody of a very different appearance. If this tale is true, it's a great shame that the policeman didn't at least question the blotchy-faced man, as even if he wasn't the killer, he could have helped clear up the uncertainty around the timings, confirming when he had left Mary Jane Kelly's company. Whether he was really up to no good or whether he was frightened of being accused of her murder, we will never know. Within days of Hutchinson making his statement to Inspector Aberline, he faded into obscurity and was never mentioned in the records again. We can only assume that the police eventually realised that he had embroidered his story and had thoroughly wasted their time. Ironically, the police may have had Jack the Ripper right under their noses. It's not unusual for killers to insert themselves into an investigation. For example, John Christie of 10 Rillington Place fame, Stephen Young, who shot a husband and wife in East Sussex in 1993, the serial arsonist John Leonard Orr in California, and Ian Huntley, who shocked the country with the double murder of schoolgirls Holly Wells and Jessica Chapman in Suffolk in 2002. It's the sort of thing that would have made the Ripper chuckle quietly to himself as he recalled how he outwitted the police, telling lies to their face and getting away with it while distracting and derailing the investigation. In the Victorian era, without the benefit of all the knowledge and criminal precedent that we have now, it may never have occurred to the police that a guilty party would boldly offer themselves up as a witness. There are enough questions about Hutchinson and his statement to fill a book on its own, and Ripperologists still hammer away at his story, trying to figure out what he was doing there that night. There have been assertions that he was a plumber called George William Topping Hutchinson, but nobody knows for sure. He's my personal favourite suspect, as not only did he admit to being at Miller's Court very near to the time of the murder, but there are enough inconsistencies in his story to raise more than a few eyebrows. Charles Lechmere. Hutchinson wasn't the only witness to become a suspect. You might remember Charles Cross, whose name was really Charles Lechmere, the carman who first found the body of Polly Nichols in Bucks Row on 31st of August 1888. Could he have been Whitechapel Jack himself? Some people are adamant that he was, but he's only emerged as a suspect relatively recently. Old school books on the case from the 70s and 80s by ripperologists like Rumbelow, Fido and Egan never mentioned him as anything other than a witness, so is there really any new evidence, or have theorists just started looking at things differently? On hearing the approaching footsteps of fellow carman Robert Paul, he might have cut short his fiendish work and pretended to have innocently stumbled across the corpse moments before. The lack of more severe mutilations than those seen in later murders implies that the killer was disturbed before he had a chance to complete them. Equally, it could have been someone else, the unknown killer, who was disturbed by the approaching footsteps of Charles Lechmere. Lechmere only came forward at the inquest after Robert Paul revealed there was another man present at the discovery of the body. He gave his name as Charles Cross at the inquest, which police accepted without question. He may have provided this name because his late stepfather, Thomas Cross, was a police constable, which he may have felt gave him credibility. The deception over his name went unnoticed until some eagle-eyed modern researchers spotted this inconsistency in the census records, but it's important to remember that it was quite common at the time for people to go by different names. Charles Lechmere was born on 5th of October 1849, making him 39 at the time of the murders. He had been working at Pickford's at Broad Street Station for many years. He never knew his real father and had two stepfathers, presumably not at the same time. He married in 1870 and had 12 children. It would have taken him just 7 or 8 minutes to walk to Bucks Row from his home, but this isn't enough reason to suspect him, as all the murders were committed within a half-a-mile area, so anyone living in the vicinity could have passed the murder sites on a daily basis. Lechmere usually left for work at about 3:30 am, but he was running late on the day of Polly Nichols' murder. Robert Paul told the Lloyd's Weekly News that he entered Bucks Row at exactly 3:45 am, but didn't mention this at the inquest, only testifying that he left home just before 3:45. We don't know how accurate these timings were and whether Paul and Lechmere were basing them on a pocket watch, a clock at home, or a nearby church clock they had heard, so we don't know for sure how long Lechmere had been in Bucks Row before Paul came along. It could have been minutes or moments. Some accounts speculate that Lechmere heard Paul's footsteps and rapidly pulled down the victim's clothing to hide the wounds, but this is misleading, as Paul asserted at the inquest that he had been the one to pull Polly Nichols' clothes down to make her appear decent, not Lechmere. In a documentary called The Missing Evidence, Lechmere was put forward as a suspect, and in the reconstruction of the scene, he was portrayed leaning over the body. This has been distorted, and according to original source material from the time, he was actually standing in the middle of the road when Robert Paul appeared. This documentary has been criticised by students of the case and by Steve Blomer, an expert on the Polly Nichols murder. Blomer has written an extremely detailed book called Inside Bucks Row, which at 575 pages long serves to remind us that the case is incredibly complex, and an in-depth discussion of each crime scene could easily fill an entire volume alone. It is repeatedly questioned why neither Paul nor Lechmere saw any blood on Polly Nichols, and were unsure if she was even alive or dead. Forensic physician Dr. Payne James has asserted that if the victim was asphyxiated first before the carotid artery was cut, this would lower the blood pressure and cause blood to leak out gradually rather than spurt. This would not only have made it harder for the carman to see any blood in the dark, but the killer's clothing might have been reasonably free of bloodstains too. It is opined that there were no easy escape routes from Bucks Row, which might have led Lechmere to pretend to have stumbled on the body, rather than attempt to get away before Robert Paul approached. A brief examination of a map of the area proves this false. The killer would have been able to leave the scene and arrive at the western corner of the board school without hurrying. He could then have walked into White's Row or turned north in either Queen Anne Street or Thomas Street. He could have doubled back down Winthrop Street, passing night watchman Alfred Mulshaw, although Mulshaw said he didn't see anyone. Alternatively, the killer could have walked to the end of the board school, then turned into Whitechapel Road, via Woods Building or Court Street. This could have been done in under a minute, easily removing the killer from the scene before Paul reached the position of the body. Charles Lechmere died in 1920, aged 71. The points in favour of his being Jack the Ripper are that he was in the area at the time of the murders, he was discovered at one of the murder sites, very close to the victim's time of death. He was tardy in attending the inquest, only appearing when he found out Robert Paul had mentioned him, and some have argued that all 5 canonical murder sites were on his way to work. It is a questionable decision that he gave a different name at the inquest, but he gave the correct address, so he may not have had any sinister intent. It's curious that Robert Paul and Charles Lechmere had, as far as we know, never met prior to the night of the murder. They left for work at a very similar time, and it might have been sensible for them to travel together for protection in such an unsafe area. But we have no idea how long Paul had been working for his employer, or whether he had recently changed his shift patterns, which could explain it. This is one of those little oddities to which we are unlikely to find an answer. Lechmere started work at 4 a.m, which would not have fitted with the timing of Annie Chapman's murder, as she was killed at approximately 5:30 a.m. Liz Stride and Catherine Eddowes died at 12:45 a.m. and 1:45 a.m. respectively, but one would wonder, when Lechmere had a chance to sleep, if he walked about all night looking for victims, or keeping an eye on the nearest church clock to ensure he got to work on time. Mary Jane Kelly's time of death is disputed, but in all likelihood it was around 4 a.m, when Lechmere would have been due at work. It also seems strange that someone would choose to commit a murder en route to their job, risking turning up in disarray and sporting bloodstains. Some would argue that as a carman he may have transported meat and would thus have had an explanation for any visible blood, but this remains supposition in the absence of firm evidence. For all we know, he could have transported fruit and vegetables. From our modern insight into the minds of serial killers, we can contemplate that Jack the Ripper would have wanted to mentally relive the murder and luxuriate in his memories of the brutality. So to immediately be forced to spend the rest of the day doing something as mundane as carrying items around London in a horse and cart would have been frustrating beyond measure. As with many suspects, the evidence against Charles Lechmere is purely circumstantial. He was never considered a suspect by the police at the time and has only become a popular candidate in recent years, with a surge in interest sparked by the Missing Evidence documentary. But the fact that he was indisputably at one of the crime scenes close to the victim's time of death means that we cannot dismiss him. He remains an interesting character who will no doubt continue to be listed as a suspect for many years to come. Jacob Levy. Jacob Levy is another suspect who has become more popular in recent years. He was a butcher and had 9 children with his wife Sarah. His first brush with the law was in April 1886, when he was convicted along with another man for receiving 14 pounds of beef stolen from the butcher's shop next door, owned by Hyam Sampson, for which he was sentenced to 1 year's hard labour. About a month later, he was certified insane and transferred to Essex County Asylum as he was hearing strange noises and was thought to be suicidal. There was also a history of insanity in his family. Levy was discharged as cured in January 1887. At the time of the murders, he lived with his family at 36 Middlesex Street, a predominantly Jewish neighbourhood very close to Goulston Street, where the scrap of Catherine Eddowes' apron and the cryptic graffito were found. He was admitted to an asylum again in August 1890, with the reason given as mania. His wife complained that he had nearly ruined their business and that he didn't sleep at night and wandered around aimlessly for hours. Levy's mother had died in 1888, so this tragic event could have triggered a descent into madness. Levy died in the asylum on 29th of July 1891 from syphilis, contracted through visiting prostitutes. This is one reason why some criminologists consider him a strong suspect, with revenge as a possible motive. He had lived in the heart of Ripper territory since birth and knew the area well. He was 32 at the time of the murders, 5'3" tall and weighed 9 stones. This made him 3 inches taller than Catherine Eddowes, like the man described by witness Joseph Hyam Levy near Mitre Square. His height also matches Elizabeth Long's testimony, who thought that the man she saw with Annie Chapman near Hanbury Street was a little taller than the deceased, and Chapman was 5 feet tall. However, Joseph Lavender contradicted this by estimating the man's height as 5'7". Jacob Levy may well have known Joseph Hyam Levy because their butchers' shops were within 100 yards of each other. Whether or not Joseph would have been able to recognise Jacob in the dim light of Church Passage had Jacob been the killer, we can't be certain. Coincidentally, Jacob's brother Isaac lived at the 5-storey high Wentworth buildings on Goulston Street, where the apron and graffito were found. The Wentworth dwellings had been constructed on land that had been cleared of slums just a couple of years before the Ripper murders. Could Jacob, being familiar with the dwellings, have gone there to hide or drop off the piece of apron? The census records only prove that Isaac lived there in 1891, so we don't know how long he had been there. At the time, people tended to move around regularly. Many believe that as he was a butcher, Levy would have been used to wielding a knife and had a basic knowledge of anatomy. Jacob Levy is not mentioned by name in any surviving police documentation on the Ripper, but strangely, the official case files were closed in 1891, the year of his death. Only 3 years had passed since Whitechapel had been terrorised by the faceless killer who managed to evade capture with uncanny good fortune, so why close the case so soon? As with all suspects, there is no physical evidence linking him to the crime scenes, and all we can go on is circumstance and conjecture. Levy is a good suspect in many ways, and one who would benefit from further research if there's anything more to be dug up about him. I try never to get too attached to a suspect as so much time has passed and we lack any physical evidence that could prove it either way. It's possible that it's someone who we've never even heard of, someone who doesn't even appear on a suspect list or a witness list at all. Major Henry Smith, acting Commissioner of the City of London Police at the time of the murders, summed it up nicely in his memoirs.
He completely beat me and every police officer in London. and I have no more idea now where he lived than I had 20 years ago.
Jack the Ripper has been immortalised in film, books and theatre throughout the decades. There are far too many to mention, but these are some of my favourites. I recommend the 1988 TV series starring Michael Caine as Inspector Abberline. Although the royal conspiracy it favours has long since been debunked, it's an entertaining watch and quite historically accurate.
J-U-W-E-S. That's why I sent for you. Let's get rid of it.
Wipe this off now.
You wanted me, Commissioner?
Yes, Abilene. We found this. It's part of the dead woman's apron.
Which one? The second one, Mitre Square.
Excuse me, sir.
What the bloody hell do you think you're doing?
I was told to, sir. My orders, Abilene. It's anti-Semitic filth.
The Jews are the men that will not be blamed for nothing.
This area's teeming with immigrants. A lot of them are Jewish and they're not popular. One word about it being a Jew, we'll have lynch mobs on the streets. It's happened before. Wipe it off.
If he's a Jew, why draw attention to it?
To make us think he's a Jew. Put us off the scent. Haven't you got a brain?
George, write this down. And you too, Constable, and get the spelling right. J-U-W-E-S. It may be important.
How?
You tell me, Chief Super.
From Hell, the 2001 film starring Johnny Depp and Heather Graham portrays the inhabitants of the East End as unrealistically glamorous and with more teeth than they really had, and continues to peddle the idea of royal involvement. I won't go into that theory here, so if you haven't heard of it, please feel free to check it out for yourself. But I'm pretty sure a royal coach wouldn't have gone unnoticed, splashing through the narrow, muddy alleyways of Whitechapel.
Arthur Tabram was raped, tortured and killed. That's cruel. I've seen that sort of cruelty in the East End before. This is methodical. Butchery is irrational, yet meticulous and deliberate. Altogether a different breed of killer. As soon as possible, I'd like to know what he took.
What? What do you mean, what he took?
Didn't you notice?
What?
He's taken at least one of her organs.
Oh, no.
Going back in time to 1944, The Lodger, starring legends of film Merle Oberon and George Sanders, imagines a respectable, well-spoken man in a dark coat, carrying a suspicious-looking bag, lodging in a 19th century family's home. When horrific murders begin to take place nearby, the family becomes suspicious, but much more slowly than the audience does.
Mr. Slade, you haven't yet met my niece, Kitty Langley.
How do you do?
The woman subtle of heart. Now, you must admit she really is rather charming.
Are you coming to the theatre too?
I have a pass here if you can use it.
No, I'm afraid I have work that I must do.
Then you won't be in to dinner, sir.
No, I may be out late. Quite late. Till the early hours of the morning. I warned you of my irregular habits.
You have been out rather late once or twice.
Didn't I hear you 2 nights ago? It was past 1 in the morning, I think.
What do you do out so late?
You hardly ever go out in the day, do you, sir?
I enjoy the streets at night. When they're empty.
You mean you just walk about?
Sometimes. Sometimes I go down to the Thames.
Finally, 1979 movie Time After Time is well worth a watch, starring David Warner and a youthful-looking Malcolm McDowell. Horror meets science fiction when the Ripper steals H.G. Wells's time machine to escape justice in his own time.
Be somewhat more dangerous, for he is pursuing Jack the Ripper, a villain who has eluded his fate by escaping into time.
90 years ago, I was a freak. Today, I'm an amateur. I'm obliged to take you back to face the consequences of your acts.
You take me back. How do you propose to do that? By force?
Be reasonable, John. We don't belong here.
The PC and Xbox game Sherlock Holmes vs. Jack the Ripper is an atmospheric, immersive foray into the world of Victorian London, and the writers of the game picked a favourite suspect, revealed at the end. I won't give away the secret, you'll have to play it to find out, but it is one of the suspects I've covered here. Will there ever be an end to the appearances of the Whitechapel fiend in literature, media and film? I doubt it. The case is well over a century old, but it shows no sign of disappearing into the shadows the way Jack the Ripper did. Just like many unsolved mysteries, the human mind refuses to let it go, always wondering, always hoping that one day there'll be an answer. We're fascinated by the enigma of it, the sheer impossibility of the killer's escapes from right under the noses of police and passers-by. Every year it seems a new story emerges. Someone finds a letter in their attic or a great-grandfather's artifact, and each one believes wholeheartedly that their relative was the Ripper or knew him. Unlike the suspects and even the murderer himself, interest in the case will never die. Controversially, a shawl was acquired by a Ripper enthusiast in 2007, purportedly found next to Catherine Eddowes' body. It was tested in a lab, and the results showed that mitochondrial DNA matched a descendant of Eddowes, confirming the item of clothing really had belonged to her. Shockingly, DNA obtained from a semen stain on the shawl was also said to match a descendant of Aaron Kosminski. This might sound like it's all neatly wrapped up, but the provenance of the shawl has been questioned, and the garment has been dated to more than one different time period and could have come from anywhere in Europe. According to historians, there's no proper evidence or documentation linking the shawl to Eddowes, and it didn't appear in the police inventory of the clothes found on her when she died. Scientists have explained that mitochondrial DNA can only exclude a suspect and could potentially have come from many other people. It's worth noting that this isn't the first time a forensic test on a supposed Ripper artifact has been attempted. US crime author Patricia Cornwell asked scientists to look for DNA in samples taken from the letters purportedly sent by the killer. Based on the findings, she argued that painter Walter Sickert was guilty. Another analysis of the same letters found that the murderer could have been a woman. All this tells us is that the case remains well and truly open. Something about the unholy reign of the most infamous murderer in history still sends a shiver down our spines as we draw our blankets tighter around us, safe indoors as autumn and winter arrive to cut short the days and lengthen the nights. We continue to imagine fog and street lamps, Gladstone bags and black flapping cloaks, images which persist even though we know the difference between fact and fiction. But no matter how compelling the idea of this unnamed, unknown murderer might be, we must never forget that the story belongs to the victims, the women who were just trying to navigate their stark and dreary existence, making money any way they could to get a bed for the night. Those who had no choice but to put their trust in the men willing to pay for their bodies. Those who might even have recognised and greeted a familiar face with a smile, ushering him into a dark corner before realising they had made a terrible mistake. These are the ones we should remember. The Canonical Five: Mary Ann Nichols, known as Polly, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly, as well as those who came before and after. These are the ones this story is truly about. Thank you so much for listening to this episode. We've reached the end of our journey through the East End of London in 1888, and what a journey it was. Grueling, frustrating, fascinating and heartbreaking. This case will certainly be with us for another whole century and more.
You about finished in there yet, sir? I need to lock up the records office for the night. Oh, it's you.
Yes, hello George, it's been a long time, hasn't it? I remember I first came here almost 30 years ago and read a book about Jack the Ripper. It was the very first case that got me into true crime. Anyway, I'm packing up now. I've just got a few final words for my listeners.
It's been a pleasure to have you researching here. I'll go and wait for you out the front. Ready to lock the doors.
You've been listening to Prash's Murder Map. I hope you've enjoyed travelling through this series with me to explore one of the most iconic murder cases of all time. A huge thank you goes to everyone who has voiced characters throughout this series, with special thanks to Peter Blexley, Philip Hutchinson, Carl Kopak, Eric Rivenus, Emily G. Thompson, Eileen and Charlie, Jenny, and Adam. There were also another 20 people who were involved in this show and lent their voices. You know who you are. You've all helped to make this series possible and have brought it to life in a way that exceeds anything I could have envisioned. Now the Autumn of Terror has been concluded, don't forget to blow out the candle and shut the door on your way out. But be careful, it gets very dark and cold in here.